Chapter 2203. In the spiritual world, there were many supernatural races with scales. The most prominent was, of course, the dragon race. But dragons were a minority. They couldn't compare to the total number of humans. Even the human spiritualists in the spirit world only made up a small portion of them. But the scale in Ruik's hand wasn't a dragon. If this was a dragon scale, Ruik Des would definitely turn around and leave. It was a snake scale. More accurately, it was a scale left behind by the swamp race. The swamp race was actually a snake demon. In the East, they were snake demons. But in the East, they couldn't form a race. In the West, they gathered themselves and formed a race. They called themselves the swamp race. They even formed a certain scale. The swamp race was a powerful force in the spiritual world, but they weren't the strongest. There were tens of thousands of swamp people, but they didn't have any top experts. Moreover, the descendants of a swamp race would mostly show signs of atavism. The so-called atavism was a litter of newborns. Most of them were ordinary snakes. Only a small number would inherit the name of the swamp race. Plus, there were human activities and the resources they possessed. So the swamp race's limit of 10,000 people was basically the limit. Of course, they could develop. This was mostly because their development path and ideals were in line with the values of modern society. Although their name was a bit scary. Actually, the other forces in the spiritual world had deep interactions with the swamp race. Ruik held the scale and thought for a long time. The swamp race was very difficult to deal with. They didn't have the terrifying, suffocating feeling of the dragons. But he still couldn't fight against them. Of course, it wasn't the entire swamp race in Istanbul. So Ruik was still hesitant about whether to risk starting a war with the swamp race. It could be seen from Ruik's hesitation. The difference between the swamp race and the dragons. In the end, Ruik decided to save Motto Xing. Do you want to start a massacre? Ruik Des turned to look at Chun Zhao and Baifla. You know the answer, Baifla replied indifferently. But you're not strong enough. Do you want to become stronger? Chun Zhao and Baifla both looked up at Ruik Des. Both of them wanted to see what Ruik Dales had up his sleeve. You all possess talents that mortals cannot hope to attain. For ordinary people, the modification experiments are incomparably dangerous. But for you, it is not even comparable to the tempering you have experienced in the past. Just tell me what we need to do. My previous plan was to create a Superman. And then? But in my plan, I neglected the endurance of most people. In the end, I adjusted the plan. This modification experiment is actually a simplified version of the old plan. I originally thought that the plan would never start until I met you guys. Of course, I'm fine with it, Chun Zhao said honestly. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to accept your plan. Ruik Des looked at Baifla. What about you? He accepts it, and so do I. After returning to the underground base, Ruik Des brought the two of them to an area. Chun Zhao and Baifla had never been to this area before. In this area, there were some seemingly old instruments. They looked like products from the 50s or 60s of the last century. Perhaps because they had not been used for a long time, the instruments were covered in dust and even a bit damaged. Help me turn on the power. Also, help me open the valve over there. After turning on the power and valve, some indicator lights of the instruments lit up. At the same time, some thick liquid flowed through the pipes into two containers. Is this liquid the same as the magic potion we used before? Chun Zhao asked. In essence, it's the same, but the purity is higher. The one you used before was diluted. The first magic potion in the experiment was diluted to less than 5%. In every subsequent experiment, the purity would increase by 5%. The magic potion in front of you is 100% pure. Will these potions go bad? It looks like they have been stored for decades. The raw materials of these potions have been deposited for hundreds or even thousands of years, so they won't go bad. Even if they are stored for 10 times longer, their effects will not change. Chun Zhao and Baifla could both feel that Ruik Des definitely did not want them to become stronger. It was not to satisfy their desires. Ruik Des thought that he had everything under control. He thought that Chun Zhao and Baifla were doing this for the desire to kill. In reality, it was just to satisfy their evil interests. Take off your clothes and enter the containers, Ruik Des said. Leave the rest to me. You better be careful. Bifla's voice rang in Chun Zhao's ears. These potions are much stronger than the ones before. If they accidentally invade your body, your brain will be wiped out. I'll tell you the same thing, Chun Zhao said, looking at Bifla. What are you talking about? Hurry up and go in. Don't waste time. Chun Zhao looked back at Ruik Des. Fine. When Chun Zhao stepped into the container, he immediately felt the potions corrode his skin like sharp blades. Unfortunately, the effects were indeed strong to normal people, but they could not affect Chun Zhao. Bifla followed closely behind and stepped into the container. Ruik Des turned on the device. Chun Zhao could feel a high-voltage electricity being injected into the potions. The electricity also made the potions stronger. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao's upper limit was too high. Even the enhanced potion could not work on Chun Zhao. Ruik Des frowned and stared at Chun Zhao and Bifla, who were soaking in the containers. The two's reactions were too calm. In the past, the experimental bodies in these two containers would struggle wildly in every generation. But Chun Zhao and Bifla acted as if nothing had happened. They were calmly soaking in the potions. In fact, Ruik Des had never thought of success when he suggested the superhuman transformation. What he needed was combat power, a combat power that he could control, not a successful experimental body. But Chun Zhao and Bifla did not react during the experiment. Their lack of reaction made him wonder if the two of them could really succeed. Chun Zhao, who had been in the container, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2204. Out of the corner of his eye, Rooker glanced at the concentration monitor. The concentration of the potion was dropping rapidly. In the container, Chun Zhao could feel that something in his body was interacting with the potion's effects. Potion X. Chun Zhao had taken a lot of it before. At first, it was indeed effective, but more of the potion settled in his body. Chun Zhao thought that it was an extra part, but now, Potion X was interacting with the potion in the container. In just a few minutes, Chun Zhao had completely absorbed the concentration of the potion in the container. The potion was like drops of water, nourishing Chun Zhao's body. The nourishment was very subtle, but it was really happening. If it was a normal person, each drop could make them superhuman. It was mainly because Chun Zhao's upper limit was too high. The neutralization of the two potions also increased Chun Zhao's upper limit. When the concentration of the potion was completely diluted, the container was shattered. Chun Zhao twisted his neck and looked at Rooker. Ruik Des was still in a state of shock. You succeeded? You absorbed the potion? The man before him didn't go crazy? This was simply too inconceivable. Chun Zhao didn't answer Rooker's question. Instead, he turned to look at the container beside him and at Bifla. Just then, Bifla opened his eyes too. Bifla also shattered the container. Rooker saw Bifla calmly walk out of the container. He was shocked again. Success on the first try was surprising, but understandable. But succeeding twice at the same time was unbelievable. Both of them had succeeded. This meant that his plan to control them had failed. After all, he could only control Chun Zhao and Bifla if they lost control. Not bad. Looks like my body has improved a lot. Bifla clenched his fists. Chun Zhao glanced at Bifla. It seemed that Bifla had improved too. He also felt that Bifla had improved more than Chun Zhao. Don't you feel anything strange? Rooker looked at Chun Zhao and Bifla with sparkling eyes. No, Bifla said calmly. It's very comfortable. Me too. All right. Ruik Dales still held onto the last glimmer of hope. He hoped that Chun Zhao and Bifla's stability was only temporary. But Chun Zhao and Bifla didn't react at all. But at this moment, even though his heart was filled with disappointment, Ruik Des could not show it either. After all, he still needed to rely on the two of them to rescue Madhua Shinji. Now that you've gotten what you want, it's time for you to contribute. Do you have any questions? Of course, it's my pleasure. Killing, this is what I pursue. Bifla's cold expression was as if he was stating a fact. We will depart in an hour. I will gather everyone and move together. Since Ruik Des had made up his mind to start a war with the Swamp Tribe. In that case, this underground base would have to be abandoned. These subordinates who had undergone the experiments would also be completely abandoned. Therefore, there was no need to hide it anymore. He might as well throw himself into this battle. If possible, he naturally hoped to bring as many of his subordinates as possible. However, most of his subordinates were criminals. Basically, they were the type that would die in the light. It would be fine if it was just one or two of them. If a large group of people appeared in public view at the same time, basically, it would directly invite the government's encirclement and suppression. This was also the reason why he kept his subordinates in the underground base for so long. Among these subordinates, many were like Chun Zhao and Baifla. They were even crueler and more bloodthirsty. An hour later, everyone was assembled. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. They seemed to really believe that this would be a feast of slaughter. They did not know who their opponent was this time. They had no idea what was waiting for them. Ruik Des prepared 2 large trucks and let everyone squeeze into the 2 back compartments. However, Chun Zhao and Baifla were exceptions, because they told Ruik Desai if they were squeezed together with these people, they would kill everyone. Therefore, the 2 of them obtained the right to sit in the front passenger seat. Baifla, what do you plan to do? Are you really going to fight for Ruik Des? It's just a fight between 2 forces. Why should we interfere? Besides, the Swamp Tribe is also a strong competitor for our team. Isn't it better to have Ruik Descartes charge for us? All right, I'll listen to you. In fact, that was his plan. Not long after, the 2 trucks sank into the soft mud. They could no longer rely on the vehicles to move forward. Everyone could only get out and move forward. It was a wet and filthy swamp. The feeling of stepping on the soft soil was very good. Even Chun Zhao and Baifla did not like this environment. There were also large patches of grass in the swamp. The grass was even taller than people. Suddenly, someone let out a blood-curdling scream. Ruik Desai turned around and saw that his subordinate had been bitten by a poisonous snake in the grass. Before he could save him, the poison had already taken effect. Everyone apply the snake repellent. Ruik Desai had prepared this beforehand. Even Chun Zhao and Baifla had received the snake repellent. As expected, after applying the drug, the poisonous snakes hiding in the dark all fled the area, even though a large portion of these venomous snakes were controlled. However, this control could not surpass the snake's instinct. The snake repellent would make the user emit an extremely pungent smell. Snakes could not even get close to the user. But in this swamp, they did not only have to face the hidden poisonous snakes. They also had to face the swamp itself. At this moment, someone began to cry for help. I'm stuck in the mud. Help me pull me out. I need help too. Me too. Suddenly, the moonlight in the sky was covered by dark clouds. Chun Zhao and Baifla looked up. They realized that it was not the dark clouds that covered the moonlight, but magic power. The dark clouds in the sky had been created by magic. A few minutes later, it started raining. The snake repellent on everyone was quickly washed away. The swamp race looks pretty strong, Chun Zhao said in a low voice. Of course, none of the teams or individuals who can participate in the Holy Glory battle are simple. That's nothing. The swamp race is proficient in many types of magic. Poison, water, and curse are the most prominent. Looks like Ruik Desai has underestimated the enemy when he brought people to cause trouble. Shouldn't we balance out the strength of both sides? Chapter 22:05. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt many presences appear around the swamp. They were all spiritualists, and there were more than 10 of them. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Chun Zhao turned to look at Baifla in surprise. Looks like it's a trap, Baifla said. A trap? Against us? Or Ruik Des? Of course it's a trap against him. Do you think these people can threaten us? While Chun Zhao and Baifla were talking, Ruik Des was still having a headache over his subordinates. It was raining heavily and the ground was even more muddy. Many venomous snakes were also hiding in the grass, mud, and puddles. At any time, they would bring deadly venom attacks to those who approached them. He didn't realize that he was leading his subordinates into a trap step by step. Ruik Des looked back at Chun Zhao and Baifla. Chun Zhao and Baifla were also drenched in the rain, but they looked very calm. They weren't impulsive or bloodthirsty at all. Suddenly, there was another scream from behind. A huge snake pounced out of the darkness. It bit a person and then retreated into the grass. "It's here," Ruig Des exclaimed inwardly. This exaggerated snake wasn't an ordinary species. They were actually descendants of the swamp race, but they'd all reverted to their ancestors. They couldn't have both human and snake forms like the swamp race. They could only maintain their snake form. But they also had talents that the swamp race didn't have. They were born with venomous fangs and huge bodies. They were also born smarter than ordinary snakes. Usually, the swamp race lived in families. There were 2 adult swamp race couples, 1 or 2 young swamp race members, and the couple's reverted children. Moreover, the number of reverted children far exceeded the number of young children. Sometimes there might not even be a child in a nest of snake eggs. So, when these descendants appeared, it meant that the swamp race had appeared. More and more descendants of atavism appeared in the surroundings. Some of the descendants no longer hid themselves and openly appeared in front of Ruig Dales and the others. Among them, there was a particularly large snake that raised its neck high like a snake king. Just the head of the snake, standing in front of everyone, was already 7 to 8 meters long, and this was not even a third of its length. On top of the snake's head stood a figure. It was a woman, tall and slender, wearing tight clothes. His white hair reached his waist and was extremely eye-catching. "Ruig Des, you really came. Let's settle our scores today." Ruig Des looked up at the person standing on top of the snake's head. "Medusa, are you going to settle old scores with me?" Ruig looked coldly at the white-haired woman. All the swamp tribe called themselves the descendants of Medusa. Therefore, all of the swamp tribe had the surname Medusa. "Shouldn't I? You experimented on my child and caused his tragic death. Don't I have the right to settle the score with you?" Ruig sneered at Medusa. "You were the one who asked me to experiment on your swamp tribe. Have you forgotten? I didn't agree to let you use my child as an experiment." Medusa's tone was full of resentment. "You also didn't say that I couldn't experiment on your child. It's useless to say more. Don't think of leaving here today." "That's good. I happen to lack materials for the swamp tribe. You can add new experimental materials to my lab." Ruig Des shouted, "Do it!" With that, Ruig Des quickly threw out a metal ball. The metal ball exploded before it hit the ground. However, the explosion of the metal ball wasn't very powerful. It couldn't even be killed by ordinary people. Not to mention there were huge groups of monsters here. Medusa, however, sensed danger. She immediately controlled the snake under her feet to dodge. Just as she had expected, the moment the metal ball exploded, countless golden needles shot out. These golden needles pierced the skin of the surrounding snakes, immediately numbing the places they pierced. Medusa immediately remembered that Ruig Des was a very powerful alchemist. The surrounding atavistic progeny collapsed to the ground and became meat on the chopping board. Only the snake under her feet was unharmed. This was mainly due to its almost indestructible skin. The snake under Medusa's feet was her descendant. It had also inherited a portion of Medusa's power. It could petrify its enemies and also its own snake skin. It was one of the very few descendants that could release magic. The snake's huge tail swept across with all its might. More than 10 people were swept away. Ruig Des had dodged in time, so he wasn't swept away. Otherwise, even if it was him, he would have been heavily injured. Ruig Des was very powerful, but he wasn't good at close combat. However, he hadn't come alone this time. "Kill all living creatures here," Ruig Des ordered. At the same time, he glanced at his subordinates. However, after looking around for a while, he couldn't find Chunjiao and Bifla. Damn, where did those 2 asterisks holes go? By now, Medusa's other descendants were already in full contact with Ruig Des' subordinates. Along the way, Ruig Des had lost many people. However, he had seized the opportunity just now and also made Medusa lose many descendants. For now, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. "Looks like the situation isn't in Ruig Des' favor," Chunjiao said. "You've neglected Ruig Des' own power. He doesn't have the advantage in numbers, but he has extraordinary power. He's not easy to deal with." More than 10 snakes wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Other than Chunjiao and Bifla who were watching, The others had already joined the battle. After the modification experiments, Ruik Des' subordinates could be considered half superhumans. Their speed and power had reached heights that humans could never reach. Both sides were losing more and more people. But for Medusa, the casualties of these atavistic children were acceptable. Atavistic children were considered pets in the Swamp Tribe's families, even if they were Medusa's children. But to the Swamp race, these descendants weren't even recognized as members of Iron Gate. Ruik Des didn't care about casualties either. Most of his subordinates were going to be abandoned anyway. So, while they were still useful, Ruik Des didn't mind wasting more subordinates. Chapter 2206. Ruik Des' men and Medusa's heirs were in a chaotic battle. However, it was obvious that Ruik's subordinates were weaker than Medusa's offspring. The snakes were shockingly powerful. They could tear everything apart. On the other hand, Ruik Des had a slight advantage against Medusa. He didn't even need to use other spells. Just the potions were enough to keep Medusa and her offspring at bay. While dealing with Medusa, Ruik Des observed the situation around him. His subordinates kept losing, and if this continued, he would soon become a loner. Chun Zhao and Bifla, whom he had high hopes for, were nowhere to be found. He didn't know that Chun Zhao and Bifla were watching the show from a nearby tree branch. However, Ruik Des sensed that someone else was approaching. Ruik Des' expression changed drastically. It was a trap. Medusa wasn't the only one waiting for him. Someone else was also plotting against him. Plan B, Ruik Des shouted. His remaining subordinates immediately took out a green potion. He'd given this potion to Mato Shinji before, and for this operation, Ruik Des had prepared a copy for everyone. It was prepared for emergencies and could be used as a trump card at a critical moment. After using the potion, the people immediately went berserk. Their strength increased greatly. At first, they were suppressed by the snakes. In the blink of an eye, they had the strength to fight against the snakes. In fact, their strength had even surpassed their opponents. At the same time, Ruik Des' body emitted a black aura of death. He released it in the direction of the uninvited guests. Just then, a strong wind howled in the opposite direction, blowing the aura of death away. Dozens of spiritualists appeared from all directions and surrounded Ruik Des. Ruik Des only recognized a few of them. Most of them were unrelated to him. He hadn't even met them before. A bespectacled man in a suit walked out of the crowd. This spiritualist looked more like an elite in the workplace and not a spiritualist who pretended to be mysterious. Ruik, how have you been? The bespectacled man put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Ruik Des. When you see me, you should know what I want. Give it to me and I'll leave. How would I know what you want? Ruik said indifferently. Ha! Why bother putting on an act? I know that the ring of restlessness is in your hands. What ring of restlessness? I've never even heard of it. Ruik Des continued to deny it. The spiritualists around the suited man were a little suspicious. A few of them looked at the bespectacled man suspiciously. It seemed that they weren't completely in cahoots. They were probably lured here by the bespectacled man using treasures. Do you think you can escape by denying it? Don't be naive. If you don't hand it over today, don't even think about going anywhere. I'll go wherever I want to go. Do you really think that you and that motley crew can stop me? Ruik Des had his own pride, even though he was facing dozens of powerful spiritualists. He didn't flinch either. To be precise, he had no other choice. It was impossible to escape. He might as well fight for his life. These people weren't weak at all, but they were still weaker than Chun Zhao. There were many of them, but they weren't on the same side. Most of them had ulterior motives. They had the same goal, but not everyone could work together. If they could scare them, the spiritualists could easily break through the front line. Chun Zhao and Bifla blended into the crowd. No one noticed their abnormality. What's the ring of restlessness? It's an alchemy product of ancient Egypt. It contains the souls and magic of the 10 most powerful spiritualists of that era. Whoever has the ring of restlessness can control all the spells and magic of that spiritualist. You mean the 10 most powerful spiritualists of that era? The longer the time, the more magic flourishes. The 10 most powerful spiritualists of that era were at least at Lao Zhang's level, right? Wouldn't 10 spiritualists at Lao Zhang's level be the same as invincible? You're thinking too much. A spiritualist at Master Zhang's level is extremely rare in any era. In ancient times, or even in ancient times, there were only a handful of them. Moreover, I'm talking about ancient Egypt. How many people at Master Zhang's level would there be in an ancient Egyptian country? Besides, do you think someone at Zhang Tianchu's level would allow others to imprison his soul in a magical tool? Even the pharaohs back then didn't have that right. Then forget it. It doesn't seem that rare. The function of the Ring of Restlessness is indeed unattractive to you and me. However, before the Ring of Restlessness was infused with the souls of 10 spiritualists, it was already a divine artifact. According to legend, the 3 treasures passed down by the pharaohs were the Eye of Truth, the Anubis Scepter, and the Ring of Restlessness. Then how did it end up in Ruick Dales's hands? How would I know? After ancient Egypt was destroyed, the pharaoh's treasures were split up. It's not surprising that it ended up in someone else's hands. Then what's the use of the Ring of Restlessness? I don't know, Biflis said. At this moment, the situation on the field changed again. The man in glasses pushed Mado Shinji out. Madwa Shinji's body was tied with magic ropes, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the magic ropes. I know what she means to you, the man in glasses said. Give me the Ring of Restlessness, or she'll die in front of you. Finally, Ruick Dales couldn't stay calm anymore. His face darkened. That's not fun, Biflis said. Mado Shinji isn't his daughter, right? Chun Zhao asked curiously. He paid such a huge price and even used all his power. He even knew that there was danger, but he still took the risk. I don't believe that they're not related. Mado Shinji isn't his daughter. She's his heir. Heir? She's just an heir. Is she that important? This kind of heir is very special. Before Mado Shinji was born, her identity was already determined. You're talking about fate? It's not fate. Ruick Des separated a part of his soul when Madwa Shinji's mother was pregnant with her, and then placed it in Madwa Shinji's mother's body. Finally, Madwa Shinji was born. This is also another kind of longevity. What did you know? Very early on, when I saw Ruick Des and Mado Shinji appear in front of me together, I already saw it. Chun Zhao was a little depressed because he hadn't seen anything. Chapter 2207. Ruick Des's face grew colder and colder. Both sides of Madwa Shinji were powerful spiritualists. They could deal with almost any problem. At least, it was almost impossible for Ruick Des to save Madwa Shinji before she was hurt. Do you want the Ring of Restlessness? Sure. Ruick Des took out a golden ring and tossed it casually. The golden ring hovered in the center of the field. The eyes of the dozens of spirit controllers shone brightly. More than a dozen spiritualists reacted quickly and rushed forward to snatch it without hesitation. These spiritualists grabbed the golden ring almost at the same time. Mine. Let go. You're the ones who should let go. This is a divine artifact. Lowly people like you aren't qualified to have it. But the next moment, everyone suddenly realized that their palms couldn't break free from the Ring of Restlessness. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared on the Ring of Restlessness. Damn it, what's going on? Oh no, we've been tricked. Then, the Ring of Restlessness began to move up, and more than a dozen arms were completely bound. The diameter of the Ring of Restlessness was less than 30 centimeters, and it forcibly bound more than a dozen arms. The pain the owners of these arms endured was unimaginable. Save us, my arm. My arm. This wasn't the worst. At this time, the arms of these spiritualists that were bound by the Ring of Restlessness began to disintegrate. Their arms seemed to be dissolving by something, gradually disintegrating and disappearing. This made them even more painful, but they couldn't do anything. Not only were their arms disintegrating, but their magic power was also constantly tilting outwards. And the Ring of Restlessness's goal wasn't just their arms, but their entire bodies. At this time, one of the spiritualists was forcibly pulled into the Ring of Restlessness. The others were frightened. They realized that this ring of restlessness wasn't used to bind them. Instead, it treated them as food. Someone tried to break his arm directly, but not only was the broken arm instantly swallowed, but even the blood that spurted out was also sucked into the ring of restlessness. At the same time, even the blood in his body was extracted. The spiritualists around who weren't bound also tried to rescue them. But in the end, they made no progress, and even they were in great danger. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the dozen or so spiritualists were all devoured by the ring of restlessness. Medusa and the bespectacled man's pupils constricted. Even though they all wanted the ring of restlessness, they didn't dare to touch it at this time. Ruick Des walked in front of the ring of endlessness and caught it. Is this the divine weapon you want? It's right in front of you. Do you dare to take it? You must have the spell to control the ring of restlessness. Hand it over, or I'll kill her now. The bespectacled man placed his palm on Madowa Shinji's neck. Madowa Shinji was anxious and angry, but compared to the spiritualists present, her strength was really not worth mentioning. Ruick Des's expression was cold as he held the ring of restlessness in his hands and placed it behind his head. The ring of restlessness didn't touch Ruick Dorge's. Instead, it hovered vertically at the back of Ruick Dorge's head like a **** hole. At the same time, Ruick's aura began to grow stronger. Moreover, this kind of strength was not the end, but a starting point. Everyone at the scene was moved by this. They all felt the raging waves of magic. Even the bespectacled man took a few steps back unconsciously. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Before Ruick Des kept growing stronger, he suddenly sensed Chun Zhao and Bifla's location. Ruick Des looked at where Chun Zhao and Bifla were. The two were in the crowd of spiritualists, slowly approaching Madowa Shinji. The bespectacled man grabbed Madowa Shinji's neck nervously. Hand over the ring of restlessness and the control spell immediately, or I'll kill her now. But just then, the bespectacled man suddenly felt a chill behind him. The bespectacled man reacted quickly and jumped more than 10 meters away. Madowa Shinji suddenly saw the two spiritualists who were guarding her fall to the ground without warning. Madowa Shinji turned her head and saw Chun Zhao and Bifla standing on either side of her. Mr. Des, please continue. Miss Madowa is safe now. I'll make sure that they won't use her as a bargaining chip to threaten you. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Ruick Des. Glancing at Chun Zhao and Bifla, Ruick Des took a deep breath at the same time. Who are you? The bespectacled man was furious. Originally, with Madowa Shinji in their hands, they were in an invincible position. No matter how strong Ruick Des was, he would eventually lose. Even with so many spiritualists, they couldn't kill Ruick Des. At least with Madowa Shinji, Ruick Des didn't dare to advance recklessly. But it was different now. Madowa Shinji had been kidnapped by two unknown people. Ruick Des's eyes flashed. He couldn't figure out Chun Zhao and Bifla's goal. Previously, Chun Zhao and Bifla hadn't appeared. Now that they'd appeared voluntarily, Ruick Des couldn't understand. Moreover, Chun Zhao and Bifla were standing on either side of Madowa Shinji. This made Ruick Des feel that Chun Zhao and Bifla were up to no good. In fact, Chun Zhao and Bifla had attacked. It wasn't for a fair fight. It was just because Madowa Shinji was a hostage that made Ruick Des feel troubled. As long as Madowa Shinji was held hostage, Ruick Des couldn't use his full power no matter how strong he was. So, Chun Zhao and Bifla decided to get rid of Ruick Des's biggest restriction. He didn't need to be restrained anymore. Ruick Des was suspicious of Chun Zhao and Bifla's goal, but he knew that this wasn't the time to settle scores with them. He had to deal with the enemies on the surface first. Plus, Chun Zhao and Bifla were protecting Madowa Shinji, which made him feel trustworthy. Fom, you don't have any trump cards that can threaten me anymore. What should you do now? The bespectacled man named Fom adjusted his glasses. Even if you don't know, the result won't change. You might be able to defeat any one of us, but you are now facing 6 teams, and you are alone. You have no chance of winning. Really? You think you can turn the situation around with enough people? You think you can win for sure? If you're really confident in beating so many people, you wouldn't be wasting time here, Marfa said coldly. Chapter 2208. Ruig Des laughed angrily. Do you all think so? Mr. Des, I look forward to you turning the situation around. Chun and Bifla wanted to take Mato Shinji away from the center of the battlefield. But the spiritualists clearly didn't intend to let them go so easily. Just then, Bifla pulled out 2 desert eagles out of nowhere. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spiritualists who stood in front of them fell to the ground. Don't block our way. The spiritualists couldn't help but look serious. To be able to kill 3 powerful spiritualists in an instant, no matter what method was used, it was enough to show how powerful the person who did it was. Could ordinary guns really kill 3 spiritualists so easily? No one would have such a ridiculous thought. But Bifla really did it, and it was so easy. Even Ruig Des was surprised. Could it be that the modification experiment really caused such a strange change to the 2 of them? But even so, they couldn't increase the power of the guns, right? No matter how strong their bodies were, they couldn't change the power of the guns. Ruig Des was familiar with the 3 spiritualists who were killed instantly. They should be relatively outstanding spiritualists, but they died very unjustly. They were so easily shot in the head. Could it be that their guns have been modified? And the 3 spiritualists underestimated the enemy? That should be the most reasonable explanation. But even so, the surrounding spiritualists still looked serious. The spiritualists who originally wanted to step forward to stop them couldn't help but take a step back. Obviously, they weren't ready to die. Mato Shinji had been observing the situation ever since she was freed. The appearance of Chun and Bifla was out of everyone's expectations. And Mato Shinji knew how powerful the 3 spiritualists who were killed were. More accurately, how terrifying and strange they were. For Mato Shinji, magic was full of strangeness and uncertainty. But Bifla killed them with the most ordinary gun. This made Mato Shinji a little dazed. Just then, a body shining with golden light blocked in front of everyone. This person looked like his skin was plated with a layer of gold. "Let me try your gun," the golden skin man said. Bifla put down his gun. The golden skin man revealed a proud smile. He seemed to think that his invincible Vajra body had scared the other party. Bifla glanced at Chun. Chun suddenly took a step forward. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Chun punched him in the stomach. The golden skin man clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, spittle flying everywhere. Ruig Des widened his eyes suddenly. How could this be? That was a variant of the enhancers of the West Asian region. It could also be called the metal strengthening system. That person was using the body of gold. Gold itself had an extremely strong resistance to attacks. Furthermore, it had excellent plasticity and toughness. He was extraordinarily strong. However, the metal enhancement spiritualist was killed by Chen's punch. After taking care of this metal strengthening major, Chun Zhao turned to look at Ruig Des. "Mr. Sanders, don't disappoint us." Ruig snorted coldly, but Chen's words still ignited his competitive spirit. Ruig Des's arms hung low, his body rippling with magic power like a raging wave. At this moment, the rain in the sky stopped. The ground quickly began to dry up. A moment ago, it had been a swamp. The next moment, it had become dry and cracked land. A gust of night wind blew, bringing up a cloud of sand. Damn, he's using a super large-scale spell. Everyone was shocked. This was a large-scale spell, which meant that the consequences would be extremely terrifying. The wind grew stronger and stronger, sweeping up waves of sand. The sandstorm obscured everyone's vision. Cough, cough. Bastard. The sandstorm is too strong. We have to leave. Cough. Leave this area, or else we'll all be swallowed by the sandstorm. However, right at that moment, within the range of the sandstorm, figures appeared one after another. These figures were all condensed from the sand. Chun and Bifla stood on a steep slope with Mato Shinji. Apart from Mato, Chun and Bifla watched the battle with the attitude of watching a show. "What spell is this?" "Sand Hell, Sandstorm," Bifla said. "It's a type of ancient Egyptian spell. Nowadays, very few spiritualists can use it. It has a large range, but it's not powerful enough. This spell isn't good at killing. It's used to harass and hinder the opponent's movements," Bifla said. "And you said it's not powerful enough. That's for us. For those guys, it can still cause quite a bit of trouble. Just as Biflis said, the Sandmen began to attack all living things in their range of activity. The ground turned from swamp to sand, and the environment from wet to dry. The ones who were affected the most weren't the spiritualists, but the swamp people and their descendants. The swamp people were used to wet environments, and the desert was the most beautiful place they were unwilling to approach. The large number of Sandmen surrounded the swamp people first. They might not be the strongest, but they were very troublesome. Also, the Sandman's intention wasn't to use this spell to directly cause casualties. His real goal was to stop Day from escaping. But these Sandmen weren't very powerful. Even the lowest level spell could shatter them. But they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. No matter how many times their bodies were shattered, they could always reform and stand up to fight again. No, we can't continue. We have to find a way to get out of this area. The water in my body is quickly evaporating. The true function of this sandstorm area was to constantly absorb the water of all the plants and animals around it. The human body was mostly liquid, so Ruach Des could easily deprive the enemy spiritualists of their water. Most of the time, the human body would store a certain amount of water. But this stored water was easily digested or turned into sweat and evaporated. Once the water content in the body dropped to a certain level, a person's ability to move and think would plummet. It was the same for spiritualists. Once their body felt uncomfortable, their combat power and magic power would decrease. And this was only the first stage. The second stage was when their lives began to be in danger. Once enveloped by the sandstorm, as the water content decreased, the body's functions would decline overall. This was like a dangerous area in a game. Once a player entered a certain area, their health would begin to drop. This spell looks powerful. If I stand in it, the water in my body will also be absorbed. Chapter 2209. Mato Shinji could not hear the conversation between Chun Zhao and Bifla. She was already astonished by Ruach Des' miraculous power. Turning an entire swamp into a desert was something only a god could do. The man in glasses adjusted his glasses, his eyes serious. Trouble. Big trouble. The man in glasses was good at data analysis. He was not a battle-type spiritualist. His magic was similar to finding weaknesses. His brain would operate at high speed and come up with the best plan of action. However, this plan was not the best in the true sense. This was because it was a combination of all known data and factors. If the enemy had hidden or unexposed information and data, the man in glasses would not know and would not be able to integrate it into the plan. This was the situation for the man in glasses. Ruach Des had cast a new spell, one that had never been used before. This caught the man in glasses off guard. He knew Ruach Des and had fought with him many times. However, Ruach Des had never used this spell. Ruach Des should have mastered death magic and alchemy magic. He had never used this ancient spell. All he knew was that this spell wasn't owned by Ruach Des. It was given by the Ring of Restlessness. This made the man's desire for the Ring of Restlessness even stronger. He felt that only he was worthy of the Ring of Restlessness. The Ring of Restlessness, coupled with the magic he had now mastered, could make up for his shortcomings. At the same time, it would show the true power of the Ring of Restlessness. But the first thing he had to face was the power of the Ring of Restlessness. The magic power of 10 of the most powerful spiritualists in ancient Egypt. And the magic they had. Medusa, use your fog magic, hurry. Coit, use heavy rain. Daily, use wind magic to blow in the opposite direction. Terry, Tony, you guys can go all out now. The man in glasses quickly arranged and gave orders. They were all in the stage of water shortage. If they could not solve this problem soon, they might suffer from heat exhaustion. Spiritualists could not get sick. In fact, spiritualists could also get sick in an extremely short and harsh environment. Once they got sick, it would be extremely serious. Even if it was just heat exhaustion, it would be very serious. If a spiritualist fell ill, it could mean that the magic in their body was in disorder. Back then, when Chun Zhao devoured other people's magic power, his magic power became chaotic and he developed a magic allergy. This was the same example. Looks like Ruach Des didn't have an absolute advantage even with the divine artifact. That person is very good at deployment and strategy, Chun Zhao said. Obviously, it was the command of the bespectacled man that stabilized the chaotic situation. The rain suddenly fell from the sky, and at the same time, it was shrouded in dense fog. In the opposite direction of the sandstorm, the strong wind swept up the torrential rain, whistling towards the sandstorm. With the nourishment of the rain, the adverse reactions of the spiritualists were alleviated. The Sandman also melted and disintegrated after coming into contact with the rain. This is not enough, far from enough. Bifla shook his head. The power of the Ring of Restlessness is far greater than this. Sure enough, seeing that the situation was actually stabilized, Ruik Des immediately released a second spell. Voodoo. Disorder. Ruik Des's magic seeped into the dark clouds in the sky. The rain falling from the sky turned purple. Everyone, use your magic shields. Quick, quick, the bespectacled man shouted. Most spiritualists had magic shields, but not everyone had them. When some spiritualists touched the purple rain, they started going crazy and attacking their companions uncontrollably. They had never seen such a large-scale curse before. The bespectacled man's expression was serious. Fardu, use holy light magic to purify the curse on them. It's useless. My holy light purification doesn't work on them. This is an ancient Egyptian pollution curse. Holy light magic is useless against it. I need spiritual purification. Spiritual magic was already very rare, let alone spiritual purification. It was 1 in a million. It was even more impossible for any of them to have such a magic element. What do we do? The bespectacled man was also very lost. Facing his teammates' questions, he didn't know what to do either. He had many plans in his mind, but each plan required a certain price. For example, giving up on the cursed companions. But the consequences were equally severe. If he met these companions on the battlefield, no one would say anything even if he killed them. But now they were on the same side. They weren't enemies. If he used his butcher knife on his companions, then he would be despised by everyone, including his teammates. What should he do? He also wanted to ask someone what to do. In the end, his gaze drifted to where Chun Zhao, Bifla, and Mato Shinji were hiding. In fact, the three didn't intend to hide at all. They just stood on a small slope and looked down at the battlefield. Go and capture those three. They're our only chance, the bespectacled man said. The situation was already very tense, but he still needed to split up some people. The speed at which they captured Chun Zhao, Bifla, and Mato Shinji would determine their success or failure. They're here. Mato Shinji's body immediately tensed. She turned to look at Chun Zhao and Bifla. She realized that one of them was sitting on a rock and the other was leaning against a tree. It was as if they didn't see the people charging up. The first to reach the slope was an enhancement spiritualist. But before he could say his lines, Chun Zhao kicked him and sent him rolling down the slope. Your opponents are over there, not here. If you think you can get an advantage from us, you'll be disappointed. Of course, Chun Zhao's words couldn't dispel their intentions. Therefore, they continued to charge forward aggressively. A fireball shot toward Chun Zhao's face. But before it could touch Chun Zhao, it suddenly disappeared. Mato Shinji's expression changed slightly. Chun Zhao and Bifla were both fighting at close range. No matter how strong they were, Mato Shinji felt that it was natural. But she sharply sensed the disappearance of the fireball. Chun Zhao's abnormality. Cough, cough, Bifla coughed softly. Chun Zhao also realized that he'd made a mistake. It wasn't just Mato Shinji who noticed. In the distance, Ruik Des saw it too. Chun Zhao and Bifla weren't the assassins he thought they were. At least, they weren't just assassins. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 22:10. Instead, Ruik walked toward the slope. Compared to the Glasses Man and the others, it was more dangerous for Mato Shinji to stay with Chun Zhao and Bifla. She would only be truly safe when she was beside him. Mato Shinji also consciously moved away from Chun Zhao and Bifla. You lost. You expose yourself first, Bifla said. Fine. Chun Zhao couldn't deny it, no matter how shameless he was. He had lost this round. The non-elemental constitution had exposed his background. For the Glasses Man, This was an extremely bad situation. Ruik Des alone was already difficult for them to handle. Now, he realized that Ruik Des's two subordinates were also very strong. However, Ruik Des gave up on them. Instead, he turned to Chun Zhao and Baifla. Suddenly, Ruik Des attacked without any warning. His first move was a ray of black light. The black light was a black arrow. The black arrow shot toward Chun Zhao like a bolt of lightning. However, when the black arrow was a few inches away from Chun Zhao, it disintegrated and disappeared. Now, Ruik Des could finally confirm. Chun Zhao wasn't an ordinary person. He was a spiritualist just like him. Who are you? Ruik Des stared at Chun Zhao and Baifla coldly. Guess. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Ruik Des. Ruik Des didn't know who Chun Zhao and Baifla were. However, he naturally thought that Chun Zhao and Baifla were people who had stolen the Endless Loop. It was just that the two had hidden themselves too well. Perhaps they were thinking that the mantis was stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ruik Des snorted coldly and reached out to grab at the void. A flaming spear appeared in his hand. Then, he threw Chun Zhao with all his might. The flaming spear tore through the air. Chun Zhao reached out, and the spear collided with his palm. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a shockwave comparable to a guided missile swept in all directions. However, after the explosion, Ruik Des was shocked to find that Chun Zhao was unharmed. The sun spear that he had confidently thrown actually couldn't harm Chun Zhao at all. This belief was written all over his face. All right, let's go, Baifla said. He could tell that Chun Zhao was getting serious. If Chun Zhao intervened, it would be unfair to either side. Chun Zhao's combat ability was comparable to Zhang Tiany's. If Chun Zhao wanted to attack Zhang Tiany, he would have no objections. But to Ruik Dale's or the Glasses Man's side, it seemed like they were bullying the weak. Mr. Ruik, I had a great time with you. We'll be leaving now. I hope we can meet again. Smiling, Chun Zhao clapped his hands. Narrowing his eyes, Ruik looked at Chun Zhao and Baifla, who had really turned to leave. He was hesitating whether he should stop the two of them. However, before he could make a decision, Chun Zhao and Baifla had already blended into the darkness. It was difficult to find them again. Ruik's eyelids twitched. The strength of those two guys was not to be underestimated. If the two of them joined forces with the bespectacled man and the others to deal with him, he would really be in big trouble. In fact, if Chun Zhao and Baifla hadn't attacked earlier and allowed the bespectacled man and the others to hold Mato Shinji hostage, he would also be helpless. But even though they'd saved Mato Shinji, Ruik didn't think that they had good intentions. He felt that they'd retreated voluntarily because he'd discovered their identities. They'd retreated not because they had no ill intentions, but because they couldn't do anything to him. Nevertheless, their departure was a good thing for Ruik Dales. This way, he could focus on the bespectacled man and his accomplices. Of course, this time, he wouldn't let anyone threaten Mato Shinji's safety. Baifla, what do you think is going on with Mato Shinji and Ruik Dales? The world pursues immortality. In the magic era, magic was what they researched, or technology is what they are researching now. But no matter what method they use, the goal is the same. For example, I'm a good example. By seizing the physical body of others, I can continue on the spiritual level. Baifla said, actually, the reproduction of living things is also a way of extending oneself. It's also a way of extending oneself, but Ruik Des is different. He uses an even more unconventional method of extending himself. In the supernatural world, this method is called soul reproduction, and this method is actually very different from the most common method of reproduction between the sexes in nature. The process of soul reproduction is more complicated, and at least from a technical point of view, most people can't do this. Then how exactly do you do it? How would I know? I've never learned this kind of magic. There are probably less than 10 people in the world who know it, and probably only Ruik Dales dares to claim to be proficient in it. That rare? Is it very difficult to learn? It's not because it's difficult, but because the origin of soul reproduction is the magic system of ancient Egypt. Eunuchs didn't first appear in China but in ancient Egypt. Because eunuchs served the pharaohs, they could be said to be their spokespersons. They had very high power and status, but because they couldn't reproduce, the spell of soul reproduction was born. To put it simply, spiritualists back then created soul reproduction to serve the powerful class of eunuchs. When they returned to the hotel, Chun Zhao and Bifla hurried back to their rooms. After all, they'd lived under the graveyard for 2 days. It wasn't a good feeling. After washing up, Chun Zhao knocked on Bifla's door in a relaxed manner. At the same time, Chun Zhao tossed a prepared gift box on Bifla's table. "This is what I lost to you." Chun Zhao and Bifla didn't have a bet. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was willing to admit defeat in this competition. "Do you want to go eat something together?" Bifla happily accepted Chun Zhao's invitation. In the restaurant, Chun Zhao and Bifla chose a seat by the window. Because of the time, there was no one in the restaurant at the moment. But in a 5-star hotel, all the shops were open 24 hours a day. However, the restaurant looked rather empty. Apart from Chun Zhao and Bifla, there were only 2 waiters working overtime to serve them. Bifla opened the gift box and glanced at it. "Is this a dragon eye?" "What breed?" Bifla asked. The dragon eye had gone through simple magic processing. It had originally been dozens of centimeters long, but now it was only the size of 2 fingers. "Black dragons," Chun Zhao said. This thing wasn't valuable to Chun Zhao, but to other people, and even Bifla, it was a very rare treasure. Bifla didn't reject it hypocritically. Without another word, he closed the box and put it away. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Chapter 22:11. What's up with your super perception? This was Chin's only motive for Bifla. Over the past few days, Chun Xin had been studying Bifla. You want to know what method or magic Bifla used to obtain such a powerful perception. Bifla closed the gift box and tossed it back to Chun. "This isn't enough. What do you need?" "Shang-Qing realm perception," Bifla said. "You have a big appetite, but I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Although your magic is very rare, I can still find other people or similar methods. However, there are only a handful of people in this world who have mastered the Shang-Qing state, and each of them has their own unique insights. Everyone's insights are priceless, so I'm the one who's at a disadvantage." Bifla wasn't in a hurry to speak, even though he desired it very much. However, he still didn't speak. Whoever spoke first would be more important to the person. The price he would have to pay would be greater. Chin also cupped his fists and held his chin. He quietly waited for Bifla's reply. Bifla had the same attitude. After a while, Bifla finally spoke first. "How about this? Other than telling you the trick of the perception spell, I'll promise you one more thing. As long as it doesn't endanger the fire worship sect, you can ask for anything. It'll be valid forever," Bifla said. "I'll be there whenever you need me." It was already rare for someone as proud as Bifla to promise to be there whenever he was called. Chun rubbed his chin and considered Bifla's condition. Given Bifla's personality, this condition should be his bottom line. If Chun rejected it, he wouldn't ask for a greater price. Chun thought about it and said, "Sure. Remember your words. I'll be there whenever you call me." "I've never gone back on my promise," Bifla said calmly. "That's for the best." Chun nodded. Bifla had a large business. Chun wasn't afraid that he would go back on his words. "My Shang-Qing realm is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to obtain a small world, which is also a domain," Chun said. "The small world is actually one with the entire world. When I obtained the small world, I felt that the entire world was actually a giant's meridians." Chun didn't hide anything. He told Bifla everything. Bifla was like a studious student. He greedily absorbed the knowledge Chun gave him. Only when Jin was done did Bifla speak up and ask his own question. "Why do you think that the heaven and earth patterns are meridians?" This should have something to do with my undergraduate profession. I'm a medical student. My first instinct was that it was meridians. There's no direct evidence. Bifla nodded, acknowledging Chin's answer. Then Bifla asked more questions. As a spiritualist below the Shang-Qing realm, Bifla could not really feel or understand it. However, this did not hinder his harvest. Some things could only be obtained through accumulation. For example, an epiphany. Although the epiphany happened in an instant, it still required a lot of sacrifices. A baby cannot suddenly understand quantum mechanics. In order to master those obscure things, one must first have a huge reserve of knowledge. It was the same with magic. Are you satisfied with my comprehension? Bifla nodded. Very satisfied. This is an unexpected harvest. Just like how Chen wouldn't hide his enlightenment. Bifla wouldn't purposely say that it was worthless just to lower the price. Then it's my turn, Bifla said. What's your understanding of perception? Perception is more like the feedback of the senses. Ordinary senses consist of 5 senses: hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell. Spiritualists have one more. Through the release of magic power, they gain super senses. Bifla nodded. I don't need to explain your basic knowledge. Both you and I rely on super senses. Even your little world is a type of super senses. My perception is actually super senses, not magic. How is that possible? I feel that my little world's coverage is already larger than old Zhang's and 23rd Gen's combined. How can your super senses cover a larger area than mine? This is what I'm going to say next, Bifla said. Actually, there's another name for ESP, Bifla said. It's called psionic sense. Just like what you said, psionic sense is the release of magic power and then feedback to the body to sense the changes in the outside world or certain information. This kind of psionic sense is very similar to radar. Chen nodded and didn't interrupt Bifla's explanation. My trick is to dilute the mana and then disperse it. For example, a square kilometer needs 100 mana coverage to be able to sense it clearly. I divide this square kilometer into a square and then place a small amount of mana in the 4 corners of the square. The mana in these 4 corners interacts and outlines a radar network. Wait, let me think. Chun interrupted Bifla's explanation and fell into deep thought. After a while, Chun spoke again. So you're saying that most spiritualists and I have the wrong way of sensing? I can't say that it's completely wrong. It's just that you haven't found the trick and technique. Also, to most spiritualists, their sensing range is very limited. The difference between 5 and 10 square meters is meaningless. They rely more on sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch to sense the world. You and I are different. We have magic power that is hundreds or even thousands of times greater than normal spiritualists. That's why the difference in perception is reflected. Bifla paused for a second before continuing. Also, although my distributed sensing method can cover a wider area, it also has a shortcoming, which is that my perception isn't very clear. It's like the pixel ratio of a phone's camera function from 20 years ago, and your little world perception is the pixel ratio of a phone's camera function from 20 years later. I understand. It's sacrificing clarity in exchange for sensing limit. That's right. That's the logic. As long as you master this method, your sensing range can increase by dozens of times. If I have enough magic power, I can sense the entire city, right? Theoretically, of course, but do you have that much magic power? Chapter 22:12. On the other side, Ruik Des had also left the swamp with Mato Shinji. Mr. Des, why did they threaten you with me? Mato Shinji asked. Because you are my daughter. Ruik Des did not look at Mato Shinji, but walked forward. Mato Shinji's footsteps stopped, and she stood in place with a stunned expression. She looked at Ruik Des's back in a daze. This is impossible. We are completely different. Nationality, hair color, even our appearance. Although they were both white, they were not completely of the same race. Mato Shinji was more inclined to the Eastern European race, while Ruik Des was obviously of Latin American descent. It was impossible for anyone to think that they were father and daughter. We are not father and daughter in the traditional sense. Ruik Des stopped and turned his head. I've never wanted you to know about this. You're just a continuation of me. We're not related by blood, so you don't have to take it to heart. How can I not take it to heart? One day, someone suddenly told me that he was my father. No one would not mind, Madoa Shinji said emotionally, and even her voice was a lot louder. For you, there will be no change. Ruik Des's tone was still calm. I'm not asking for any change now. I just want to know the truth. You are the child of my soul, Ruik Des said. I don't understand. You can think of it as another way to reproduce. What about my original parents? They are your parents, Ruik Des said. And my relationship with you is not accurate to say that we are father and daughter. It is more like a relative and also my heir, provided that you are willing. You mean I will inherit your identity in the future? Or your magic? Everything, including my identity. But I don't know magic at all. Just not now. As my relative, you have the same talent as me. Then can I be stronger than those two guys? Yes, Ruik Des said. What should I do? Those two guys were completely modified and even succeeded. Although they themselves are very special, I still managed to obtain a lot of data from their modifications. As long as there are enough materials, I can concoct an even more perfect enhancement potion. This is also what you need now. Stronger and safer. Will I be able to surpass them after undergoing the modification experiment of the perfect enhancement potion? No, they're like me. We're both spiritualists. If we only surpass them in terms of strength, we won't be able to defeat them. Ruik Des said, if you want to surpass them, you can only surpass them in all aspects, in both strength and magic. But I don't have any magic foundation right now. As long as you are prepared, you can gain magical power at any time. Where did the magic power come from? You and my ancestors. Before you and me, there were many servants of the Pharaoh who, like me, passed down their inheritance as relatives. In the future, you will also pass down your inheritance in the same way. They also left behind a lot of property, and only you, as a relative, are qualified to see it. Ruik Des said. Madwa Shinji quickly accepted her identity. She did not reject this identity. On the contrary, she felt that this identity was easier to accept. At the same time, it made her even more happy. She was finally no longer just an ordinary person. She could stand next to Ruik Dales in a more intimate capacity. Now, I'll take you to the new base to rest. Tonight, I'll show you the real world of magic, a world that only exists in fantasy. Wendy, are you ready? Zhang Tianyi came to Wendy's side. Wendy opened his eyes lazily and nodded slightly. He looked tired and sleepy, as if he hadn't had enough sleep. Then let's start the second trial, Zhang Tianyi said. I hope the lunatics from the Hermit Order won't appear. They will appear, Wendy said. Their plan is very simple, Wendy said. They pretended to be clever and misled us, hoping that we would mistakenly think that their goal was the manufacturing method of the Anubis construct. In fact, their goal was the Star of Brilliance and to create chaos. Are you sure their goal is the Star of Brilliance and not to mislead us again? It's not difficult to guess their goal. Everyone knows that the Star of Brilliance is in my hands, and a few years ago, the chairman of the Hermit Order met with an accident while modifying himself, causing his mana source to collapse. Now that he needs a new mana source, the Star of Brilliance is their only choice. If that's the case, why don't you leave the Star of Brilliance with me for now? I guarantee that no one will be able to take it away. Wendy glanced at Zhang Tianyi, then silently closed his eyes and said nothing else. Stingy. Zhang Tianyi curled his lips. Wendy did not continue the conversation. If the item was left with Zhang Tianyi, no one would be able to take it away. But the problem was, would he return it to him? That was the ancient god artifact, the Star of Brilliance. It possessed unlimited mana, and the user could even have a small world similar to a domain. To anyone, it was a priceless treasure. That was why Wendy would never leave it with Zhang Tianyi for safekeeping. From a certain point of view, Zhang Tianyi was even more of a bastard than those lunatics from the Hermit Order. Forget it, I'll deal with those bastards from the Hermit Order. You just need to focus on the second trial. As long as you're by my side, the people from the Hermit Order won't appear, and the most likely method they'll use is to lure you away from me, then ambush me. Then what do you think? If they want to lure the tiger away from the mountain, then let's do as they wish. That's too risky. Even if you're strong, you're still not strong enough, Zhang Tianyi said. As the world's #1 alchemist, Wendy's strength was unquestionable. Even if he wasn't an expert in combat, his level was still there. Dealing with a bunch of elementary school students wasn't a problem. As long as it wasn't Zhang Tianyi or the 23rd generation, Wendy was confident that he could go against the people from the Hermit Order. And even if he couldn't win, he couldn't be defeated either. Wendy was first and foremost a spirit controller, so most spells that could cause diseases and curses would be ineffective against him. Not to mention, he still had the Star of Brilliance. Chapter 22:13. Why can't I sense further with your method? Chen Zhao asked, confused. At most, I can sense 10 times the range. Any further, and it'll get messed up. It seemed that Chen Zhao's perception range had increased by 10 times. It seemed like a huge range, but in reality, it only increased by 2 times. Compared to Bifla's perception, the difference was too huge. Back then, Bifla could see everything that happened more than 10 kilometers away. Chen Zhao couldn't help but wonder if Bifla had told him the real trick. This is a normal person's world, Bifla said. There are thousands of them in every square kilometer. When their auras are mixed together, they'll mess up your magic power. So, it's already very impressive that your perception range increased by 10 times. I'll take that as a compliment. Bifla glanced at Chen Zhao. He didn't play along with his narcissism. Instead, he continued, I can sense a wider range because I'm in the desolate market. There aren't many normal people to disturb me. There are at most a few spiritualists in a square kilometer. Their auras are more obvious and easier for you to sense. In other words, the trick of this perception spell is that normal people are more hidden and harder to detect, while spiritualists are easier to detect. You can say that. Of course, if there aren't many, you can still sense them. But if you want to use this spell to find a normal person in a certain range, it'll be very difficult. When will the desolate market open again? I plan to try it in the market. Tonight. Bifla glanced at the time. There's less than 3 hours until the second opening. Just then, Bifla's phone rang. After a call, Bifla put down the phone and said, Our tickets have been changed. What do you mean? The first ticket to the Wasteland Fair was to use the blood of those criminal groups to open the entrance. This time, to open the entrance, we need the blood of a specific target. A specific target? The organizer found a group of professional killers in Istanbul. We need to find and kill them, and then extract their blood. I'm starting to suspect that the organizers are using us to kill their targets, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. I hope they won't ask us to kill some politician. You said that the organizers are using us to gain some benefits. I don't doubt that. Anyway, they have a history of doing that, Bifla said. But do you think they really dare to let us kill some politicians? Let's not talk about whether we can do it or not. As long as they dare to make this request, they will probably enter the hunting blacklist first. The 3 chairmen of Holy Glory all have big families and businesses. They don't have the courage to joke around with their family business. But how do we find the assassins you mentioned? Do you have any clues? Kelly had always believed that flags shouldn't be raised randomly. Take herself, for example. Back then, she thought that she had accumulated enough money to retire from the assassin world. But in reality, she rested for 2 years, and then all her savings were depleted. In the past, she had only calculated the consumption power of ordinary people. She had obviously underestimated her desire to buy. With her vision from 2 years ago, the money she had saved up was definitely a huge sum. But today, 2 years later, she found that the prices of goods were really fucking expensive. Even a supercar could make her bankrupt. This forced her to return to the world. This time, she came to Istanbul because she had received a mission. The reward for this mission was very, very generous. It was so generous that she could rest for a few years after this mission. Of course, compared to the generous reward for revenge. The difficulty of this quest could be considered epic. She also heard that many assassins had come to Istanbul. They were all here for this mission. 2 young girls followed behind Kelly. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were underage. They were already professional killers. The 2 girls had been in the industry for at least 3 years. Of course, for famous assassins like Kelly, they were still low-level assassins. Nominally, they were Kelly's assistants and followed her. But in reality, their main function was to follow her. For example, carrying luggage was their main task. Miss Kelly, please wait for us. The 2 followers hurriedly followed Kelly's footsteps. Kelly left in a carefree manner. Other than her handbag, she had nothing else with her. On the other hand, the 2 young girls were dragging 7 or 8 stacked suitcases. Kelly acted like she didn't hear the 2 girls' voices. She continued to walk with a murderous look. Hurry up, After all, we are not the only team for this mission. There are quite a few other teams who have accepted this mission. Why did I agree to bring you guys here? Kelly had started to regret it. Although they were quite good followers, in Kelly's eyes, they were still a burden. But in Kelly's eyes, they were still a burden. Suddenly, Kelly stopped and took off her goggles. Suddenly, Kelly stopped and took off her sunglasses. There were two people sitting on the waiting chairs in front of her. One of them looked like a person from Central Asia. The other one left a deep impression on Kelly. Even the person who changed Kelly's life plan. The man with the strange power. Just then, the man noticed Kelly's gaze. He turned around and looked at Kelly. "Miss Kelly, is that man greeting you? Looks like he's attracted by Miss Kelly's beauty." Chen Zhao was also surprised to see Kelly here. However, after a moment of daze, he felt that it was natural. Chen Zhao waved at Kelly. "Miss Kelly, let me go get rid of him," one of the girls said. However, Kelly walked straight to Chen Zhao as if she didn't hear her. "Hi, Kelly, long time no see." Bifla looked Kelly up and down. "Is this woman a killer?" Kelly looked at Bifla in surprise, and then at Chen Zhao. There was a questioning look in her eyes. "Chen, I didn't expect to see you here." "I didn't either," Chen Zhao said, smiling. "Did you come to Istanbul for sightseeing or work? Are you waiting for someone here?" "I'm participating in an event," Chen Zhao said calmly. "The organizer found a group of killers for me and my colleagues to kill." Kelly's hair stood on end. Her limbs were completely cold. "Chun, is that true? If I were you, I'd buy a plane ticket and run right now." Chapter 22:14. "Who are you? How dare you talk to Miss Kelly like that?" The two girls behind Kelly jumped out and pointed at Chen Zhao. He pointed at Chen Zhao and shouted. It seemed that he was still too young and arrogant. "Miss Kelly, are they in the same line of work as us? Do you want me to kill them now?" Kelly rubbed her forehead. "This is none of your business. Leave." The two girls were still unwilling. They glared at Chen Zhao and Bifla. "Then what are you doing here?" Kelly looked at Chen Zhao. "Hunting. You're one of our prey. Of course, due to our past relationship, I'll let you live." "Are you serious?" "Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? What if I reject your request?" Kelly's body tensed up. She didn't know what Chen Zhao would do. She even felt that there was something wrong with the information Chen Zhao had provided. They were all assassins. Professional assassins. And the best kind. What kind of person would treat them as prey? Wasn't he afraid of shooting himself in the foot? "Since you don't want to leave, it's better to die in my hands than in someone else's hands. Don't you think so?" Kelly's expression darkened. She aimed her bag at Chen Zhao. "What do you think is in my bag?" The two girls also took out their weapons. One of the girls took out a transparent and thin metal wire. If it was wrapped around someone's neck, it could cut open their throat. Moreover, it could easily be taken through security. The other girl used a hair clip. With a few folds, her hair clip turned into a sharp dagger. It wasn't made of metal, but in terms of damage, it was no different from a metal dagger. They were young, but they'd been in the industry for at least 3 years. They were used to killing. They were also very familiar with their jobs. "Chun, I don't really want to be your enemy, but that doesn't mean I'll let myself be captured." Chen Zhao looked at Kelly, wondering if he should just kill her. After all, Kelly was the first person who'd made him experience death. After that, no one could bring him to the brink of death. Of course, if it was the current Chen Zhao, he'd probably make her taste like a human can. But it had been a long time. Chen Zhao didn't have any other feelings for Kelly. What's more, they even had a conversation after that. At least, Chen Zhao didn't treat her as an enemy. He didn't want her to be treated like a human can. "Fine, this is my advice to you. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. Also, there's nothing in your bag, so you don't have to pretend in front of me." Chen Zhao shrugged. "Chun, if you don't want to kill them, let's change targets. I found 2 more prey. They just came out of the airport," Bifla urged. "Well, I wish you a pleasant holiday in Istanbul." Chen Zhao got up and left with Bifla. Kelly and her 2 minions got into the rental car. "Miss Kelly, why didn't you let us kill those 2 guys directly? You guys can't beat him, even if I join you." Kelly calmly said, "Also, don't release your murderous aura so easily, especially to strangers. You don't know what you're facing." Kelly's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. She reached out and turned the rearview mirror slightly. "Miss Kelly, what's wrong? We're being followed." Kelly's expression changed slightly. She didn't turn around directly because she didn't want the people in the car behind to know that they'd already discovered that they were being followed. We're being followed? Is it those two guys? I told you that they're up to no good. They must have thought that there were too many people at the airport, so they waited until we left before following us. Hiss, hiss. Just then, the playback function in their car suddenly emitted an electric noise. Then, a human voice came from the function. Bugs, we're glad that you've entered our hunting ground. Now, you can enjoy the process of being hunted. The sound coming from the player carried a strong electric current, which made people very uncomfortable to listen to. Miss Kelly, this is it a prank? Suddenly, Kelly realized that all the cars on the road had disappeared. The entire road was pitch black. Not a single car could be seen. This should be the main road between the airport and the city. There should be no cars here. Moreover, there were many cars in front and behind them. Why did all the cars suddenly disappear? Even the car that was following them had disappeared. Now, please turn right at the intersection ahead. I prepared a place for you there. The noisy electric noise came from the player again. Idiot. Does this guy really think we'll listen to him? As they spoke, they saw an intersection in front of them. The three in the car obviously didn't plan to turn into that intersection. But at this moment, the three in the car suddenly heard a dull sound. Flat tire. The girl in the driver's seat didn't have time to react before the car lost control and rushed into the intersection. Damn it. Brake. Brake. Hit the brake. After twisting and turning for more than 30 meters, the car finally stopped after crashing into the guardrail. Ivily, you're too slow. You should have hit the brake when the tire burst. Caroline, I already hit the brake, but there was no response. What do we do now? Call someone to pick us up. Kelly took out her phone, but there was no signal at all. Do you have signal on your phones? Mine isn't. Mine isn't either. Let's go to the intersection and wait for the passing cars. Intersection. The three turned in the direction of the intersection, but they realized that it was a straight road. There was no intersection at all. What's going on? Didn't the car just pass the intersection? Why can't we see the intersection? Kelly frowned. She faintly sensed that something was amiss. Let's go back. Kelly immediately made a decision. Then what about our luggage? Leave it here first. When we return to the city, find someone to help us take it. For now, bring your weapons. At this moment, the two girls had no choice but to follow behind Kelly. But after walking for a long time, there was still no intersection. They were still on a straight road. Apart from the dense forest, there were no other cars or buildings along the way. Chapter 22:15. They didn't know how long they'd been walking, but they still didn't see anyone. There wasn't even a car along the way. This abnormal situation made their hearts skip a beat. Miss Kelly, do you know what's going on? Kelly's expression had always been very serious, because she suspected that it was Chun Zhao or someone like him who was behind this. Plus, Chun Zhao had already said it. They'd been tricked into becoming prey. Kelly recalled how she'd met Chun Zhao. She'd shot Chun Zhao in the head and then miraculously revived. Moreover, he'd ordered a terrifying monster to attack her. From then on, Kelly knew that there was something in this world that she couldn't understand. Clearly, Chun Zhao was one of those who couldn't understand. What they were going through now was probably also something they couldn't understand. Chun Zhao was still a suspect, but he wasn't very likely. At least, Kelly didn't think it was Chun Zhao through her analysis. Kelly hadn't interacted with Chun Zhao much, but she had a certain level of understanding. If Chun Zhao really wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have to be so sneaky. He definitely had the ability to end it directly. Even now, Kelly still couldn't understand Chun Zhao's strange methods. She couldn't break or block it. What should she do? This was a very heavy question. If she and her two followers encountered someone like Chun Zhao, how would she deal with it? Just then, a strange ringtone came from Kelly's phone. It was a bone-chilling laugh. Kelly was sure that her phone definitely hadn't been set to such a creepy ringtone. But now, her phone really made such a sound. Kelly picked up her phone. There was still no signal on the screen. Evelyn and Allor both came over. Kelly looked at the caller ID. After a moment of hesitation, she still picked up the hands-free call. Hee hee, are you guys lost? The strange voice she'd heard in the car came again. Who are you? Kelly asked. You don't have the right to know my identity. You can only do as I say now. Otherwise, You'll be forever trapped on that endless path. All three women heard what the person on the phone said. The three girls looked at each other. The path will always come to an end. There's no path that can't be reached. Huh, do you really think so? If that's the case, then our conversation ends here. You could die of exhaustion on that road. Wait, what do you want us to do? Kelly asked immediately. If they continued on this path, they might really break down. As a matter of fact, Kelly was only pretending to be calm. In fact, she was very frustrated. However, with her two followers by her side, she couldn't show it. At this moment, they were suppressing their emotions. Their mental fortitude was not as good as Kelly's. Therefore, all the agitation and uneasiness were written on his face. If they didn't change, they might go crazy first. Therefore, she would rather choose to face danger now. It was not an unchanging silence. About a kilometer in front of you, there's a turning path. Follow the path, and you will soon meet your opponents. Opponent? Do you want us to kill them? If you can do it, then go ahead and kill them. If we kill our opponents, will they let us go? If I'm satisfied with your performance, it's not impossible to let you go. Another turning path. They didn't have a good impression of turning paths. However, at this moment, they could only accept this condition. Soon, they saw the turning path. It was a path leading into the forest. The path was very muddy and difficult to walk on. However, the three of them didn't care about the path under their feet. Instead, they were vigilant of their surroundings. However, after walking for half an hour, there was nothing except for the forest getting deeper and deeper. There's nothing here. Caroline was very tired now. At the same time, her emotions were almost at their limit. However, in the next moment, a black shadow flashed past. It flew over Caroline's head. Before Kelly and Evelyn could react, Caroline fell to the ground. Her head fell to the ground. Her young life was gone forever. The black shadow didn't disappear. Instead, it landed not far away. It was a creature that looked like a lizard. Its slender and slimy body was about 4 to 5 meters long. However, it only had a pair of forelimbs and no hind limbs. However, it was very mobile. Its forelimbs were also very thick and long, even thicker than its main body. Its claws were incomparably sharp. It used its claws to cut off Caroline's head. Its two claws grabbed onto the tree branches on both sides and propped its body up. Under the night sky, the creature's body flickered with an unsettling light. A terrifying growl came from its bloody mouth. Evelyn was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. She pointed at the two-legged monster in horror. The two-legged monster suddenly turned around, its slender tail sweeping towards Evelyn. Evelyn watched as the two-legged monster's tail stabbed towards her. However, her legs didn't react at all, as if she couldn't control them. Suddenly, Evelyn was pulled to the ground by a force. Kelly had already tackled Evelyn to the ground. At the same time, she pulled out her gun and fired 2 shots at the two-legged monster. The bullets hit the two-legged monster's body. The two-legged monster screamed in pain and hurriedly dodged. Kelly's mood didn't improve. Her gun had only made the two-legged monster feel pain. She didn't truly injure it. That kind of despairing body, strength and speed that far surpassed that of humans. Add to that its beast-like movement and defense that couldn't be damaged by guns. From there, it created an undefeatable monster. How are they going to defeat this monster? Miss Kelly, Caroline is dead. That monster will eat us all. We will die here. Evelyn's current performance was like that of an ordinary young girl. In fact, she was indeed a young girl. She had killing skills that ordinary girls didn't have. However, her mental fortitude wasn't much better than ordinary people. Her previous arrogance and calmness were merely a feeling of superiority brought about by her past experiences. When she faced an enemy that wouldn't care about her past, all of her arrogance would be gone. Calm down. If you really want to become like Caroline, you can just shout and scream. Chapter 22:16. Just then, the two-legged monster dashed out of the darkness again. Kelly suddenly threw something. The two-legged monster opened its mouth and bit. The next moment, the two-legged monster's head exploded. Kylie felt like she was about to collapse. Evelyn was shocked and pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Kelly to destroy the two-legged monster so easily. Even Kelly didn't expect it herself. Her unexpected attack had actually achieved an unexpected result. However, she only had one grenade. After all, it was not easy to bring this thing on the plane. Moreover, some of the ingredients were disguised with powder. This was Kelly's trump card, but it could only be used once. She didn't have a second powder. Evelyn, can you stand up? Evelyn was still in a state of panic, but at least she could stand up. She also knew that Kelly wouldn't give in to her. If she lost her ability to move, Kelly would abandon her at the first opportunity, because they were both killers. They knew each other's attitude and habits. Just then, Kelly suddenly moved and dashed into the depths of the forest. A figure in the depths of the forest saw Kelly and rushed over. He turned and ran, but he couldn't catch up to Kelly. Kelly threw herself at the man and knocked him to the ground. The person wanted to resist, but Kelly stuffed the muzzle into the person's mouth. Try moving another one and see. It was only then that Kelly saw the man's face clearly. It was a man in his 30s who looked ordinary. If he were on the street, he wouldn't attract anyone's attention. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," the man mumbled in fear. "You're the one who trapped us here, right?" Kelly's eyes glinted fiercely. "What are you talking about?" The man looked confused. "I'm trapped here too." "You too?" The man nodded. "Me too." "Pa." Kelly only thought for a moment, and the next moment, she gave the man a slap. "I remember your voice. Even though you changed your pitch through voice changing, a person's voice wouldn't change. It's you." Kylie snorted coldly. The man panicked even more. He didn't expect that the woman he saw as his prey and toy would actually take the initiative. Not only did they kill his pet, but they also took him hostage. "If you kill me, you'll never be able to leave this place." The man no longer hid his intentions and threatened them directly. Kelly laughed. A threat from someone who was being held hostage was the funniest thing in the world. Bang! After a gunshot, Kelly shot through the man's left thigh. Up! The man screamed and tried to cover his bleeding thigh. This shot also made Kelly understand that these special people were not completely invulnerable to firearms. She had been worried that everyone would be like Chun Zhao. To be able to stand up after having his head blown off, and still in perfect condition, she could just shoot herself in the head. "I have plenty of ways to make you talk, and I have enough time," Kelly said calmly. "What do you want?" The man gave in directly. He had never been a warrior. Even in battles, he was used to hiding behind the scenes and using small tricks to obtain victory. So, when the pain came, his sense of superiority toward ordinary people instantly disappeared. "I want to know everything," Kelly said. "Your goal, and whether my mission this time is a trap. Since you already know, why ask?" The man tried to reply calmly. However, the pain in his thigh made it hard for him to calm down. "I want to know more," Kelly said with a dark expression. "You're the prey of those important people, and this is all a game to them. No one can treat me as prey. If they think this is a game, I'll make them pay," Kelly said decisively. At this moment, her heart was filled with endless anger. "Huh? Do you really think that you could defeat those important people just because you beat me?" "That's enough," Kelly said coldly. "I'm just a pawn. To put it bluntly, I'm just an errand boy. My ability is nothing before those important people. I'm an assassin. I have plenty of ways to kill someone." Kelly was also very confident in her abilities. "This method might work against a normal spiritualist like me," the man said, "but it's far from enough to deal with your targets. Tell me everything you know. Tell me first, how did you know I was here?" the man said, unwilling to give up. "Huh? Do you really think you're good at hiding? It seems that you've underestimated an assassin's senses. When we were on the road, I already sensed your existence, but I couldn't lock onto your location. I only confirmed your location when I saw that two-legged monster." Then, the man gave up and told them everything he knew. Kelly and Evelyn stood there, listening to the unfamiliar story quietly. It turned out that Chun Zhao was telling the truth. They were really prey. The situation was even more dangerous than she'd thought. "Ms. Kelly, let's go." Evelyn only wanted to escape. She didn't want to face those monsters. She didn't want to face the incomprehensible power. Escape? Do you think you can escape? You're all marked. You can't escape from this city. "What mark?" We don't have any. Of course you can't see the mark, but it's obvious to spiritualists like us. Where? What did it get on us? Since you left the customs, how do we erase the mark? It can't be erased. At least I can't do it. So you're saying that as long as we have the mark, no matter where we hide, we can't avoid being killed? That's right. Is there really no other way? Kelly pressed the gun against the man's forehead when she asked this question. If he said no, Kylie would pull the trigger. The man also felt Kelly's murderous intent. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "There's a way. Hide in the Wasteland Market." Wasteland Market? What's that? It's a training ground for spiritualists, but also a battlefield. Chapter 22:17. How do we get there? Kelly asked. Revenge and whatnot could be done any time. But this was definitely not the time. Even in this situation, Kelly's mind was still clear. The marks on their bodies were as clear as the navigation coordinates. Under such circumstances, their greatest advantage would also be gone. Facing those big shots head-on at this time. That wouldn't be bravery. It would be stupidity. "I can take you there," the man said. He wouldn't say the location directly, just in case Kylie killed him after using him. He could also think of a way to escape or control the situation on the way. "Ivory, take off your collar." The man looked up at Ivory. The little girl wore a unique necklace around her neck. There was an electronic signal flashing in the middle of the pendant. It looked like some kind of electronic device. Ivory took off the pendant and put it directly around the man's neck. "What's this? Haven't you seen the movies where the villains always use electronic bombs to threaten the hostages?" The man wanted to muster up his courage to mock Kelly and show that he didn't believe it was a bomb. But thinking of her identity, he immediately backed down. They were assassins. Blood dripped onto an obscure magic circle. The magic circle raised a magic door. It wasn't Mato Shinji's first time encountering magic, but she was still surprised. No matter how many times she saw it, this scene would still be unbelievable. Ruik Des dropped the corpse of the assassin in his hand. This corpse was the last of its value. "You can go in now." After getting Ruik Des's permission, Mato Shinji stepped into the magic door. The next moment, the world turned upside down and the stars moved. When Mato Shinji opened her eyes again, the whole world had changed dramatically. A moment ago, it was still a seductive night. The next moment, it was half white. They were originally in an abandoned temple, but now they appeared on the rooftop of a building. Ruik Des followed closely behind. "Mr. Des, where is this?" "This is the Desolate Market. Very soon, you will witness the battle between the top spirit controllers. These spirit controllers are the most outstanding among the spirit controllers below the age of 45 in the spirit world. In the future, they will also be your competitors or enemies." "Mr. Des, I don't know any magic yet. They're already the best spiritualists. How can I fight against them?" "The advantage of our magic system is that it can be mastered quickly. It won't take too much time for you to catch up with them." "Then is our magic system the best?" "At present, our magic system is still not at its peak. I have been studying how to make a breakthrough on the original foundation, and you'll be a very good successor." Mato Shinji did not understand why Ruik Des did not directly teach her magic, but she trusted Ruik Des and believed that he would make the best arrangements for her. "Wear this bracelet and don't take it off under any circumstances." "What's the use of this?" "It can conceal your aura." Mato Shinji touched the bracelet. "Then where are we going now?" "This trial is to find essence stones," Ruik Des said. "We also need to find essence stones." "What's an essence stone? What's its use?" "It's a magic or that can increase magic power by a small amount, but it's a good item for alchemy. It can be made into many types of magic potions, and the effects are much more obvious than just eating it directly," Ruik Des said. Ruik Deso said, "However, the organizers of this trial have only hidden 1,000 soul essence stones in this venue, and the number of spiritualists participating in this trial is astonishing, far more than 1,000. Therefore, this place will soon become a battlefield, and everyone will become our enemy." "Essence stones are rare," Bifla said. "According to the market price, a standard essence stone is about $1 million. You said there are 1,000 essence stones here? In other words, soul essence stones worth at least $1 billion are placed here? Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. He seemed to be eager to try. Our perception is useless. If we were to be found so easily, then this trial would be meaningless. After all, among so many spiritualists, there are spiritualists with sharper perception than us. If we can find a spirit essence stone purely by relying on perception, then it won't be fair to the other participants. Bifilus said, moreover, there are a large number of fake soul essence stones. This will be a long and difficult trial. Let's not ruin the fairness of this trial. The organizer let us in, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. They should be prepared for us to break the rules. Bifilus couldn't refute Chun Zhao's words. In fact, he agreed with Chun Zhao. They had come in as spectators. But at their level, unless they stood still and did nothing, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Otherwise, they would have to do something biased and go against the rules of the game. For example, would they just watch when their team fought someone else? Or do nothing? Actually, the organizer understood this too. But wasn't this also within the rules? If the person in charge of the team really had the ability to break the rules secretly and not be discovered, that was their capital. For the strong, no matter what field they were in, they would always receive more power and respect. Of course, these hidden rules couldn't be said out loud. Saying it out loud would be truly unfair. I'll test the limits of my senses, Chun Zhao said. This was his main reason for coming to the desolate market. Instantly, Chun Zhao's magic power was unleashed. It's too obvious when you release your magic like this, Bifilus reminded. Every spiritualist can discover your magic and be more alert. I'm still a bit green. Chun Zhao didn't retort. He'd released about 10 square kilometers. Within this range, 2 teams had already discovered his magic and caused a strong reaction. Chun Zhao started diluting his magic and spreading it out in an even thinner way. This sensing method has a wide range, but it takes some time to spread it out. Looks like it's not without its flaws. Isn't that obvious? Every spell has its own flaws and uniqueness. It all depends on how you use it. Don't tell me that you won't use your own domain now that you know the way I told you to sense things. Chapter 22:18. A giant with an extremely ugly face passed over their heads. The giant was too big. It was at least 30 meters tall. As a result, it didn't even see Chun Zhao and Bifilus under its feet. The giant walked to the end of the path and turned back. But by then, Chun Zhao and Bifilus had already turned into an alley. What kind of giant is it? It's an English monster, Bifilus said. It's just created through cloning. Is it the work of some mad scientist? Actually, it's the work of an alchemist from the spiritual world. He's the creator of this trial, the world's top alchemist, Wendy. Chun Zhao remembered that when Xian Li and the others had gone to search for the golden apple, they'd passed by Edinburgh and killed a giant. He remembered that Xian Li had talked about this later and the giant they'd killed. It seemed to be only 4 or 5 meters tall, or maybe 6 or 7 meters tall. But the giant before them was at least 30 meters tall. It was like a moving building. English giants are this big? If it's just simple cloning, it clearly doesn't fit the title of the world's top alchemist. So he must have added some of his own ideas. Bigger? Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at the giant that walked past them. Giant is just one of them. I've seen this before. It's not just a giant. Just then, a team appeared before them. The team was very uniform. They were all Asian, dressed in black suits and bald. The 10 bald men even had scars on their heads. They were 10 monks. They're from the same hometown as you. They're all from China. Chun Zhao could tell without Bifilus saying it. Nevertheless, it was still a bit awkward for a group of monks to wear suits. But despite the awkwardness, they were really stylish. Do you know where they come from? Chun Zhao asked. Wutai Mountain. It's a famous sect in China. Chun Zhao studied the group of monks curiously. Every monk exuded a masculine aura. Their gazes were straight and determined. Coupled with their well-defined faces, they had a unique temperament. Senior Brother Fajing, there's a demon ahead. It looks strong. This giant must be a guardian beast. According to the rules of the trial, there must be soul essence stones around it. This is the time when we need to subdue the demon. Fellow brothers and sisters, let me test the strength of this demon first. Fa Zheng, who was the leader, stepped forward and shouted. His body emitted a powerful Buddhist light. Tier 3 Vajra. The golden light around Fa Zheng's body turned into a Vajra and shot towards the giant. Before the giant could even turn around, the Vajra pierced into its back. Roar! The giant let out a wild roar and turned around abruptly. Feeling an unprecedented impact, Fan Zheng was sent flying dozens of meters away before crashing heavily into a shop along the street. What a powerful demon. Is brother Fa Zheng all right? Wah! Just then, Fa Zheng jumped up. I almost died. When the other apprentice brothers saw that Fa Zheng was safe and sound, they also felt relieved. Fortunately, senior brother cultivates the indestructible Vajra divine art. Fa Zheng jumped out of the rubble and wiped his face. This guy is so strong and his skin is so thick. I can't even break through his defense with my Tier 3 Vajra. Whoosh! Tier 3 Vajra. Bifla shook his head, looking very disdainful. What's wrong? Chen Zhao asked, confused. His technique is quite powerful. Buddhist techniques are divided into 9 tiers. The lower 3 tiers are the lowest and can only be considered the basics. These monks must be the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation of Wutai Mountain, since they can participate in the battle of the Holy Glory. Do you think they'll be chosen by the old monks if they only have the basics of Buddhist techniques? That's why I shook my head. They underestimate the spiritual world too much. They clearly have more powerful techniques, but they still hide them. They think it's unbelievable that someone can block a Tier 3 technique. Don't you think they're arrogant? Even the basic divine ability cultivation methods have such dazzling power and light. Then, wouldn't the middle and upper 3 grades of divine ability cultivation methods be invincible in the world? I admit that the sound and light are dazzling, but if you want to talk about power, I can only say that you're ignorant. Bifla seized the chance to diss Chen Zhao. If you want to use us as a standard, then I can't do anything. Chen Zhao shrugged and looked back at the battlefield. Both Chen Zhao and Bifla were at the top of the spiritual world or close to it. At least in terms of power, the number of people who could defeat them could be counted with one's fingers. Thus, it was meaningless to compare them. Also, the excellence of a group of middle school students couldn't be compared to university professors. Although Bifla sounded disdainful, he still watched the battle of 10 bald men and 1 giant seriously. Chen Zhao also watched the battle with interest. This was his first time encountering a monk with real ability. Buddhism was a foreign religion. However, after thousands of years of development, it had become local in China. Chen Zhao didn't like it at all. If there was a rule he didn't like, it would be to cut off worldly desires. It was like after becoming a monk, your parents wouldn't be your parents anymore. In Chen Zhao's opinion, these so-called rules were too anti-human. But when it came to religion, to put it bluntly, one was willing to fight while the other was willing to suffer. As long as it didn't affect others, no one had the right to say anything. Plus, Buddhism also had a positive side, such as leading people to do good. Compassion was the core religious concept of Buddhism. The 10 bald men were clearly weaker than the giant, but they were all unkillable cockroaches. No matter how the giant attacked them, they wouldn't lie down. They were like cockroaches in hot-blooded comics. When you can't kill me, I have 100 ways to kill you. They were the cockroaches of the spiritual world. No wonder the people of Mount Wutai sent them here. Bifla suddenly had a kind of belated realization. What's special about them? Chen Zhao asked. Their magic power and divine abilities are probably not the best in the spirit world. In fact, they might not even be the most outstanding in their own sections. However, each of them has cultivated a protective divine ability. It's no wonder that they would treat a 3rd-grade divine ability as a high-level offensive divine ability. I'm guessing that they've mastered a 3rd-grade or 4th-grade divine ability at most. But in Chen Zhao's eyes, their protective abilities looked about the same. All of them were shining gold and had a bald head. Chen Zhao couldn't tell who was who. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2219. This giant looks just big. There's nothing special about it. As soon as Chen Zhao finished speaking, The giant's eyes suddenly shot out a beam of red light. Destructive Ray. Chen Zhao had seen the Abyss demons use this move before and shoot it out with their eyes too. Zhao and Ash from the Society could also use this spell. However, Zhao and Ash's Destructive Ray was shot out from her fingers. Seeing that the Destructive Ray was about to hit his junior, Fa Zheng flew in front of him. Fa Zheng flew in front of his junior brother and shouted, "Vajra treasured Buddhist temple." The golden light around him seemed to have turned into liquid form, forming a golden wall. The golden wall was instantly shattered by the Destructive Ray. The violent impact sent Fa Zheng and his junior flying. Immediately after, the giant took another deep breath and suddenly burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. The strong pressure destroyed 2 or 3 low-rise shops along the way. The 10 bald men were sent flying. Even Chen Zhao couldn't help but gasp. So powerful. However, even with such injuries, the 10 bald men still stood up unscathed. This will be a long battle. The 10 bald men's defense is really shocking. On the other hand, their attacks are too mediocre, Bifla said. Chen Zhao nodded, agreeing with Bifla. The strength of these 10 baldies couldn't be said to be weak, but their strengths and weaknesses were also very obvious. Just then, a beam of green light shot out from behind without any warning. The green light wrapped around the giant's neck and pulled him to the ground. In the next moment, countless rats crawled out from all directions of the street. The group of rats crawled into the giant's mouth, nose, and ears. The giant squealed, but there were too many rats in his stomach. He couldn't vomit them all out. Plus, the rats were wreaking havoc in his stomach without restraint. The giant was a clone and didn't have a soul, but it could also feel pain. After all, it was a living thing, not a dead one. Not long after, there was no movement from the giant. The rats crawled out of the giant's mouth, nose, and ears and gathered into a human shape. Just then, a few people walked out from other corners. The 10 bald men looked at them with righteous indignation. It seemed like they were old acquaintances. Yo, is this the gathering of the supernatural world in China? First, it was the Wutai Mountain, and now it's the Union of 10,000 Immortals. Union of 10,000 Immortals? It seems very powerful. What powerful? It's just the demon clan. Do you really think they're the gods in your myths and legends? You're saying that the people behind us are monsters? I don't sense any demonic aura from them. Nonsense. When demons move about in the outside world, they must be wearing Dharma artifacts that can suppress their demonic chi. On one side are monks who subdue demons, while on the other side are demons that everyone respects. These two groups of people are mortal enemies, right? Sort of. They won't be friends anyway. The two groups of people looked at each other, and Fa Zheng was the first to speak. Linglong, what do you mean by this? This is the prey we saw first, and you guys are interfering like this. Are you trying to start a war? The leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals team was a monster with the appearance of a young girl. Compared to the oddly shaped demons behind him, he looked completely out of place. Although the other demons were in human form, they were either tall and strong, or as thin as a match, or had a strange expression. In short, they had all kinds of unconventional postures. Only the girl called Linglong, at least in appearance, could be regarded as a normal person, and the previous green light was released by her. Little monk, what you said is wrong. You guys couldn't handle it and almost lost your life. This lady showed great mercy and saved you, but not only did you not appreciate it, you even spoke ill of me. What's the reason for this? Besides, is the name of Wutai Mountain written on the prey? How come it's you guys? Or is there a rule in the battle of holy glory that we can't snatch other people's prey? How could a group of young monks who had been subjected to strict rules and regulations since childhood be able to argue with a quick-witted girl? What about me? Am I wrong? Linglong proudly looked at Fa Zheng. Senior brother, why bother arguing with this group of monsters? Eliminating evil and defending the Tao is what we Buddhist disciples should do. Yo, you can't reason with us, so you want to use force? Linglong was not afraid of this group of Buddhist disciples. A group of fools who only have flesh, but no brains. If you fight with us now, no matter who wins or loses, at least half of you will die, and then you will be directly eliminated." Upon hearing Linglong's words, Fa Zheng also looked hesitant. Fa Zheng looked at the rat spirit, the shifty-eyed Wei Daheng. Wei Daheng was holding a piece of psychic jade in his hand. It was what he took out from the giant's belly. This piece of psychic jade was not their task item for this trial. However, this piece of psychic jade could guide them to the 3 pieces of soul essence stone. After all, the strength of this giant was extraordinary. That was why he carried such a high-value item with him. As long as they could get this piece of psychic jade, they could get 3 pieces of soul essence stone. "We also have share in this thing," Fa Zheng sonorously said. "Otherwise, today, even if both sides suffer, we will not let you have an easy time." The people from a union of 10,000 immortals also hesitated. They didn't want to fight with a bald donkey. They could be considered old acquaintances. It wasn't that they were weaker than the bald donkeys from Wutai Mountain. They were really difficult to deal with. Perhaps the bald donkeys couldn't beat them, but there was nothing they could do about their turtle shells. The bald donkeys' combat power was average, but their tortoise shells were really hard, terrifyingly hard. They could fight with any team for an entire day. The second trial would only last 5 days. If they really fought, they would not be able to do anything for the next 24 hours. "We can find 3 pieces of soul essence stone with this psychic jade. We can give you one, but you have to work hard." "No, we want 2. Monks should have nothing to do with worldly desires. You're so calculative. You don't look like monks at all." Chun Zhao and Bifla were still standing in the alley. "What kind of monster is that little girl?" One old-fashioned tone. "Don't tell me you're an old demon." "She's definitely not as young as she looks," Bifla said. "But she's not as old as you think, either. She should be some kind of monster transformed from spiritual chi. So she's a divine beast. Not a divine beast, but higher than regular monsters. She's a spiritual beast. I think she's a water beetle. I want to catch her as a pet for my daughter." 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2220. I've heard of Baizé, but not the water bug. It's a poisonous monster that lives in the mountains and rivers. Are you sure you want to catch it for your daughter as a pet? Then forget it. Chun Zhao had heard that the water bug was poisonous. Considering the safety of his family, he gave up. Suddenly, Exquisite looked at the shadow where Chun Zhao and Bifla were standing, but there was nothing there apart from darkness. Exquisite didn't see anything. She was very sure that there was something there that made her very uncomfortable. "Let's go." Exquisite didn't want to face this feeling. She just wanted to leave. More accurately, she wanted to escape. That little monster's senses are really sharp. It's a spiritual beast, after all. It's a creature born from nature. It's born with a sense of danger. Plus, you don't hide your evil intentions at all. I'm just saying. While the two were chatting, the team from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals had already left. Although the 2 teams were hostile to each other, they still maintained restraint. "Let's follow them. I want to see if they'll do anything to each other." Chen Zhao was very interested in the 2 teams. "Let's keep some distance. That little monster has already sensed us. It'll probably be more cautious along the way." Even at Chun Zhao and Bifla's level, they couldn't truly become invisible. Their invisibility was a kind of perceptual or visual deception. Of course, invisibility spells did exist in the spiritual world, but there were all sorts of flaws, such as not being able to hide their auras. So, under certain circumstances, it was possible for others to discover Chun Zhao and Bifla's tracks. So, Chun Zhao and Bifla still had to be careful. If a group of juniors saw through their tracks, it would be too embarrassing. The movements of the 2 teams were not slow. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Chun Zhao and Bifla followed the 2 teams and arrived outside a tomb. There was a temple in front of the tomb. For now, Chun Zhao and Bifla didn't know which god the temple worshipped. Judging from the temple style, it should be rather ancient. It didn't belong to Norse or Greek mythology. "Bifla, can't you tell which god's temple this is?" "I don't know, but judging from the size of the tomb behind the temple, it should be an emperor from the Byzantine Empire." Bifla said, "Of course, This is only a mirror image of the real world. This is not the real tomb of the Byzantine emperor. The two followed the two teams to the tomb. Chun Zhao and Bifla also saw the name on the tomb. Theodosius. You know this emperor? The Roman emperor of the 4th century was called Theodosius I. This place used to be the emperor of the Byzantine Empire, right? The Byzantine Empire was a name introduced by historians in the 17th century to distinguish the ancient Roman Empire from the Holy Roman Empire. At the end of the 4th century, Theodosius I divided the huge empire into two and gave it to his two sons to rule. The two empires were divided into the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire was later known as the Byzantine Empire. So this tomb is the original ruler of the Eastern and Western Roman Empires. First of all, your statement is not accurate. The Roman Empire was not founded by him. It was just divided by him. Secondly, the name Theodosius was not uncommon in ancient Rome. Even today, there are still several aristocrats in the population and system. So for the time being, it is impossible to confirm that this mausoleum is the mausoleum of Theodosius I. Moreover, Theodosius' mausoleum has already been discovered. The ancient emperors of China all liked to have many tombs. Maybe the tomb that the public thinks is fake. That makes sense, but neither you nor I are historians, so whether it's true or not means nothing to us. However, when Chun Zhao and Bifla followed them into the tomb, they realized that there was a strong, rotten smell. There seems to be something unclean here. Isn't that normal? Since they found this place, it means that they're here for something. The locations of the soul stones in the entire wasteland market are all decided by Wendy. It's not strange that he'd hide something here. The underground space of this mausoleum is huge. Is this Theodosius I trying to create an underworld dynasty like the first emperor of ancient China? Let's not talk about whether Theodosius I knew about the first emperor. The underground maze was designed and built according to the direction of a magic array. What kind of magic array is this? How would I know? Aren't you called God's messenger? There's actually something you don't know. I'm a messenger, not a god. I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. As the two spoke, the stone bricks on the ground began to be lifted up one by one. The rotten knights in armor stood up one by one. Their armor couldn't completely resist the corrosion of time. It became extremely rotten. The parts that were exposed were dark blue spiritual bodies. Wow, I'm so scared. Little Baldy, hurry up and clean these things up. Tinkle pretended to be frightened, but she looked at F.A. Zhang with a smile. Don't you know how to do it yourself? F.A. Zhang said unhappily. These are all Einherjar knights. They were people of great merit when they were alive. Their souls willingly stayed here after death to show their loyalty. If we do anything, they won't be able to reincarnate. Are you sure you want us to do it? What were Einherjar knights? They had noble and firm willpower. Moreover, they had to be willing to become Einherjar knights. Although they were dead, they didn't disappear. Instead, they would remain in this world forever. Until the day their armor was completely eroded by time, their souls would truly return to the heavens. F.A. Zhang's face darkened. These Einherjar knights weren't bad people from any perspective. Therefore, only they were suitable to help these Einherjar knights break free from their armor and be enlightened. Of course, F.A. Zhang and the others didn't rely on chanting scriptures. They relied on their golden fists. Although there were many Einherjar knights in the passageway, their strength was just passable. They couldn't stop the two teams at all. They couldn't even stop a single person. Chapter 22-21. It wasn't a smooth journey, but the two teams didn't encounter too many obstacles. They quickly found a soul essence stone. Apart from the Einherjar knights along the way, there were no other dangers. Everyone was dazed. It ended just like that. Even Chun Zhao and Bifla were greatly disappointed. The intense battle and danger they'd anticipated didn't appear. They'd explored less than 1/10 of the entire underground palace. Isn't it too easy? The psychic Jade guided us. Of course it's easy. Exquisite glanced at F.A. Zhang and said matter-of-factly, if we didn't have the psychic Jade, do you think we'd be able to find such a hidden place? But the Einerjar Knights along the way aren't on the same level as that giant. That giant provided the psychic jade. Its value isn't even on the same level. Just then, the rat demon Wei Daheng said, "Exquisite, this underground palace is huge. There might be many good things hidden. Why don't we explore a bit more?" "This place doesn't give me a good feeling," Exquisite said. "There's danger here." The other demons had great trust in Exquisite's senses. In fact, animal-type monsters all had very sharp senses. However, Exquisite was the sharpest one. "Actually, we've never gotten out of danger," Exquisite said. Hidden in the darkness, Chun Zhao and Bifla glanced at each other. This little monster's senses were so sharp. They'd already been very careful, but the little monster still sensed danger. "You mean someone's following us?" Fa Zheng asked in surprise. At the same time, he and his fellow disciples started looking around, trying to find the stalker. Suddenly, Wei Daheng yelled, "Found it!" Chun Zhao and Bifla suddenly heard a mouse under their feet. The two looked down. A mouse had run under their feet without them knowing. Instantly, 20 people surrounded Chun Zhao and Bifla. Chun Zhao and Bifla glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They both had their own pride and arrogance, but they'd still underestimated each other's abilities. "What do we do now?" Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao didn't hide his question from the two teams. It was a blatant question. "Don't be too heavy-handed," Bifla said. "Me? You?" Bifla nodded. "Why me? Why didn't you do it?" "Because you're the one who exposed it," Bifla said matter-of-factly. "Fine." Chun Zhao was helpless. In terms of concealment ability, he was indeed inferior to Bifla. Bifla could even stand in front of others without being noticed. Just this ability alone was enough to impress Chun Zhao. At least, he couldn't do it himself. He didn't even understand the theory behind it. An ability to be ignored by others. This ability should have nothing to do with invisibility spells. Perhaps it was an illusion or a spell to deceive one's senses. "These two fellows are very dangerous. We must be careful," Ling Long reminded. Although she sensed the danger from Chun Zhao and Bifla, she still felt that Chun Zhao and Bifla were dangerous. However, she did not intend to back down, because the feeling of danger was very general. It wasn't a clear number. It was as if a child holding a gun was dangerous. Or perhaps there was a giant dragon standing in front of him, which was equally dangerous. Although Exquisite could sense the danger they posed, the level of danger they posed was far from enough to make her panic. Moreover, their two teams had 20 people. There were only 2 of them. So, Exquisite thought that there might be some danger, but they could definitely deal with it. Chun Zhao took a few steps forward and walked to the center of the encirclement. Bifla took 2 steps back and even made an inviting gesture. "Ignore me," Bifla said, smiling. "Just treat me as a spectator." Exquisite moved her feet slightly and moved behind Chun Zhao. Then, she spat out a green poisonous gas toward Chun Zhao's back. However, the gas dissipated before it could even get close to Chun Zhao. A Wutai mountain disciple charged toward Chun Zhao. The disciple shone with golden light and yelled, "Almighty Dragon of Heaven!" The golden light seemed to transform into a golden dragon. It followed the disciple's momentum and charged toward Chun Zhao. Everyone saw Chun Zhao stand where he was with his arms hanging low, as if he'd given up. They all thought that Chun Zhao had really given up, but it was understandable. After all, there were only 2 of them. Moreover, one of them had kept himself out of the fight. This meant that he had to face 20 people alone. Moreover, they weren't normal people either. They were spiritualists, and they were outstanding spiritualists. To some extent, they could be considered the top in the spiritual world. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Chun Zhao raised his hand and grabbed the bald guy's neck, lifting him into the air. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao, stunned. How was that possible? Chun Zhao didn't use too much force. Instead, he casually tossed the bald guy back to his fellow disciples. Although the fall was a little heavy, it didn't cause him much injury. "Did you see what spell he used?" a big bronze-skinned man asked. "No, he didn't use any magic just now. It's pure physical strength." Exquisite shook her head. "So he's an enhancer?" The big guy's eyes were filled with eagerness. Let me compete with him and see who's stronger. Old Bull, your body isn't as strong as his. Look down on me. The monster called Old Bull was unhappy. Kid, watch my power. With that, a pair of horns grew out of Old Bull's head. He charged at Chun Zhao like a raging bull. Chun Zhao grabbed the horns with one hand and swung his arm, sending Old Bull flying. Just then, the three monks suddenly pressed their palms against each other's backs. The monk at the front shouted, "Level 5 Buddha's palm." Chun Zhao turned his head. The Buddha's palm was somewhat similar to his fist. The Buddha's palm landed on Chun Zhao. This time, it wasn't dissolved by his elemental constitution. The impact was very strong, but that was all. Chun Zhao's body only shook a little. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could that be? Just now, the three monks had stacked their powers. The stacked power was definitely much greater than a full-powered attack from three monks. But when it hit Chun Zhao, he didn't react at all. You've been fighting for so long. Even if it's a round game, it should be my turn, right? Chapter 22:22. Be careful. Exquisite reminded everyone. This guy is very strong. It was obvious that Chun Zhao was planning to fight back. Perhaps Chun Zhao didn't go all out earlier. This gave Exquisite and the others inexplicably courage and confidence. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Bang! In an instant, Chun Zhao pierced through the entire formation. Two teams of 20 people were sent flying in an instant. Chun Zhao still didn't go all out. However, they were still injured quite badly by this attack. Everyone clutched their heads or their chests, moaning. I hope you can learn from this and pick a good opponent. It'll help you go further, Chun Zhao said, clapping his hands before the 20 people. Their faces flushed from Chun Zhao's words. To them, this was an unprecedented crushing defeat. However, Chun Zhao also made them feel helpless. The sense of defeat made them unable to resist. Let's go. Chun Zhao turned back and looked at Baifla. Chun Zhao and Baifla were about to leave when the tunnel around them suddenly twisted. The two paused and glanced at each other. Did you do this? Or did they do it? It's not me. I don't know how to twist space. Chun Zhao wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of magical wave. This was spatial magic. It was different from what Chun Zhao knew, but the elements were the same. In other words, someone had pulled all of them into an alternate dimension. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows, because Desolate Market was an alternate dimension to begin with, opening another alternate dimension on top of the existing one. The mastery of spatial magic and the level of magical power were both extraordinary. At this moment, the surrounding space turned into a vast plain, and the sky was dark without the light of day. Amidst the flying dust, an army slowly appeared. The army was completely made up of spirit knights. Moreover, they hadn't been eroded by time. Compared to the spirit knights from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals, they were even more majestic and imposing. There were also 3 heroic spirits of the generals. In front of the 3 heroic spirits was a king with a golden sword in his hand and a crown on his head. Fa Zheng, Exquisite, and the others were all shocked by the scene before them. Where is this? Who are they? I am Theodosius, the great Roman emperor, the guardian of the Holy See, the son of Belius, the supreme commander of the valiant souls, the holder and possessor of the Magadite. The crowned king began to recite his title in an endless stream. There were at least 20 of them in total. He didn't understand most of the titles anyway. He only understood the titles and statuses of the emperor and the commander-in-chief. Baifla, can you understand me? It's enough to hear the first few titles. The latter ones are all empty titles. Some were given to him by other European kings or emperors at that time. Of course, he also gave many such titles to others. The Holy See should be referring to Odin in Norse mythology. To put it bluntly, the guardian of the Holy See is the identity of the god's bodyguard. In Norse mythology, there are many positions of gods. He is also the first emperor of Europe. It is said that he once ruled all of Northern Europe. There is even a saying that only those who have his bloodline can become the king of country. Did he drag us into this to fight with us? Obviously. Baifla also shrugged helplessly. On the other side, Fa Zheng and Exquisite glanced at each other. What do we do? What else can we do? Fight, of course. Do you think we can negotiate with them? But do you think we can beat so many spirit knights? Exquisite looked at the tens of thousands of Einherjars in front of her and immediately felt despair. How? They couldn't win at all. It was an unsolvable situation. Kid, move aside, Chen Zhao said calmly. When the alliance of 10,000 immortals and Wutai Mountain looked at Chen Zhao, there was some hatred in their eyes. Chen Zhao and Bifla walked to the front. They had different identities, statuses, and abilities. Therefore, the choices they had to make would be different too. For example, the situation before them. In the battle of Holy Glory, there would always be many unavoidable and unexpected situations. In a situation like this, if people of their status were here too, under normal circumstances, they would have to help the participants of the Battle of Holy Glory. Of course, this was within their power. Even if they didn't help, they wouldn't be punished. But they would have conflicts because of this. Some grudges were created because of this. Guys, the current situation isn't something any one of us can solve alone. We should work together and find the exit to escape. Bifla looked back at Exquisite. Do you know how long it will take to find the opening in such a huge space? Exquisite looked at Bifla, her face bright red. She was very unhappy with Bifla's tone and attitude. Bifla's condescending gaze was like he was treating her like a real child. You're strong, but we're not bad either. Really? Prove it to me. We don't need to prove anything. Anyway, if you want to leave, you'll need us. Bifla chuckled. You can't help it all. Fine. If you do it, we'll be fine. Bifla made an inviting gesture. Bifla's attitude made Exquisite a bit angry. She admitted that Chen Zhao and Bifla were both strong, even though Bifla hadn't done anything. Still, he was on Chen Zhao's side. Being able to stand together meant that they were at least on the same level. Plus, Chen Zhao had attacked, but he hadn't. So, he was naturally thought to be more powerful than Chen Zhao. Just then, Theodosius pointed his golden sword at Chen Zhao's group. A square formation of Einherjars stepped out. There were 200 of them. The Einherjars got into formation. Under Theodosius's command, the Einherjars charged at the group. Exquisite's expression changed drastically. Defend. She didn't need to say anything. Everyone knew the severity of the problem. The Einherjars were different from the scattered and decayed Einherjars from before. This heroic spirit knight phalanx was different from the scattered and decayed heroic spirit knights from before. The Einherjars were different from the scattered and decayed Einherjars from before. Moreover, the 200 Einherjars gathered together were like a huge spear that pierced towards everyone. Golden light exploded from Fa Zheng's body, and he yelled, "Brothers, help me!" The other 9 monks pressed their palms against each other's back. In the end, they poured all their power into Fa Zheng's back. Chapter 22-23. Buddha's palm. A gigantic Buddha avatar stood in front of the formation. It was 30 meters tall and shone with golden light. It lifted its right arm and slapped at the spirit knights. Hearing the name, Chen Zhao grinned. The name was a bit low. Bifla glanced at him. What's so special about the name? Nothing. Chen Zhao shook his head. But the Buddha's palm wasn't weak at all. In an instant, the vanguard of the Einherjar formation was smashed apart. 1/3 of the spirit knights were instantly destroyed. Then, the 10 monks ran out of magic power. If they were ordinary spirits, the number of killed would be 10 times higher. But the spirit knights weren't unclean spirits. They were created from the power of the holy element. Although it was a spiritual body, it had an extremely high resistance to the power of the saint type. Buddhist techniques and sacred light magic were 2 different systems, but their attributes were actually similar. Therefore, it was internationally recognized that Buddhist techniques were categorized as sacred. To the Einherjars, they were like fish in water, and the holy power was the water. How much water was needed to kill fish? So, the combined attack of the 10 monks from Wutai Mountain didn't achieve the effect they wanted. Of course, the loss of 1/3 of the Einherjar knights had disrupted their formation. The spirit knights reorganized their formation, and the formation shrank. But their morale wasn't affected. Instead, it rose. On the contrary, after the 10 monks used the Buddha's palm, Both their magic power and aura started to drop uncontrollably. The difference in power between the two sides was too huge. They were falling behind in all aspects. Basically, techniques and tactics couldn't be used anymore. Just then, the alliance of 10,000 immortals led by Exquisite stood up. The alliance of 10,000 immortals and Wutai Mountain were enemies. But no one could stay out of this. So Exquisite gave the command. There were also 10 people working together. They stood in a straight line and used all their magic power at the same time, pushing forward, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Instantly, a huge sandstorm rose in the barren land. A huge face appeared in front of the sandstorm. Roaring, it charged toward Chun Zhao's army of spirit knights. But at this moment, the Einherjars suddenly sped up. Every Einherjar's body erupted with a golden radiance. The golden light fused into one and turned into a giant golden spear that rushed toward the sandstorm. Crash! In an instant, the sandstorm was pierced through. Both sides were still covered in darkness, but the center was shrouded in brilliant golden light. The 10 people of the union of 10,000 immortals spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The golden spear was unstoppable as it shot towards the crowd. The people of the union of 10,000 immortals and Wutai Mountain were already desperate. The difference was too great. Neither Wutai Mountain nor the union of 10,000 immortals felt the hope of victory. Suddenly, a fist descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the heroic spirit knights. Bang! In an instant, the entire Einherjar Knight phalanx was obliterated by the fist. The people from the alliance of 10,000 immortals and Wutai Mountain all opened their mouths and turned to look at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. When Chun Zhao attacked, they all saw it. But he subconsciously ignored Chun Zhao's actions. Until that shocking scene, just now. Only then did they react. One punch, just one punch. The 100 or so Einherjar Knights were shattered just like that. Only then did everyone realize that Chun Zhao hadn't used his true strength when he'd fought them before. I told you to step back. Bifla strolled over and stood next to Chun Zhao. Theodosius was enraged when he saw how easily his army was destroyed. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, they could hear Theodosius's roar. A general in black armor charged toward them on horseback. When the general reached the center of the battlefield, he shouted, "Who will fight me?" The general gave off an unsettling aura. It wasn't evil, but it made people's hearts palpitate. That black-armored general is giving me a very bad feeling. Exquisite's face flickered. That black armor is made of black, profound gold. Fa Zhang's expression was solemn. It is said to be able to survive doomsday magic, and it also has unparalleled physical defense. The entire armor is made of black, profound gold? Then what's the point of fighting? Even if all of us go up, we might not be able to break that turtle shell. What was doomsday magic? Simply put, it was world-destroying magic. Although there had never been such magic in the modern world. In the spiritual world, there had been theories about doomsday magic. A sage had once claimed that if the conditions allowed, there was a chance to use doomsday magic. Black profound gold was also known to be absolutely resistant to magic. No magic could corrode it or destroy it. Even world-destroying magic couldn't destroy the barrier made of black profound gold. Therefore, the appearance of the black-armored general made everyone despair. Even the top group of people in the spiritual world couldn't break through the armor made of black, profound gold. Not to mention them. Bifla glanced at the general. He'd planned to attack, but when he saw the general, he took a step back. "I'm not good at this kind of enemy. You go." "Oh, you're giving up just like that. He's not worth me fighting," Bifla said stubbornly. The general was indeed very troublesome for Bifla. Bifla couldn't be defeated by such a small monster, but he had to use at least 80% of his power to defeat the general. He, Ningku, would rather face 1,000 spirit knights than face the black-armored general. Fine. Chun Zhao walked up. The black-armored general rode his horse and charged at Chun Zhao. As he sped up, the general's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the ground under everyone's feet started shaking. That general must have been a powerful enhancer spiritualist when he was alive. After his death, his body was specially treated, making him even scarier. No alchemy spells could be used on black, profound gold. Therefore, black profound gold wasn't a magical metal. But enhancers, especially strength-type spiritualists, could unleash its full power. When a strengthening-type spiritualist wore this black profound gold armor, they were practically invincible. At least, spiritualists of the two teams' level couldn't fight against such an enemy. Moreover, they couldn't think of anyone who could break through the black profound gold armor. Chapter 22-24. Facing the overwhelming aura, Chun Zhao also focused. Staring at the charging black armor general. He slowly clenched his fists. It's here. Punch! The ground caved in, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Everyone craned their necks to look at the bottom of the pit, and saw that the previously majestic black armor general was now completely deformed. Especially the armor on its chest. It was completely dented and flattened. Everyone's expression froze. They thought that they'd seen wrong. That was black profound gold. Black profound gold wasn't completely indestructible, but it couldn't be created by humans. Someone had once tried to change the shape of black profound gold with a forging machine, but it ended in failure. Right now, the only way to forge black profound gold was to melt it first and then shape it. At room temperature, black profound gold was almost indestructible. However, Chun Zhao's attack had overturned their understanding. They couldn't imagine how powerful Chun Zhao's punch was. He destroyed the general's spiritual body and the black profound gold in one blow. Chun Zhao clapped his hands and returned to Bifla's side. You're next. Sure. At this time, Theodosius was already furious. He kept cursing, and at the same time, he ordered his army to hold the line. Tens of thousands of Einherjars marched toward the crowd with determined steps. Other than Theodosius, the other two generals also charged over. Bifla stood where he was, watching the two generals who weren't inferior to the black-armored general charge toward him. Bifla still didn't react. He crossed his arms and calmly welcomed the strong enemies. Exquisite, isn't he going to fight back? Is he just going to wait for death? Exquisite didn't answer Forensic's question. She just stared at Bifla's back. Chun Zhao had already robbed so much. She believed that Bifla wouldn't be any weaker. However, Bifla had been very low-key so far. Suddenly, Bifla looked up at the two Einherjar generals. The two heroic spirit generals suddenly burst into flames. Even their mounts started burning. What spell is this? Fire elemental? The alliance of 10,000 immortals led by Exquisite was made up of demons. Apart from fire elemental demons, the other demons didn't like fire. It could even be called fear, just like humans. This came from their biological instincts that had yet to completely reseed. I've never seen this kind of fire. F.A. Zhang shook his head. Although the flame was powerful, it was not the main reason why F.A. Zhang was so serious. What he really cared about was how Bifla had attacked. He couldn't tell it all. The flames seemed to have appeared out of nowhere on the two heroic spirit generals. If Bifla were to use this method against them, they might end up like the two Einherjar generals and be burnt to ashes in an instant. Soon, the two heroic spirit generals were burned to the ground, leaving only empty shells of armor. Then, the surrounding flames began to pour into the remaining armors. The two armors that should have been empty suddenly stood up again. However, from the gaps between the two armors, one could see that their insides were already filled with raging flames. The two armors turned to face the Einherjar Knight army. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two flaming armors charged into the Einherjar Knight army. However, they were instantly drowned by the heroic Spirit Knight army. In the next moment, there was a wave among the Einherjar Knight army. The two flaming armors began to release their own energy. Every time the two flaming armors swung, they would create a sky-high wave of fire. Every attack was filled with destruction. The alliance of 10,000 immortals and Wutai Mountains teams were all stunned by this battle that was beyond their imagination. Too powerful. Too powerful. The two weren't on the same level at all. Whether it was Chun Zhao or Bifla, they both displayed daunting power. After 30 minutes of slaughter, the Einerjar Knight army couldn't advance another step. They were all blocked by the two flaming armors. Tens of thousands of Einerjar Knights were burned to ashes just like that. This was an absolute suppression of strength, without any tricks or schemes. Moreover, Bifla seemed to be doing it with ease. He didn't seem to be struggling at all. Theodosius was also calm and composed. One man and one horse stood 1,000 meters away. Chun Zhao came to Bifla's side. Theodosius seems to be absorbing the souls of the Einerjar Knights you destroyed. After absorbing the souls of tens of thousands of Einerjar Knights, Theodosius' aura had already become terrifying. It could even be described as shocking. It was like a person seeing an aircraft carrier for the first time. Right now, in the eyes of the alliance of 10,000 Immortals and Wutai Mountains teams, they were the insignificant humans facing the aircraft carrier. When the last Einerjar Knight was destroyed, Theodosius finally moved. His white horse suddenly grew a pair of wings and turned into a Pegasus. It carried Theodosius and soared into the sky. Theodosius looked down at everyone from above. His disdainful eyes seemed to be looking down on all living things. He pointed his golden sword at everyone, and golden light exploded. A golden pillar of light fell, as if millions of tons of mountains were pressing down. Everyone from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 Immortals spat out blood. Even though the golden pillar hadn't landed on them yet, they could still feel the extreme pressure. It was a pressure that didn't give them any chance of survival. Under the pressure, everything seemed to turn into nothingness. Suddenly, everyone's vision went black. Then all the light disappeared. They'd thought that they were dead a moment ago. But in the next instant, the ground shook violently, pulling their thoughts back to reality. They found that they were indeed in a dark space. The violent shaking of the ground told them that they were still alive. The shaking lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually calming down. Then the top of the dark space started disappearing. Light seeped in too. Only then did everyone realize that they were in a huge dome made of a black and red liquid. It was this substance that protected them. They suddenly remembered that a few days ago in Desolate Market, there had been a huge dome made of black and red. It was the same as the one before them. It turned out that the dome they'd built that day had been released by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked up at Theodosius in the sky. This guy has become very powerful, very terrifying. Bifla, are you sure you can handle him? Bifla took a deep breath. His face was unprecedentedly serious. I can. You don't need to do anything. Leave this guy to me. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 22-25. Chun Zhao retreated to the front of the crowd. Bifla, on the other hand, walked forward. A scorching aura radiated from Bifla's body. Even Chun Zhao, who was at the back, could feel the heat. Bifla's steps were steady and firm. The ground he stepped on started melting. The expressions of the people from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 Immortals changed. Because Bifla wasn't just melting the ground under his feet. Instead, the ground within a few hundred meters started melting. The originally flat ground had already turned into lava. In the spiritual world, there were spells that could melt the rocks on the ground. However, melting the earth was not something that ordinary magic could achieve. It also required a huge amount of magical power. When he was below Theodosius, he said to himself, the area within 1,000 meters had completely turned into a pool of lava. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Even Chun Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Bifla's magical power was so dense that it wasn't below his at all. If Chun Zhao didn't have a small world that could endlessly recover his magical power, he might not be able to beat Bifla in a pure contest of magical power. For a mortal, you're not bad, Theodosius said arrogantly. Chun Zhao laughed. Theodosius's tone was exactly the same as Bifla's. As for the others, they weren't as carefree as Chun Zhao. One was as bright as the sun in the sky. The other was like the never-ending lava in purgatory, and fall into the abyss. The golden sword in Theodosius's hand suddenly shot out a beam of golden sword aura at Bifla. Bifla did not dodge. A gigantic arm made of lava extended from the lava pool and grabbed at the golden sword chi that Theodosius had swung out. The golden sword chi was like a hot knife through butter, and the lava arm was constantly falling apart. It kept chopping down from the palm to the arm. But no matter how powerful the golden sword aura was, it couldn't cut the lava arm completely. This was because lava was constantly gathering on the lava giant arm and repairing it. The people from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals were all dumbfounded. Was this the power of a top spiritualist? This battle was like a battle between gods and myths and legends. When they saw Chun Zhao destroy the black-armored general with a single punch, they thought that he was at the pinnacle. But when he saw the fight between Theodosius and Bifla, he was shocked. However, it was even more shocking and soul-stirring. Chun Zhao stared at the center of the battlefield. Be it Bifla or Theodosius, their strength was beyond reason. For now, Chun Zhao couldn't tell whether Theodosius or Bifla was stronger. The golden sword chi finally used up the last bit of its power and completely dissipated. Then, the lava arm returned to normal. No matter how hot the lava is, it can't compare to the radiance of the sun. I'll let you see the real sun. Theodosius shouted as his body grew taller. The radiance on his body became even more dazzling. Gradually, Theodosius' body was enveloped by the radiance. A real sun appeared above everyone's head. That extremely brilliant radiance and that violent heat made it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Jalanash also knew a similar spell. She used fire magic to form a small sun. But that kind of small sun couldn't be compared to the sun that Theodosius had turned into. Jalanash's small sun was at most a super explosive fireball. But Chun Zhao could feel the destructive power and aura from the sun that Theodosius had turned into. Even if you're the sun, I'll pull you into the abyss. Bifla raised his arms high. Many lava arms rose from the lava pool. Each of the giant lava arms was holding a chain that was scorched red by the lava. The arms suddenly threw out the chains. All the chains wrapped around the small sun. They tied the small sun up directly. The scorching heat of the small sun still couldn't melt the chains. Bifla grabbed the air as if he'd grabbed something. He started pulling down with all his might. The lava arms also began to pull downwards. Theodosius, who turned into the small sun, also felt that Bifla was difficult to deal with. He immediately changed his strategy. Since he couldn't melt the chains, he'd just shatter them. An unparalleled impact suddenly exploded from the small sun. Like a star exploding, it spread out in all directions. In an instant, everyone felt the world shake. Of course, there was also an extremely dazzling light. All the chains were shattered in an instant. Mortal, don't you understand? There's a qualitative difference between you and me. You're not a god, so you don't have the right to call me immortal. Bifla's expression was cold. The two of them stared at each other from afar, although Theodosius's words were light. Although Theodosius had said it casually, his gaze had already explained everything. He saw Bifla as his greatest enemy, not the mortal and ant that he'd mentioned. Sir, who will win? Tinkle asked carefully. I don't know. I can't tell. Chun Zhao wasn't trying to avoid it. He really couldn't tell. Chun Zhao's ability had always been ahead of his level. Chun Zhao was stronger than both of them, but his eyes couldn't keep up. Of course, it was mainly because their abilities were beyond Chun Zhao's estimation. Even if Zhang Tianyi came, he wouldn't be able to calculate the exact result. After all, no matter if it was Bifla or Theodosius, they wouldn't reveal their trump cards before they encountered a true mortal enemy. You're not going to help him? He has a bad temper, Chun Zhao said calmly. If I help him, I'll be insulting him, so I can't insult him. The battle between the two continued. For now, it was still a draw. There was no clear advantage or disadvantage. However, watching the battle between the two was indeed a pleasure. The spells from both sides were extremely dazzling, and the visual and psychological impact came wave after wave. Bifla, if you keep fighting like this, all our plans will be ruined. Shouldn't you be more serious? Chun Zhao's words didn't catch Bifla's attention, but Theodosius was annoyed. Chen Zhao was clearly saying that Bifla hadn't been serious before. Mortal, do you want to die faster? Chen Zhao shrugged. No. Bifla snorted. I'm your opponent now. Theodosius retracted his gaze and looked at Bifla. Maybe that mortal is right. I should be more serious too. You really should be more serious. Bifla's expression turned even colder. The magma pool beneath his feet boiled even more violently. Theodosius arched an eyebrow. He raised his golden sword, and a huge golden magic array appeared in the sky. Looks like you want to decide with one move. That's good too. I'm getting impatient too. Chapter 22-26. Theodosius raised his golden sword high. Magic power filled the sky. Dazzling stars appeared in the golden magic formation. One after another, stars emerged from the golden magic array and approached the ground. Gradually, everyone could see the stars clearly. More accurately, it was a group of knights riding Pegasi. The Pegasi knights charged toward the ground with spears in their hands. At this moment, another huge arm reached out from the lava. The arm sent the Pegasi knights flying one by one. Theodosius sneered at Bifla. Don't you have any other moves? It's the same move again. Bifla raised his arms and clenched his fists. Do you want to see a new move? I'll fulfill your wish. With that, the lava pool boiled even more violently. A lava giant stood up from the lava. The lava giant was hundreds of feet tall, and it had countless arms on its upper body. All the arms of this lava giant were on its back. The lava giant waved its countless arms, and the Pegasi knights fell like rain. However, there were some Pegasus riders that passed by the lava giant and directly attacked it. To the lava giant, the Pegasi knights were annoying mosquitoes. But these mosquitoes weren't easy to deal with, even if the lava giant had countless arms. Moreover, their spears could also deal damage to the lava giants. Plus, there were quite a lot of mosquitoes. Of course, the number of mosquitoes was indeed decreasing. With the lava pool's replenishment, the lava giant's damaged parts were quickly healed. But Bifla's magic wasn't limitless. He was trying his best to maintain the lava giant, but he'd already used up 70% of his magic. On the other hand, Theodosius still seemed to have plenty of magic. After all, he'd absorbed the souls of tens of thousands of spirit knights. Their souls and magic all belonged to Theodosius. Chen Zhao frowned. He didn't know if Bifla had any other trump cards. But if things continued like this, Bifla would definitely lose. Bifla seemed to sense Chen Zhao's intention. He suddenly looked back at Chen Zhao and shook his head. Chen Zhao only took one step forward, and Bifla already sensed his intention. Seeing his rejection, Chen Zhao could only take a step back. Bifla was now in a desperate situation. His magic power was already weak, but he still had no intention of retreating. Theodosius launched his final attack and pointed his golden sword at Bifla. Countless Pegasus knights also charged towards the lava giant. The lava giant's body was being peeled off. This duel fully illustrated the saying that ants could bite an elephant to death when there were enough of them. You've lost. An ant will always be an ant. Theodosius looked down at Bifla from above. Are you ready to face death? Bifla panted heavily. It seemed that this battle had indeed forced him into a desperate situation. Suddenly, Chen Zhao frowned. Bifla's aura suddenly became chaotic. What was going on? Could it be that he had gone berserk at such a critical moment? Chen Zhao stepped forward again, ignoring Bifla's attitude. If his life was in danger, Chen Zhao couldn't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Bifla's aura changed again. His aura was recovering at an astonishing speed. His hair and skin were turning red. There seemed to be lava flowing under his skin. Chen Zhao looked at Bifla in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange aura surged from Bifla's body. Little world, Chen Zhao exclaimed. Bifla had broken through. He absorbed the lava into his body. The lava had become a part of him. The lava pool had also become the source of his power. In the past, he'd only created a lava pool. It was powerful, but there would be a time when it would be exhausted. Now, the lava pool had become a part of him. He didn't need to deliberately create lava pools anymore. The lava pool would always be by his side and fuse into his blood. Bifla seemed to have expected all this. He wasn't surprised by his breakthrough. This time, he only raised an arm and opened it toward the sky. In an instant, a red cloud appeared even higher above the golden magic array. Flaming stones and lava began to fall from the red clouds. The first to be destroyed was the golden magic formation below. Then the Pegasus Knights. The team from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals were all dumbfounded. The battle before them was like a battle between gods in the legends. Theodosius also had a shocked expression on his face. How is this possible? How did your magic recover? Unfortunately, Bifilus said calmly, in my eyes, you're only my whetstone. With that, a huge arm reached out from the red cloud and grabbed at Theodosius. Go to hell. How can I lose to an ant like you? Theodosius had already lost his sense of propriety. He slashed his golden sword wildly. The huge arm in the red cloud was cut off. But this was only the beginning. Another lava giant appeared in the red cloud. The lava giant pushed the red cloud aside and revealed its huge body. It was even more shocking than when it stood up in the lava pool. Theodosius swung his golden sword aura wildly. But this time, it was very difficult for him. This lava giant looked the same as the previous one, but their strengths weren't on the same level. As Theodosius tried his best to block, the lava giant suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a lava torrent. Boom! Theodosius finally fell to the ground. No, I won't lose. How could I lose? Theodosius stood up awkwardly, but his body was dissipating uncontrollably. In fact, before Bifla's breakthrough, although he defeated Bifla, he didn't have much energy left. But now, Bifla had made a breakthrough on that basis. One side had already reached his limit, while the other side was like a newborn. Thus, the outcome was decided. Theodosius didn't have any more energy left. Finally, the battle came to an end. Theodosius staggered and suddenly regained his calmness. There was a bitter smile on his face. Do you think you've won? Do you really think you've won? Indeed, I've won, Bifla replied flatly. Winning a battle is not a victory. Soon, you'll find out how stupid your victory is. Ha ha ha. Theodosius used the last of his strength to laugh crazily. You don't know anything. You don't understand anything. Bifla, what is he talking about? Chapter 22-27. I don't understand. Bifla shook his head. It's just a stranger's wailing. In reality, neither Chun Zhao nor Bifla felt any pity for them. If they pitied Theodosius, who would pity them if they lost? However, Theodosius's final madness was filled with wanton mockery, as if Bifla's victory was really laughable. The alternate space was collapsing. As Theodosius disappeared, the alternate space also turned into nothingness. They returned to the underground palace under the tomb again. The people from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals all avoided Chun Zhao's and Bifla's gazes. Their gazes were filled with awe and fear. The two were refreshing the knowledge of the 20 people from the two teams. They knew very well that even if they had 10 times more people, they couldn't defeat these two monster-level existences. In particular, the battle between Bifla and Theodosius made them feel that Bifla was like a figure from a legend. Bifla suddenly turned toward them. Everyone shuddered. Don't say anything that just happened. Understand? Or else. Bifla's right palm suddenly turned into magma. Or else. You better think about your future. What's the point of threatening a bunch of kids? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You sound like you've never done something like this before. Bifla also rolled his eyes. Chun Zhao thought about it. It seemed to be a similar situation last time. He'd used the same tone to threaten the other teams. He didn't seem to have the right to criticize Bifla at all. Okay, don't mind the details. Let's go see the other teams. Chun Zhao immediately changed the topic. After leaving the underground palace, Chun Zhao asked, this tomb should be the real Theodosius tomb, right? Maybe. Bifla wasn't very sure either. He'd met Theodosius in the alternate space inside the tomb. But this wasn't absolute proof. After Chun Zhao and Bifla left, the people from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals finally came out. Have the two of them left? Yes, they went far away. Those two are too scary. They're practically monsters. Do you think Celestial Master Zhang is stronger or weaker than them? Of course he's strong. After all, Celestial Master Zhang is publicly acknowledged as the strongest spiritualist in the supernatural world. When Exquisite said this, she didn't have much confidence in herself. In fact, none of them had ever come into contact with a top-tier existence. Therefore, they could not imagine how powerful those top figures were. The battle between Bifla and Theodosius had completely changed their worldview. They didn't know if Chun Zhao and Bifla were the best. However, they were very clear about one thing. Even the elders of their families couldn't afford to offend these two people. After they left, the mausoleum began to crumble. As an enforcer, Zhang Tianyi had always been at the center of the desolate market. If there was any sudden situation, he would be able to rush to the scene immediately. Suddenly, he felt a change in the wasteland market. He didn't know what was going on either. After all, he wasn't the one who started the desolate land market. Instead, it was something that the spiritualists of the Istanbul spirit world had been continuously developing for thousands of years. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi didn't know much about the wasteland market. He was also at a loss for what had happened just now. He did not know where this strange movement came from. He also did not know if it was good or bad. Zhang Tianyi picked up the special communicator. "Wendy, where are you?" "I'm in the lab." "What's wrong?" "I just felt an unusual change in the wasteland market." The spiritual qi in the air suddenly increased by around 20%, and it became more agitated. "It's impossible. The entrances and exits of the barren land market are all blocked. It's impossible for the outside world's aura to suddenly come in, so the amount of aura here is fixed. It's impossible for it to suddenly increase by 20%, Wenda replied. "But I really felt it," Zhang Tianyi said. "Do you want to come out and take a look? But wait for me for 10 minutes. If Wendy said 10 minutes, then it would definitely be 10 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less." When Wendy appeared beside Zhang Tianyi, his first reaction was to cover his nose and take a few steps back. Wendy was publicly recognized as the top alchemist in the world. Like most alchemists, he didn't care about his appearance. Plus, he always had a strong smell on him. Zhang Tianyi made a hand seal. "Spirit of heaven and earth, spirit beautiful sky bell." The seal fell on Wendy's body, and the smell on his body suddenly disappeared. "Celestial Master Zhang, how about you give me your spirit cleansing spell?" "Let's get down to business." Zhang Tianyi glanced at Wendy and said impatiently, "I'm not sensitive to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so I didn't notice it." "It's fine as long as I noticed it," Zhang Tianyi said. "Can you determine what's going on now?" "No. If it's really as you said, then something unusual must have happened in the wasteland market." "Even you don't know?" "I'm not the controller of the wasteland market, nor am I the creator. The wasteland market was opened up by our ancestors. By the way, I've always been curious. What's the purpose of the spiritualists in the Istanbul spirit world for more than 10 generations and countless spiritualists to open up the wasteland market?" "I don't know," Wendy still replied calmly. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go find the source of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth first. There must be a source for the sudden increase in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As long as we find the source, we'll know what happened," Wendy said. "You can't even feel the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Can you find the source?" Zhang Tianyi said disdainfully. "Of course I have my ways. Then it's up to you." Wendy took out a compass. Unlike the Huaxia compass, Wendy's compass had 6 pointers, and the symbols on it were very obscure. Wendy shook the compass, and the pointers began to spin wildly. It didn't take long for Wendy to get the answer. In the southeast, 15 kilometers from here, there's an old king's mausoleum there, but it's a mirror mausoleum. There are some scattered and decayed spirit knights that are about to fly away. "Are you sure it's there?" "You can lie to me, but my magic tools won't lie to me." "Then let's go to that location and see what happened there." When they found the mausoleum, they found that the ground had collapsed. There was a deep pit in the ground, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was flourishing from this deep pit. Chapter 22-28. "What's down there?" Zhang Tianyi asked. "It's supposed to be a mirror image of Theodosius' eyes mausoleum." Wenda's tone was also not very sure. "Just a mirror image of the mausoleum? At least what I know is just a mirror image, Wenda said. Is there anything else? I don't know. Zhang Tianyi explored the surroundings. There were obvious signs of activity here. Did you arrange a soul stone here? Zhang Tianyi asked. Since there were signs of activity, it was very likely that the participants of the Holy Glory battle were attracted by the soul stone. Zhang Tianyi looked suspiciously at Wendy. Wendy rubbed his chin and replied, some of the soul essence stones in the Wasteland Central Division were arranged by my disciple, Nancy. I don't remember arranging any soul essence stones here. Is he in a wasteland now? Yes. Call him over, Zhang Tianyi said. Wenda took out his communicator. AI Nancy, where are you now? Teacher, I'm in the central building, monitoring the overall situation. I'm in Theodosius I's mausoleum. Come to me, I have something to ask you. Okay. Teacher, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Zhang Tianyi and Wenda waited for a long time, but AI Nancy did not come. It seems that your disciple has a serious procrastination problem, Zhang Tianyi said with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Even if AI Nancy did not have the speed of the two of them, it was impossible that 3 hours had passed, unless he was unwilling to come or something happened on the way. Wenda took out his communicator again, but this time there was no answer from the other end. Wenda's face suddenly became gloomy. No one liked to be stood up, and Wenda did not like it. I hope AI Nancy will give me a reasonable explanation later. Wenda and Zhang Tianyi returned to the central building. However, when Wenda returned to his laboratory, he found that his laboratory was completely destroyed. Many valuable materials could not be found, and all kinds of important instruments were destroyed. And AI Nancy was nowhere to be seen. AI Nancy, Wenda growled. His face was like a storm under the hot sun. Are you sure this was done by AI Nancy? Zhang Tianyi asked. You mean someone broke in here? You even kidnapped Nancy? Hee hee. Of course it's him. Do you even need to think about it? Besides him, who else could enter your laboratory? Other than him, who knows where your important materials and instruments are kept? Apart from him, who else could clean up their traces so thoroughly? I don't think he betrayed you on the spur of the moment, Zhang Tianyi said wickedly. When Wenda heard Zhang Tianyi's words, at first, he really thought that he had misunderstood AI Nancy. In the end, Zhang Tianyi's words directly pierced his heart. There is no doubt that AI Nancy had a motive for deliberately staying by his side. When you called him to the mausoleum, he already knew he couldn't hide it anymore. So before he left, he set you up. If I catch that guy, I'll soak his brain in formalin so that he'll never die. Congratulations, Nancy. You finally don't have to endure that boring life anymore. Welcome back to the big family. AI Nancy glanced at the people who came to greet her. Compared to the troubles that will follow, my return is nothing to be happy about. Soon, Wenda will find me, and even you. Then, I will bear all his anger with you. Everyone's joyful smiles suddenly turned serious. Did you get everything? A spirit body emerged from the crowd. This spirit body was a soul that was covered in darkness and abstruse. We got it. What about your side? One of the formation eyes has been opened. This is faster than we expected. Who opened it? AI Nancy asked in surprise. I don't know. What was opened was the mausoleum of Theodosius I, our biggest headache. AI Nancy was even more shocked. How is that possible? Could it be Celestial Master Zhang? You guys successfully schemed against Celestial Master Zhang? Lured him into the mausoleum of Theodosius I? Because each of them had a different division of labor, AI Nancy was responsible for lurking around Wenda. Then, she could get first-hand information from Wenda. Therefore, she didn't know the specific tasks and progress of her other companions. But at this moment, she suddenly heard that the hidden formation eye of Theodosius I's mausoleum had been destroyed. After all, the hidden formation eye of Theodosius I's mausoleum was guarded by Theodosius, an emperor blessed by God. Unless it was one of the top existences in the spiritual world, it was almost impossible to defeat the guardian Theodosius. Now that she heard that the formation eye had been opened, the first person that AI Nancy thought of was Zhang Tianyi. Although their original plan was to trick Zhang Tianyi and let him inadvertently help open the formation eye. But at this moment, thinking of Zhang Tianyi's rage, That and an angry Wunda were two different things. Wunda was known as the world's #1 alchemist, but his combat power was far from the top. It could only be regarded as not bad. But Zhang Tianyi was different. He was even known in some areas as the human closest to God, or the only god that existed in the world. Even if Zhang Tianyi was not a real god, he also had his own believers and admirers. We didn't have time to arrange it. As a result, the formation I was opened. We don't know the specific situation. AI Nancy pondered for a while. Although they were companions, they were still a little wary of each other. So she didn't completely trust her companion's words. Especially in combination with the previous conversation between Wunda and her, it was revealed that Wunda and Zhang Tianyi already knew about Theodosius's mausoleum. So AI Nancy took it for granted that the formation I hidden in the mausoleum was opened by Zhang Tianyi. Maybe Zhang Tianyi already knew about this. Facing Wunda alone was already very difficult for them. Now there was another person who was closest to God. AI Nancy suddenly felt like 10 mountains were pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. If possible, AI Nancy hoped that she would never face Zhang Tianyi for the rest of her life. She had been Wanda's disciple for the past few years, so she also had some contact with Zhang Tianyi. She also heard Wunda talk about how terrifying Zhang Tianyi was. Don't try to be enemies with Zhang Tianyi. That was a very despairing enemy. Even the 23rd generation Blood Mary of the same generation and the same level was a dim existence. Chapter 22-29. I suddenly feel a bit bored, Chen Zhao complained. After what happened in Theodosius I's tomb, of course I don't find the fights between these guys that exciting anymore. After all, the battle between the Holy Glory was intense, but everyone had some leeway. Therefore, it wouldn't be like the endless battle in Theodosius I's tomb. Chen Zhao would naturally find it boring too. Just then, Chen Zhao and Bifla discovered that several teams were fighting at the same time. They included the monks from Wutai Mountain and the demons from the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. Right now, they were fighting against 3 teams. There is still a gap between the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals and Wutai Mountain. But right now, the 2 teams were strangely in sync. More accurately, the 3 teams were attacking them together. It was a huge battle between foreign. The 3 foreign teams were targeting the Wutai Mountain and Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. Of course, the 2 teams had to work together to fight against the foreign enemies. Even though they were outnumbered, the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals and Wutai Mountain were not at a disadvantage. The main reason was obviously because of the 2 teams' strength. They seem to have grown a lot, Chen Zhao said, sighing. Of course, if they don't grow after experiencing that, then they're not worthy of their title as geniuses among their peers. Geniuses weren't limited to people with great comprehension or talent. Another type was that they progressed slowly during cultivation, but they could break through continuously in battles and danger. Of course, a battle in the spirit world was still a battle of attrition. Both sides reinforced and restrained each other. The combination of magical attributes and skills would also greatly increase combat power. For example, the monks from Wutai Mountain were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. They would break the formation of the 3 opposing teams and cut them up. Then, the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals would take them down one by one. To be honest, the monks from Wutai Mountain couldn't be invincible. However, they were immune to most spells. The few spells that could hurt them were also greatly weakened. This was very similar to Chen Zhao's non-elemental constitution. As for the members of the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals, most of them had racial talents. From their spells, one could guess what their original forms were. In the end, the 2 sides retreated without a clear winner. Linglong, why did they retreat so easily? They should still have some strength left, right? Victor from Eastern Europe. He's a telepath. His senses are sharper than mine. He sensed danger approaching. As she spoke, she looked around. In the end, her gaze landed on Chen Zhao and Bifla. Just like the first time, Chen Zhao and Bifla were discovered again. If I can feel it, how can Victor not feel it? Tinkle raised her voice. Gentlemen, please come out. Chen Zhao and Bifla didn't try to hide anymore, but they were spying on someone after all, so it was a little awkward. At this time, the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team had no intention to make their move. They were calm, extremely calm. He had to calm down. They couldn't beat him at all. There was no chance of winning at all. Therefore, they accepted this fact calmly. If it was them in the past, they would have definitely attacked the other party. But as soon as Chun Zhao and Bifla appeared, they gave up on the idea. Gentlemen, do you have anything to teach us? Nothing. We've been walking around here for a long time, but it's all been boring battles. Following you guys is more interesting. I hope you could bring us more fun. This is against the rules, right? As long as you treat us like air, we won't interfere with any of your battles. Everyone was looking at each other. You two following us is the biggest obstacle, right? Even if they didn't make a move, these two monster-level spiritualists would be able to kill them. Even if they didn't attack, just standing beside them would give anyone a great sense of pressure. What? You're not willing? Bifla's gaze gradually turned cold. After Bifla's question, no one dared to say no. Then will you help us? Tinkle asked in anticipation. These two should be otherworldly masters. At least, they wouldn't follow them to watch the show for nothing. No, don't even think about it. Bifla rejected Tinkle's suggestion decisively without hesitation. Tinkle didn't dare to speak her mind. She could only think about it in her mind. Although these two people's cultivation base was high, they really didn't know how to behave. Sirs, our strength is not the strongest, and our level is limited. We are far from reaching the top level of the Battle of Holy Glory. For example, the Sage Sect team and the Church team are the seeded teams this time. Their battle should be very exciting. It's not good, whether it's the Sage Sect team or the Church team. When other teams meet them, they just directly bypass them. Moreover, they also know how to keep a low profile and don't take the initiative to fight with others. We've been following these two teams for a while, but nothing happened. It's disappointing. Sometimes, fame was capital. For example, the Sage Sect team and the Church team were like privileged people. All the teams that met them would take the initiative to retreat, unwilling to have a conflict with them. Unless there were 3 or more teams, it was possible to join forces and have a conflict with the former. However, the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team didn't have that kind of capital. No matter which team met them, they would first ask for advice from them. For example, before, they had 2 conflicts with other teams. They were also very helpless about this. After all, they could only be considered an average team in the Battle of Holy Glory. They were a far cry from the top teams. If Chun Zhao and Bifla followed them and were willing to provide some help, the 2 teams would be happy to have them follow. But Chun Zhao and Bifla only treated them like monkeys. They didn't plan to provide any help at all. We won't have any intense battles. Even if we do, it'll probably be very boring for you too. No, the psychic jade you got earlier might lead you to very special places. As long as you go to those special places, special things will definitely happen. We're looking forward to it. We've already decided to give up following the psychic jade, Tinkle said. Really? Then forget it, Chun Zhao said with a smile. But there are a dozen teams nearby. I hope you won't meet them. Chun Zhao smiled. This was a blatant threat. Chapter 2230. The team from Wutai Mountain and the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals could only accept Chun Zhao and Bifla's suggestion helplessly. 3 hours later, the team from Wutai Mountain and the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals had just finished a big battle. There were still no casualties on either side, but both sides had used up a lot of magic power. From the corner of their eyes, they saw Chun Zhao and Bifla sitting on a pile of ruins. They said they were going to watch a show, so they really were. They had no intention of interfering. After the battle, Chun Zhao and Bifla appeared before them again. Looks like you've improved a lot. I can guarantee that if you met those 2 teams a day ago, you would definitely lose. In that case, we should be thanking you, Ling Long said in an annoyed tone. There's no need for that. However, all you have fought quite a few battles along the way without any gains. If this continues, it will be very difficult to guarantee that all of you will advance. So, it's better to follow the Psychic Jade's guidance and head to the next location instead of engaging in meaningless battles with random people. Of course, Exquisite knew that this kind of battle was pointless. But the other teams had the same idea. They all wanted to try their luck on the other side. But like most teams, they didn't have absolute power. So, this kind of battle often ended without any results. No one could gain any advantage from the other. But it would also waste energy and energy. Soul Essence Stones were too hard to find. Also, the guardian beast that guarded them wasn't weak. So, it was better to find opportunities on other teams. Of course, this tactic wasn't completely risk-free. For example, if the other team didn't have a Soul Essence Stone, then it would be a waste of their time and energy. Or if the other team had a Soul Essence Stone, but they couldn't beat it, then all their efforts would be in vain. It was more likely that he would be taught a lesson by the other party, and even the Soul Essence Stone in his hand would be taken away. But if they didn't rely on robbing, it would be too difficult to rely on just searching. Many teams couldn't find Soul Essence Stones, so they were good at stealing. Of course, most of the teams belonged to the chaotic neutral type. This meant that they would steal from others as long as they had the chance. If they could find Soul Essence Stones with their own team's ability, they would also work hard. The team from Wutai Mountain and the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals were chaotic neutral. As for the top teams, they were kind neutral. They didn't need to steal other people's Soul Essence Stones. They had enough ability to find and obtain the Soul Essence Stone. Moreover, no one dared to provoke them. This was an applicable rule in any field. The people at the top of the pyramid looked down on all living beings, while the people below the pyramid fought with all their might. Don't think about it. With your strength, if you don't take some risks, it will be very difficult for you to break out of this encirclement. As a cultivator, you should be courageous and fearless. Hesitating like this will greatly affect your state of mind in the future, Chen Zhao said, trying to bewitch them. The main reason was that the teams from Wutai Mountain and the Union of 10,000 Immortals were too cowardly. Even when they were fighting against other teams, they would be afraid of the slightest thing. It was simply too boring. We can follow the guidance of the Psychic Jade, but if there's any danger, I hope you won't just stand by and watch. For the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team, the previous incident in the Mausoleum of Theodosius, I was completely unexpected. If it happened again, they would die even if they had 10 lives. This is against the rules. Bifla refused again. But if it's really something that threatens your life, we definitely won't leave you to die, Chen Zhao added. Actually, according to the previous incident, when Chen Zhao and Bifla interfered, the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team had already lost the right to participate. Nevertheless, as long as they weren't caught red-handed and both sides kept their mouths shut, no one would investigate further. On one hand, Exquisite didn't want to encounter something like that again. But if she didn't want to be eliminated, she had to take the risk. Exquisite took out the Psychic Jade. After injecting some magic into it, it floated up and led the way for them again. Chun Zhao and Bifla returned to the shadows. Will the Psychic Jade be complicated to make? The process isn't. Both the East and the West have similar alchemy products, so the process is basically the same. It's just that the raw materials aren't ordinary. They can even be said to be very expensive. If it's converted to regular currency, it's probably over $100 million. Are the organizers this extravagant this time, taking out such an expensive thing and throwing it on the street? I suspect that this Psychic Jade was placed there by the organizers. The first location that this Psychic Jade pointed to was Theodosius I's mausoleum. The danger and difficulty of that place is not something that these teams can handle. Are you saying that there are other people involved in this matter? Someone purposely used this Psychic Jade to confuse the participating teams and make them think that it was placed there by the organizers? If there's no accident, that should be the case. The organizers are too careless, right? Someone actually used this trial to do something like this. To do this, it's either Wendy, the main person who set up the Barren Lands Market, or someone close to him. You already have a suspect. It's none of my business. Even if I have a suspect, I won't do anything. Why? Someone close to Wendy. He can't find the problem himself. It's an insult to him to have an outsider like me remind him. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and understood Bifla's concerns. There was no direct evidence for this either. If Bifla said it, but didn't have evidence, he might even be bitten in the back because of this. So, when they weren't very close, of course, it was none of his business. Isn't that Ruik Des in front? Why is he here? Chun Zhao said in surprise. Chun Zhao noticed that there was a figure in the direction where the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals were heading. It was none other than Ruik Des. Mato Shinji is here too. She's here? Where? How come I don't see her? Why can you see her, but I can't? Ruik Des covered her aura and set up an illusion of her body. You can't see her. Just then, the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals also noticed Ruik Des. Both sides stopped and observed each other. A psychic jade also floated in front of Ruik Des. Both sides looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 22:31. Both sides met following the psychic jade. At this time, the two originally floating psychic jade turned at the same time and pointed to a road next to them. At this time, Ruik Des spoke first. It seems that our goal is the same thing. Yes, what a coincidence. The Wutai Mountain team and a union of 10,000 immortals looked at Ruik Des with vigilance. Although Ruik Des was also vigilant, he was more confident in his own strength. He was not afraid of the Wutai Mountain team and the union of 10,000 immortals team. I advise you to give up. That is not something you can reach. Even if you are lucky enough to reach the end, I will not show any mercy to you. Do you want to fight? Exquisite's words had already made her attitude clear. If they wanted to get what the psychic jade pointed to, they could, but they had to first defeat them. Ruik Des snorted coldly. If it were not for Madwa Shinji who was beside him, he did not mind teaching these overconfident guys a lesson. Let's go, Ruik Des said coldly. Mr. Des, they are your competitors. Are you just going to let them go? Madwa Shinji asked in confusion. Even if they find that place, they can't reach the end. Although they are competitors, they're not a threat to me at all, so there's no need to waste magic on them. Bifla, I can understand hiding your breath. I can also understand hiding your body. But what I can't understand is why I can't see Madwa Shinji and always subconsciously ignore her. When we first met, you used the same magic. What is going on? In fact, it's very simple. The evidence of a person's existence is other people's senses. As the saying goes, everyone lives in the eyes of others, and it is the existence of others that proves your existence. Of course, this kind of eyes does not only refer to the eyes, but also the senses, memories, and impressions. Whether it is me or Madwa Shinji's magic, it is equivalent to releasing a wrong signal, making you mistakenly think that there is nothing there, and thus ignore her existence. Bifla said, "This is the art of deception. The person who first created this magic was a killer, and today there are still many organizations in the shadows using this magic to murder. This kind of magic that people neglect is indeed impossible to guard against." Chun Zhao had to admit that if an assassin with this spell tried to ambush him, it would be hard for him to notice it immediately. Actually, there are still many flaws in this magic. Even if an assassin uses this magic to get close to you, as long as he makes a move, his murderous aura will definitely be exposed. It's like a piece of pure white paper. As long as it's stained with a little ink, it will be incomparably clear. The psychic jade brought Ruik Des and the two teams into a sewer entrance. The sewers of modern cities were almost like giant mazes. Without the guidance of the psychic jade, most people would probably starve to death here without being able to find the exit. Fortunately, this was only a mirror image of Istanbul's sewer system, and there was no stinking sewage. 2 hours after the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team entered the maze, the group found a door that stood out in the sewers. It did not fit in with its surroundings, but it was embedded into the wall. The door looked very old, and the frame of the door was wrapped in metal. The door planks were made of some unknown plant, and there were exquisite runes engraved on them. Exquisite tried to pull the door, but she did not succeed. The group was about to use violence to open the door. If you want to die here, continue to use violence to open the door. Bifla appeared. Sir, is there a problem with this door? This door is called the Gate of Laws. Only by acting according to the rules set by this door can you open the true passage. If you try to use violence or disobey the rules to open this door, you'll be taken to an unknown place by this door. or you'll be killed directly. But what rules are there on this door? Does it have an artifact spirit? It's not an artifact spirit. The runes engraved on the door are the rules. What language are these runes? Ancient Babylonian. Ancient Babylonian? The race that tried to build a tower that reached the sky in the Bible, but it angered God and was destroyed? That's right. In the legends, ancient Babylonians once ruled the entire world. The other races also used ancient Babylonian. God sent down divine punishment and cut off the Babylonian tower. He exiled every race to the north and south of the world, making it impossible for them to communicate in the same language. From then on, ancient Babylonian lost its inheritance. Sir, do you know what these runes mean? The skill of a thief, Bifla said. The loser will pay with a finger. What does that mean? Do any of you know the skill of a thief? The group looked at each other. Finally, Wade Dahing came out. What do I need to do? You know the skill of a thief? I used to be the leader of a group of thieves. Do you think I know the skill of a thief? Use your skill of a thief to open this door. Is it that simple? This is the first door. There are more and more dangerous rules behind it. Just use the skill of a thief to open the door? Yes. Wei Daheng took out a metal wire from his ear. Click! It didn't take long before they heard the crisp sound of the door being locked. The door was opened. When the group entered the door, the first door suddenly closed. At this moment, monsters drilled out from the ground. The strength of these monsters was very ordinary. They didn't bring any trouble to the group. The group turned here and there and found the second door. The shape and runes were the same as the first door. The group looked left and right, looking for Bifla. After all, apart from Bifla, no one else in the group knew about the ancient Babylonian mosquito. Sir, what does the second door represent? Bifla went forward and touched the door lightly. The rules on it say that the door will only open when the requirements are met. Ling Long, it's too dangerous. We still don't know what's going on here. Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube? What does that mean? Chapter 2232. Everyone looked over and saw a pure black Rubik's Cube floating there. The 6 sides of this pure black Rubik's Cube were all the same color. What is this Rubik's Cube? How do we operate it? Just then, Bifla fell silent again. On the other hand, Chun Zhao looked at the pure black cube with interest. He was also curious about how to operate it. Seeing that Bifla didn't speak, everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Don't look at me, Chun Zhao said helplessly. Seeing that Chun Zhao and Bifla couldn't help or were purposely not helping, Exquisite couldn't help. They could only think of a solution themselves. Exquisite walked up and tried to send her mana into the cube. Sure enough, the moment Exquisite's magic power entered the magic cube, it began to spin. Immediately, many small magic arrays appeared around them. Magical beasts crawled out of the arrays. Without any communication, these beasts were clearly here on a mission to attack the intruders. However, they weren't strong and there weren't many of them. The group easily wiped out the demonic beasts. Just then, the cube spun again. The next moment, another magic array appeared. A large magical beast crawled out of it. This magical beast's strength was quite formidable. Everyone had a hard time. It took them half an hour. In the end, it was beaten down by everyone. Exquisite, what's going on? My guess is that if we send magic power into the magic cube, then the magic cube will rotate according to the amount of magic power. Every time it rotates, a batch of demon beasts will appear. Moreover, different combinations will also produce different demon beasts. If it's a normal cube, we can at least know how to spin all 6 sides. But this cube is pure black. All 6 sides are the same color. We won't be able to finish it even if we spin it until the end of time. No, let me think. Maybe there's something we don't know. Exquisite looked at the cube, deep in thought. The others didn't dare to send Phalai in anymore. Can we destroy this Rubik's Cube? Everyone looked at Bifla. They all wanted to hear the answer from Bifla. Yes, Bifla said, sacrificing a person's life is the value of the cube. Upon hearing Bifla's words, everyone immediately dispelled this thought. Is there no other way? Just follow the rules and pass. On the other hand, Chun Zhao had been observing the cube. The pure black Rubik's Cube was meaningless. There had to be a way to make the true colors appear. Chun Zhao walked forward and sent his immortal power into the Rubik's Cube. In an instant, The originally pure black Rubik's Cube split into 9 red cubes on different sides. At the same time, the Rubik's Cube began to spin. Furthermore, it didn't just rotate once, but continuously. He continued to rotate until all 9 of the red cubes were gathered on one surface. Everyone was shocked. They'd been worried that Chun Zhao's rash actions would bring disaster to them. But in the next moment, everyone suddenly felt that their magic power had completely recovered. Then the 9 identical red sides lost their color and became red again. Sir, how did you do it? Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and didn't answer the man's question. Everyone looked at each other. Exquisite decided to give it another try. Exquisite tried to send her magic power into the Rubik's Cube again. However, Ling Long's magic power only caused a small square to light up. After turning it once, it immediately returned to black. The next moment, a demon covered in flames crawled out of the magic formation. Everyone's magic power went back into the battle. This flaming demon was very strong. It was more than a level stronger than the previous 2 groups. After the great battle, everyone was exhausted. Just then, the shameless Chun Zhao attacked again. Moreover, Chun Zhao had activated 9 red facets and combined them into a complete facet. Everyone instantly recovered their energy and magic power. Strange, why can't I activate the other colors? Chun Zhao looked at his hand. No matter how much immortal power he sent in, he could only activate one face. He had plenty of immortal power. The power absorbed by the Rubik's Cube was like a drop in the ocean. But Chun Zhao's immortal power still couldn't activate the other colors. I understand the rules of the Rubik's Cube. Exquisite suddenly understood. First of all, everyone's magic power can only activate one color. If you activate 9 small cubes of the same color at the same time, it will directly form a face of the same color. The other colors will combine to summon enemies, and the face of the same color will restore the magic power and energy we've expended. That means we need at least 6 people to input magic power at the same time. Our magic power also needs to be continuously sent into the Rubik's Cube until all 6 of us activate all the small squares at the same time. Fa Zheng asked. That's right. As long as we can activate all the small squares at the same time, the Rubik's Cube will keep turning until all 6 of them are of the same color. But each of us can barely activate a small color block, let alone 9 of the same color at the same time. That's impossible. They knew that Chun Zhao was very powerful, so he could activate the same color alone. But they couldn't do it. They were too weak. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao again. If Chun Zhao helped, the process would be more troublesome. But Chun Zhao could activate the recovery function again and again. Apart from saving one person, they could also recover energy and magic power after each battle. This would save them a lot of trouble. Don't look at me, Chun Zhao said calmly. I won't help. Only Chun Zhao and Bifla had enough magic power to activate 9 small squares of the same color at once. The others couldn't even activate a small square. Exquisite thought for a moment and said to her companions, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Exquisite. We can choose 6 people to be responsible for injecting magic power into the Rubik's Cube, she said. We can't activate all 9 squares at once, but the magic we injected won't disappear. With enough time, we can completely fill up the Rubik's Cube. The others will be responsible for the things that are summoned when the Rubik's Cube turns. Exquisite paused and then said, but if we purely rely on our own magic power recovery speed, it will take far too long. So it's best to recover our magic power every once in a while through the magic cube's single-colored light. But our magic power levels are similar. How can we activate one side so quickly? Everyone's magic power is different. Even if we inject magic power at the same time, we'll activate different colored squares. Didn't you use a trick before where 10 people gathered magic power on one person? We can use it to increase efficiency. Chapter 2233. To be honest, Chun Zhao and Bifla felt tired looking at the teams from Wutai Mountain and the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. It was because of the difference in power, but this black spell had a strict requirement. Although they could use tricks like this, it would waste a lot of time. After all, it would waste a lot of time. Bifla, the strength and number of the summoned creatures seemed to be random. It's not random. It's based on the face with the most of the same color. For example, if there are 8 squares of the same color on one face, then only one will be summoned, and this creature will be very strong. If there are 8 squares of the same color on 2 faces, then 2 creatures of the same strength will be summoned. If every face is the same, then the summoned creatures will be weaker, but there will be a lot of them. Chen Zhao watched the 2 teams go through the difficult process. In the end, he couldn't help but step forward. Whatever, I'll help you. By this time, 3 hours had passed, but they were still a long way from assembling all 6 faces. If Chen Zhao and Bifla just watched, they would probably be locked here for 5 days. Why are you willing to help us now? Exquisite sounded dissatisfied. I'm not willing. Chen Zhao glanced at Exquisite. With that, Chen Zhao injected his immortal power and activated the 9 squares of the same color. At the same time, he had them combine into one face. The magic power that the 2 teams had used earlier was recovered again. Wutai Mountain's team could activate 9 squares of the same color with 10 people working together. However, the activation process was very complicated. It was also more careful and dangerous. After all, they had to gather all the magic power of the other 9 people into one person. It was like an inflated balloon that could explode at any time. So, they sent in bit by bit and sent it out bit by bit. It was like filling a pool with water from a faucet. There was a process. It couldn't be filled directly. The time needed to activate the 9 squares was barely enough to meet the needs of the others. After a few battles, they could all be activated and their magic power recovered. Chen Zhao was much more direct. As long as the 2 teams were willing, Chen Zhao could keep them at full magic power forever. This turned the situation from hell mode to simple mode. For spiritualists, as long as they had magic power, they wouldn't lose. So, things became very simple. The process became very easy and smooth. When the 6 faces of the Rubik's Cube were completely activated and the 6 faces of the same color rotated, the Rubik's Cube suddenly broke down into small cubes. These small cubes then reassembled into a 6-colored scepter. This 6-colored scepter was emitting a peculiar hue. The dazzling radiance of the scepter made anyone who saw it think it was a good item. Ling Long stretched out her hand to grab the scepter, but the scepter released a burst of multicolored light that shook her away. Everyone was stunned. Just as they were at a loss, the scepter moved on its own and came before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked around. He was also shocked. Does this thing recognize me as its master? Chen Zhao reached out to hold the scepter. The scepter didn't reject him. This scepter's grade isn't very high, but it should have already developed a bit of intelligence. That's why it chose its master on its own. If you nurture it carefully, you might even be able to nurture a divine weapon. What the fuck is a godly artifact? Even if it's a godly artifact, it's useless. I've always used my fist to solve problems. Do I have to change to a long-range profession for this thing? I don't think that's appropriate. Chen Zhao looked at the scepter in his hand. How about you find someone else? I really don't need you here. Everyone was speechless. This scepter would be a priceless treasure no matter where it was. However, Chen Zhao's tone was full of disdain. After a spiritual weapon chooses its master, it won't betray him no matter what, Bifla said. They're simple and don't have complicated thoughts. Unless you're dead, it'll only recognize you as its master. Okay, I don't plan on dying for now. Chen Zhao weighed the scepter in his hand. They passed, right? What do we do now? As soon as he finished speaking, a 5-colored beam shot out of the scepter. The multicolored light fell on the opposite door. Then, the door made a clicking sound, and the door opened. The team from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals really didn't want to continue. It was too tiring. This level wasn't something spiritualists of their level could handle. For example, without Chen Zhao's help, they would probably need to spend 20 to 30 times more time to pass the test. They couldn't make any mistakes either. If they did, they wouldn't just face failure. Their lives would be in danger. But now, Chen Zhao and Bifla wouldn't allow them to retreat. After another half an hour of travel, they saw a figure in the distance. Ruik Des and Mato Hinji were standing in front of the third door. Ruik Des looked at the two teams coming from behind in shock. Chun Zhao and Biflo were the back of the team and purposely hid, so Ruik didn't notice the two traitors. Ruik didn't think that these spiritualists, who were just kids in his eyes, could pass the second door so quickly. He was still at the third door, which made him feel awkward. He thought that the 20 people in the two teams definitely wouldn't be able to catch up to his speed. But reality slapped him hard in the face. "You guys actually came," Ruik Des said, squinting. There was a hint of surprise and doubt in his voice. The Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals all looked at Ruik Des warily. Since Ruik Des could pass the second door alone, it meant that he was also very powerful. "Don't be nervous. I don't plan on attacking you." Ruik Des' words didn't dispel the two teams' guard. "In a sense, we're not enemies, and we don't have any conflicts of interest. You want a soul stone, right? I don't need that. Plus, you've already proven your strength by passing the second door. I've also acknowledged you, so we can work together." Everyone looked at each other, although they hadn't completely dispelled their doubts. But if Ruik Des allied with them, it would undoubtedly be a great help to them. Chapter 2234. In the end, the two sides formed an alliance. Of course, it wasn't because they trusted each other. It was because they had no conflict of interest. Ruik wasn't a participant in the Battle of Holy Glory, so he didn't need the Soul Stone. Ruik Des glanced at the two teams. Suddenly, he saw two figures at the back of the team. Ruik Des furrowed his brows. The two figures were obviously avoiding him, but Ruik didn't think too much about it. "Can you tell us about the situation here?" Tinkle looked at the gate in front of them. The gate was made entirely of black iron and seemed to weigh at least a dozen tons. Of course, if it was just this weight, it wouldn't be able to stop Ruik Des outside. Everyone looked at Ruik Des in confusion. They didn't find anything special about the black iron gate. Ruik Des glanced at the crowd. "Which one of you is an enhancer?" The 10 big baldies all stood up. "All of us," said Forensics. Ruik Des shook his head. "Your 9th level Dharma won't do. You look down on us. This gate requires all of our magic power to combine and concentrate on one person to push it open. Can you do it?" Ruik Des said, "I want a real enhancer, preferably a strength type, not someone like you who has been enhanced by spells. Besides, your Dharma is still inclined to physique, and the strength bonus is pitifully low." The 10 monks immediately fell silent. Indeed, their spells were also enhancers, but they all had that kind of tortoise shell and didn't stand out in terms of strength. "I'll do it." Just then, a big guy in a vest came out of the crowd. "You're a beast spirit? What breed?" Easterners called them monsters. Westerners also had the concept of monsters, but they called beasts in human form beast spirits. "Water buffalo," said the big guy in a vest. "You can do it." Ruik Des nodded. "The biggest problem for me at this level is that there's no strength enhancer at the front." Ruik Des was also helpless about this. Even if there was no one else, his magic power was enough. But he was an enhancer. He could not convert his magic power into pure power. The black iron door in front of him wasn't just a board, but an entire square. A huge piece of iron that weighed more than 100 tons. Of course, even if he had enough magic power, he would not do it alone. Even if they were now in an alliance, he did not fully trust the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team. Pushing such a heavy piece of iron consumed a lot of his energy as well. Therefore, if it was not necessary, he would not sacrifice himself. "We don't know the kind of spell that concentrates all of our magic power on one person," Ling Long said. "It's fine. I can set up a mana-gathering magic array," Ruik Des said. Exquisite and Rook Des were scheming to take advantage of him. Exquisite originally wanted to say that they didn't know this magic, so she wanted Ruik Des to transfer the magic to Old Cow alone. But Ruik was experienced, and he easily dispelled Exquisite's intentions. Soon, Ruik Des finished preparing the magic array. When everyone stepped onto the magic array, they cautiously probed it. The effect of this magic array was similar to the previous spell used by the Wutai Mountain team. However, there was still a big difference between the two. Moreover, as the eye of the array, The old cow was also different from the big baldy of Wutai Mountain. Everyone in the Wutai Mountain team knew the role and use of mana gathering magic. They were also accustomed to each other's magical power. Plus, they had the same source of magical power, as well as their physique strengthening method. With all these factors added up, they were able to use this spell freely. But Old Cow was different. As an ox demon, his physique was indeed stronger than that of other demons. However, the amount of external magical power that he could withstand was far lower than that of anyone in the Wutai Mountain team. Everyone in the magic formation was transferring their magic power to the Old Cow. Old Cow's face turned red. Although he felt the abundant magic power vibrating in his body, he didn't feel anything. Although he felt the abundant magical power vibrating in his body, he was also under great pressure. Convert the magic power in your body into power, and then push the iron door with all your strength. Old Cow roared and pressed his palms against the black door. Not enough. Looks like we need to increase the magical power output, Ruik Des said. No, Old Bull can't take any more magic power. This is his limit. Tinkle immediately interrupted Ruik Des's words. This isn't his limit, Ruik Des said. Also, if he doesn't work hard, none of us will be able to take another step forward. Miss Exquisite, I can do it. I can still do it, Old Cow roared. Increase the magical power input. Exquisite's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything in the end. Old Cow had a stubborn temper. Ruik Des's words had agitated him. Rustle. Just then, the black iron door began to move backward. It's moving, it's moving. More power. Hold on. Old Cow's veins bulged, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, Old Cow's skin split open, and blood spurted out. Then, Old Cow collapsed to the ground. Everyone hurried forward to check on Old Cow's condition. His meridians are severely damaged, a pale demon said. Thankfully, his demon core isn't injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his human form. It's all your rotten idea. Exquisite looked at Ruik Des, her tone very displeased. You can't blame me for this. Besides, I contributed the most magical power, so you naturally have to contribute as well. We are only allies, not subordinates. You better understand the situation. Umph. Exquisite snorted lightly and didn't say anything else. What do we do now? We've only pushed the door a little. It's far from meeting the requirements. Can't we destroy the door? This is obsidian. Although it's not as immune to magic as black profound gold, it still has extremely high magic resistance. When our magic lands on the obsidian, its power is reduced by 90%. Also, some magical metal has been added to the door, making the material even more indestructible. It's almost impossible to destroy the door through brute force. In any case, don't even think about letting Old Cow continue. He's already injured. I didn't say that he must go, but this obstacle still requires everyone's efforts. Chapter 2235. That door can only be pushed open? Chun Zhao asked. For you and I, of course, there are more choices. We can even destroy it directly, but they can't. Ruik Des might have other methods, but that method is too costly for him. He won't use this method, Biflis said. Ruik Des was still discussing with the two teams how to solve their current problem. Mato Shinji's gaze landed on the crowd. She didn't know why, but she had a strange feeling. It was a familiar yet strange feeling. She couldn't explain it, but she couldn't ignore it either. Mato Shinji looked at the two teams. Suddenly, she saw two figures. The two figures only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing in front of her eyes in an instant. Mato Shinji's heart skipped a beat. It's you. It was only for a moment, but Mato Shinji immediately thought of the two extremely evil traitors. Everyone turned to look at Mato Shinji. They didn't know about Mato Shinji's existence. When they saw Mato Shinji, they were shocked at first. Then they looked at her even more warily. They didn't understand why there was suddenly another person. Mato, what's wrong? Ruik Des asked. At the same time, his voice indicated that Mato Shinji wasn't an enemy. Mr. Des, it's those two, Mato Shinji said. Mato Shinji said, those two are in their team. No, to be precise, those two are part of their team. Those two people, Are you talking about the two guys who betrayed us back then? Yes, those two. Ruig Des didn't like Chun Zhao and Bifla either, because in his and Mato Shinji's eyes, Chun Zhao and Bifla were traitors. Ruig Des scanned the surroundings but didn't see Chun Zhao and Bifla. But he believed in Mato Shinji's eyes. Come out, two traitors. I know you're here. There's no point in hiding anymore. Traitors? Chun Zhao and Bifla revealed themselves at the same time and walked out of the crowd. Both Chun Zhao and Bifla couldn't accept the word traitor. The so-called traitors were those who were loyal to their original target, or those who went against their original promise. And neither of them felt that they had ever been loyal to Ruig Des. At best, they were just using each other. To be more precise, everything they did was for their own amusement. Therefore, they felt that since they had never pledged loyalty, how could there be any betrayal? Ruig Des was even less qualified to gain the loyalty of any one of them. Of course, Ruig Des did not think so. Mr. Ruig, why do you think we betrayed you? Chun Zhao had an unfriendly smile. Do you need me to explain the process of your betrayal again? Ruig said coldly. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao and Bifla curiously. Both of them used to work for Ruig Des. Could it be that Ruig Des was stronger than both of them? From the beginning to the end, we have never done anything to let you down. To us, it was just a game. Even in the end, we did not take the initiative to deal with you. Furthermore, weren't you using us? We were just cooperating with you to put on a show. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, the team from Wutai Mountain and the alliance of 10,000 immortals were dazed. These two were not only terrifyingly powerful, they were also full of bad taste. Ruig Des was clearly the same as them. They were all hurt by their bad taste. No matter how you argue, you can't change a betrayal. Traitors must pay the price. Mr. Ruig, you can't beat any of us, Chun Zhao stated a fact. Although this fact wasn't all that pleasant. But Chun Zhao still had to say it. But this obviously unpleasant answer completely infuriated Ruig Des. You mean you're stronger than me? Without a doubt, Chun Zhao and Bifla answered at the same time. Suddenly, a few colorful potion bottles appeared in Ruig's drooping hands. Perhaps you should show some respect to your former master. The bottles exploded at the same time. A thick smoke mixed with magic spread in the air. Retreat, Tinkle exclaimed. This is magic burn. The colorful magic smoke was very famous. As long as one inhaled it, it would be like dropping a match into a barrel of gasoline. They would be instantly ignited. Everyone hurriedly retreated. They did not want their bodies to become a barrel of gasoline. But Chun Zhao and Bifla had no intention of dodging. Bifla's body was instantly ignited. Ruig Des was about to say a few harsh words in an arrogant manner, but he realized that Bifla, whose body was ignited, did not cry out in pain or struggle. It was as if nothing had happened. He just stood there calmly. Chun Zhao was even more exaggerated. Although he was covered in thick smoke, nothing happened. This kind of attack is meaningless. You better use direct attacks. Chun Zhao's words were frivolous, but also very hurtful. Ruig Des' expression darkened even more. Just then, a thick black aura emanated from his body. The aura of death. It was something that could not be touched. But Chun Zhao and Bifla still stood where they were. The flames on Bifla's body were still not extinguished. Chun Zhao still stood there without moving. Nothing happened. Tinkle could tell that Chun Zhao and Bifla did not plan to attack. She thought of the battle in Theodosia's tomb. Chun Zhao and Bifla had both displayed boundless power. So, they might have the pride of being strong and did not want to argue with Ruig Des. Actually, it was not because Chun Zhao and Bifla were that generous. It was mainly because they did not want to hurt Ruig Des. After all, Ruig Des was an ally of the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals. With the abilities and power of the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals, it was almost impossible for them to pass through all the checkpoints alone. Ruig Des was a very important part. With him, perhaps the two teams could pass through the checkpoints. Unfortunately, Ruig Des did not appreciate the kindness. He also did not think that the two had good intentions. Ruig Des took out another magic item and threw it at his feet. The next moment, Ruik Dessa's body was covered in a layer of intertwined red and blue armor. The design of the armor was similar to that of a Gundam. It was quite modern. It didn't feel like a simple knight's armor, but a robot that exuded advanced technology. Of course, this Gundam armor was actually powered by magic power. The manufacturing process was also mainly magic. There was no technology involved. Chapter 2236. This was Ruik Dessa's pinnacle work of alchemy. Most of these magic tools with exoskeletons and mecha attributes had an indestructible defense. At the same time, they had varying attack power depending on the alchemist's skill. Everyone speculated that Ruik Dessa might be a Gundam fan because he really looked like a Gundam from the outside. Pointing his fist at Chun Zhao and Bifla, Ruik Dessa yelled, "Explosive punch!" The Gundam's right fist left its wrist and flew toward Chun Zhao and Bifla. Bang! The iron fist smashed into Chun Zhao's face. Then it fell to the ground powerlessly. Chun Zhao touched his cheek. Don't hit the face when you hit someone. Do you know that? Ruik Dessa's expression changed slightly. He already knew that Chun Zhao was an enhancer. He knew that Chun Zhao's body was much stronger than normal people. Even enhancer spiritualists couldn't compare. But now, Chun Zhao was completely unharmed after taking a punch to the face. But this couldn't make Ruik Dessa admit defeat just like that. Since physical attack and defense were strong, he could just change his attack method and element. A blue current suddenly shot out from the Gundam's missing wrist. The current charged toward Chun Zhao with an unstoppable force. Boom! After the current, Chun Zhao was still unharmed. Ruik Dessa's expression changed again. This didn't work. Ruik Dessa couldn't help but hesitate. He was confident that he still had other methods, and even trump cards. He could definitely defeat these two arrogant and ignorant guys. But was it really worth it to pay such a huge price for them? Most of the time, the attitude of the two sides on the battlefield depended on the opponent's strength. If Chun Zhao and Bifla were really enemies that could be wiped out at will, Ruik Dessa definitely wouldn't be stingy with his casual attack. But he didn't give up just like that. He wanted to try again with an even stronger attack. Just then, an energy palm formed at the Gundam's broken right wrist. The energy palm condensed another energy sword. Hiss! The Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals all gasped. What a massive magic power! We'd better hide further away, Fa Zhang said solemnly. In the past, when he and his fellow disciples faced most of the attacks, they directly used their faces to block. But in the face of Ruik Dessa's attack again, it was too late. He didn't have much confidence. At the same time, he once again felt the difference brought about by different levels. Only a huge amount of pure magic power could condense such a weapon. From this, it could be seen that Ruik Dessa's magic power had reached the highest level. Of course, if it was just magic power, the amount of consumption would be too large. Even Ruik Dessa would not waste magic power like this. It was released through the Gundam's internal magical device after it compressed and transformed mana. Although it looked powerful, it didn't consume as much mana as he had imagined. Ruik Dessa growled and raised his sword. This was the perfect combination of physical and magical attacks. It surpassed the vast majority of attacks. Most of the spiritualists, no matter how powerful they were, would either use magic or physical attacks to attack. There were very few ways to attack with both physical and magical elements at the same time. The energy blade slashed at Chun Zhao's neck. Chun Zhao grinned. Dark magma suddenly shot up, blocking the energy blade and wrapping around it at the same time. He didn't want to see who was tougher between his neck and the energy blade. Ruik Dessa wanted to pull out his sword and slash again, but when he pulled it out of the dark lava, he realized that it was actually corroded. Ruik Dessa was not disappointed. Instead, he felt proud. He had tested Chun Zhao's bottom line. This was Chun Zhao's first time actively defending. This meant that the attack could hurt him. Just then, Tinkle said, "Guys, I don't know what grudges you have, but now is definitely not the time for you to fight." Ruik Dessa wasn't completely unconcerned. After all, they were in a dilemma. The space here wasn't very big. In the previous attacks, he had purposely chosen to attack in a specific direction. He just didn't want to affect Madoua Shinji. Madhwa Shinji's body was stronger than a normal person's, but if she faced Qin Zhao, she might be affected by the shockwaves. There were still 2 more levels. He had to conserve his magic for the next 2 doors. Also, with Tinkle's obstruction and persuasion, it gave him a way out. So, he didn't want to fight anymore. After you leave this place, you'd better run faster. Ruik Des threw down a harsh sentence coldly. Qin Zhao smiled and didn't continue. Tinkle, on the other hand, was troubled. Originally, Ruik Des was willing to help. Now, Qin Zhao and Bifla, 2 great enemies, were eyeing him. He would definitely be more careful. Since they're here, I won't do it alone. Plus, I'm allying with you, not them. Ruik Des made it clear. Either everyone stared at him, or they had to help too. Tinkle was afraid of this. She couldn't help but blame Qin Zhao and Bifla. Not only did they have bad interests, but they also made enemies everywhere. We can help too. How about you leave this level to us? What do you think? The flames on Bifla's body had already been extinguished. His clothes weren't damaged at all, let alone his skin. Ruik Des's eyes narrowed. He couldn't tell what magic system Bifla used. Elemental magic? Didn't seem like it. There were no elemental waves on him. Ruik Des's gaze shifted to Qin Zhao again. This made his heart inexplicably heavy. Dealing with Qin Zhao was already difficult enough. Now, there was Bifla, who didn't know how powerful. He suddenly didn't have much confidence. Sure, if you can do it. Ruik Des also wanted to take this opportunity to probe Bifla's depths and his magic system. Bifla walked to the black iron door and pressed his hand on the door made of obsidian. Suddenly, the place where Bifla's hand touched the door turned bright red. What was he going to do? Melt such a large piece of metal? Even normal metal would be hard to melt, not to mention that it was a black iron door fused with obsidian. Of course, Ruik Des didn't say anything. Instead, he watched Bifla's method seriously. Chapter 2237. The scorching red continued to spread on the black iron door. Soon, the entire front of the door turned pure red. At the same time, it emitted a scorching heat. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the black iron door began to melt. The boiling red molten iron was flowing downwards. Ruik's pupils constricted. What a huge amount of magic power. To melt such a huge black iron door mixed with obsidian, that wasn't something that regular magic could do. The threatening heat was proof of Bifla's terrifying power. Ruik calculated silently in his heart. In the end, he came to the conclusion that Bifla's magic power wasn't lower than his. Of course, pure magic power couldn't do this. It also had to meet the requirements of attributes. It was like how pure electricity couldn't melt iron. However, if it was converted into heat by a machine, it could be easily done. The others were even more amazed. Even Qin Zhao felt ashamed of his inferiority. The power needed to destroy something and melt it were 2 different concepts. Finally, the entire black iron door melted. It revealed an unobstructed passage. Bifla retracted his hand, and the molten iron on the ground was sucked into his palm. No one knew how Bifla absorbed so much molten iron and where he stored it. Of course, the team from Wutai Mountain and the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals had already seen Bifla's power. Thus, they weren't surprised. Everyone stood before the passage. It was pitch black before them. There wasn't a single trace of light, but there were gusts of wind coming from inside. It was as if a huge creature was breathing inside. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, their gazes landed on Qin Zhao, Bifla, and Ruik Des. The 3 of them were the strongest, so it was only natural that they would be chosen as the vanguard. Of course, if it was just any one of them, the 2 teams wouldn't be able to control them. However, what made them feel fortunate was that the 3 of them were divided into 2 camps. The grudge between them gave the members of the 2 teams a chance to breathe. It's your turn to take the lead next, Mr. Ruik. Ruik Des glanced at the passage. I won't deal with the guy at the next level. He seemed to know what was inside. What's inside? A magical creature immune to magic, a behemoth. Behemoth? Is this a magical creature that specializes in physical attacks? Yes. Then leave this guy to me, Qin Zhao said. You're in charge of the next level? Sure. But that guy isn't easy to deal with. He's known as the Dragon Slayer, and his strength is greater than a dragon's. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Whether it was in the east or the west, a giant dragon was a symbol of power. A magical creature that could slay dragons was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying existence. But Chun Zhao didn't hesitate at all. He walked into the dark tunnel without looking back. Roar! A rough roar came from the passageway. Following that, the ground and ceiling began to shake. The continuous tremors caused everyone's heart to palpitate. The air rushing out of the passageway also became rushed. Rumble! There was another huge tremor. This time, the tremor was even more violent than before. The passageway looked like it was about to collapse, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, two beams of light appeared in front of them. The two beams of light appeared very suddenly, but they only lasted for about 10 seconds. The beams of light gradually dimmed. "We can go in now," Bifla said indifferently, leading the way. Ruik Des furrowed his brows, but he still followed closely behind. When they reached the end of the passageway, they saw the corpse of a giant beast with its head separated from its body on the ground. The beast's hideous and terrifying head was facing the passageway they'd come from. The two beams of light they'd seen earlier were the eyes of the head. But in the end, the light disappeared along with its life force. Ruik Des saw that Chun Zhao had his hands in his pockets and was clean. He didn't look like he'd just gone through a huge battle. Ruik Des couldn't help but speculate. What method had Chun Zhao used to kill the beast in such a short time? Ruik Des's gaze landed on the beast's decapitated head. The cut was very smooth. It looked like it had been cut by a sharp weapon. This guy was also very scary when he was young. This was Ruik Des's evaluation of Chun Zhao. Where did these two asterisk souls come from? He'd never heard of these two people in the spiritual world. With their abilities, they should have been famous long ago. But Ruik Des was very unfamiliar with them. He'd never heard of them at all. He didn't know that Bifla was very famous. Nevertheless, Bifla was very low-key and almost never appeared in public. Thus, very few people knew him. Even if someone did, most would only think of him as a rich man in Central Asia. He wasn't a leader of a sect in the spiritual world. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, was completely unknown. He was also purposely hiding his abilities. Moreover, Ruik Des was a spiritualist who was wanted. There was very little information he could get. "It's your turn, Mr. Ruik." Ruik Des didn't decline anymore. Just like Chun Zhao before, he walked deeper into the passageway without looking back. Chun Zhao and Bifla followed leisurely at the back. "Put this Beeman Beast's corpse away. It's good stuff. Can it be sold for money? Yes, it's worth a lot. If you think it's troublesome, you can sell it to me in international currency. What's your price? I don't know the market price. Is it very useful?" The value of an item doesn't depend on how useful it is. Instead, it depends on how rare it is. For example, how many uses does a diamond have? But after marketing, it becomes a symbol of love. This business model is also common in the spiritual world. You still haven't told me the value of this Beeman Beast's corpse. I'll pay $50 million. How about that? Let's wait for me to ask the professionals first. Chun Zhao felt that Bifla must have lowered the price. Thus, Chun Zhao felt that he had to ask someone first before deciding whether to sell it to Bifla. After putting away the Beeman Beast's corpse, Chun Zhao continued forward with the others. There were damaged puppets all along the way. Judging from the marks on the puppets, they should have been caused by Ruik Des not long ago. Chapter 2238. What's going on here? Chun Zhao asked, confused. It doesn't feel like a place for people to live or for these kids to train. You still don't understand? Bifla glanced at Chun Zhao. Understand what? Theodosius I's tomb is the same. This place is the same. It's not for the participants of the battle of holy glory. It's a trap. Trap? Put yourself in their shoes and you'll understand. If it were you, would you set up such a difficult and dangerous trial for your subordinates? Bifla asked. This trap is for us. Chun Zhao suddenly realized something. You're thinking too much. The two of us just stumbled into this place by accident. This trap is probably targeted at the three chairmen. Normally, only spiritualists at the level of the three chairmen would be able to break a trap of this difficulty. I don't know that windy, Chun Zhao said. But Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary are both strong. This trap can't stop them. Of the three Shang-Qing realm cultivators that Qin Zhao knew, Zhang Tianyi was undoubtedly the strongest. 23rd Blood Mary was second. Bifla was a new Shang-Qing realm cultivator. He should be the weakest. Ignoring the latter two, Zhang Tianyi was the one Chun Zhao couldn't figure out the most. Chun Zhao was confident that he wouldn't lose to Zhang Tianyi. But he really wasn't confident that he could defeat Zhang Tianyi. The old man was really unfathomable. Even though Chun Zhao had the power of a demon lord. But when he faced Zhang Tianyi, he always felt uncertain. He didn't even want to stand on the opposite side of Zhang. Chun Zhao didn't know if this was his fear of Zhang, or if Zhang had some kind of power that was controlling his heart. Anyway, Chun Zhao felt that offending Zhang was really troublesome. Even in the past, Chun Zhao often dissed Zhang. But Chun Zhao had never truly stood on the opposite side of Zhang. Indeed, Chun Zhao had powerful and mysterious power. But Zhang also had a peerless orthodoxy. The accumulated wisdom of thousands of years had made Zhang Tianyi. Chun Zhao had estimated the difference in power between him and Zhang. The most optimistic outcome was that no one could do anything to the other. Naturally, Chun Zhao thought that since the trap didn't work on him, it wouldn't work on Mr. Zhang either. Moreover, it was still far from being effective or threatening. This trap isn't meant to threaten the three chairmen, nor is it meant to harm them. Instead, it's meant to borrow their power to solve something, Bifla said. His soul is in the mausoleum of Theodosius. No, Theodosius' soul should be guarding something, maybe a demon or something else, and we killed Theodosius. It was not us, but you. It was you who killed Theodosius. Is there a difference? Asked Bifla calmly. But then again, since we know that if we destroy something here, something will be released, is there a need for us to continue? Aren't you curious at all? It's one thing to be curious, but what if we release a big problem? As you Chinese say, even if the sky falls, there'll be tall people to hold it up. Don't forget that you and I are both tall people here. If there's really a big problem, it'll probably be the two of us who clean up the mess. Fine, you make the choice. Should we stop them now? Chun Zhao thought about it and said unkindly, I can only promise that I won't attack from now on. The further they walked, the wider their field of vision became. More and more puppets were destroyed on the ground. As they walked further, they saw Ruik Des fighting a huge puppet. The puppet wasn't a regular human shape. It didn't have any regular forms. Instead, it kept changing. Every time Ruik Des attacked and destroyed it, it would change locally. The huge puppet was immune to most spells, so this battle was very troublesome for Ruik Des. The spells that could be effective were directional or regional spells that could directly cause damage. This was also Ruik Des' weakest point. Nevertheless, Ruik Des clearly still had some strength left. This battle didn't have any other details. It was the most direct display of combat power. If he wasn't strong enough, he couldn't win. If he was strong enough, he could pass. The most nervous person at the scene was undoubtedly Mato Shinji. Right now, Ruik Des was the most important person to her. He was also her mentor in her new life. In fact, they were even closer than mentors. In the end, Ruik Des still defeated the huge puppet after a tough battle. Not only that, Ruik Des even controlled the puppet and turned it into his weapon. Mato Shinji heaved a long sigh of relief. She turned her head to look for Chun Zhao and Bifla. But where were they? Where did they go? She couldn't find Chun Zhao anywhere. She immediately guessed that they'd escaped. As a loyal lackey of Ruik Des, Mudwa Shinji, of course, immediately went to Ruik Des to snitch on him. Mr. Des, the two traitors escaped. Escaped. Ruik Des looked back for Chun Zhao and Bifla. As expected, they disappeared. Escaped now? Ruik Des was somewhat suspicious. Did they not want the last item? Or perhaps they were just hiding? After a moment of silence, Ruik Des yelled, Come out. I know you're still here. Don't think you can fool me like this. But Chun Zhao and Bifla still didn't appear. Had they really left? Did they feel that they couldn't defeat him, so they left? That must be it. Ruik Des was still very confident in his own strength. He could easily defeat such a powerful, huge puppet. Moreover, the puppet had become his weapon. Chun Zhao and Bifla must have seen this and realized that they couldn't defeat him, so they'd escaped secretly. That old man's strong, but he's a bit too arrogant, Chun Zhao said. That's because he hasn't compared himself with a real expert. In his mind, the only people stronger than him are people like Celestial Master Zhang, but he doesn't know how much stronger Celestial Master Zhang is. Can he pass all the checkpoints alone? Probably. After all, he hasn't used his true strength yet. Chapter 2239. It was the first time Kelly and Evelyn came to the Wasteland Market. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't understand why this place existed. Through Caroline's blood and the spell of the necromancer they caught, they successfully entered the wasteland. Here, the streets and alleys were filled with terrifying monsters. This place was filled with grotesque and terrifying things. Indescribable existences watched them from the shadows. The fear of the unknown invaded their hearts. Even the necromancer that Kelly and Evelyn caught followed suit. He took every step carefully. "I've brought you to the Wasteland Market. Can I leave now?" "No," Kelly said coldly. After observing and interacting with the spiritualist along the way, Kelly had a certain understanding of the spiritualist in front of her. Through indirect questioning, she found out that the spiritualist was called Zoma Dennis. He was an illusionary spiritualist, although Kelly didn't know anything about him. However, he roughly knew Zoma Dennis' weakness. He could create illusions and mastered beginner summoning spells. The monster that had attacked them and killed Caroline was summoned by Zoma Dennis. Zoma Dennis, on the other hand, was very weak in close combat or hand-to-hand combat. For example, when Kelly got close to him, he was immediately subdued. He didn't even have a chance to resist. "I've already brought you into the Wasteland Market. I'm useless now," Zoma Dennis said with a sad face. How could he be useless? They knew nothing about this place. Zoma Dennis was still very useful to them. Leaving means death. Kelly pointed the gun at Zoma Dennis without hesitation. Along the way, Kelly had noticed Zoma Dennis's little tricks many times. Because of her ignorance of magic, Kelly was even more careful. Any little trick from Zoma Dennis would trigger Kelly's sensitive nerves. She also sensed that some of Zoma Dennis's actions were dangerous. Some of his actions were not dangerous. Fine. Zoma Dennis could only raise his hands helplessly. To be honest, he didn't want to scheme against them anymore, but he didn't want to die with them either. It was too dangerous for two ordinary people to walk around here. They were brought here to avoid being detected by the imprints on their bodies. However, the wandering monsters here did not rely on a mark to find people. They had extraordinary senses of smell, hearing, sight, and even aura perception. Moreover, they wouldn't care whether the other party was an ordinary person or not. In their eyes, there was only prey. These monsters were the training targets for the elite spiritualists. Zoma Dennis was not one of the elites. If he were to encounter those monsters, he would probably become their poop in less than a minute. He just wanted to leave the Wasteland Market and not stay here to die with them. But Kylie wouldn't accommodate him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. "Zoma, is there any magic in the spiritual world that can resurrect someone after their head is blown up?" "No," Zoma Dennis said. "No matter how powerful a spiritualist is, he will die if his head is destroyed. No exceptions? But in the past, I once used a sniper rifle to blow up someone's head. Then, he appeared before me alive and well. What happened? Maybe it's an illusion. Theoretically, is it possible? I really blew up his head and he came back to life. Impossible. Why not? I've never heard of it. Maybe my level and realm are too low." Zoma Dennis thought it was just Kelly's wishful thinking. Hence, his reply was very nonchalant. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him from behind. Zoma Dennis froze in an instant. In the next second, Kelly pushed Zoma Dennis away. The moment he rolled away, he saw a huge beast's claw slamming on the spot where he was standing. Zoma Dennis almost peed his pants in fear. "Quick, think of something." Kylie immediately pulled out her gun and fired a few shots at the beast's head. But the beast only tilted its head slightly and the bullets bounced off its rough skin. The gigantic beast immediately chased after Kelly. Kelly managed to dodge the beast's attack by a hair's breadth. Zoma Dennis finally reacted. He used 20 seconds to cast a spell. Instantly, the beast's eyes lost focus. It froze on the spot. "What's going on?" Kylie turned to Zoma Dennis in surprise. "You dealt with it? We better run." "I only used mind confusion to temporarily bewitch it. The spell's effect won't last more than a minute." "If you have this spell, why didn't you use it on me before?" Zoma Dennis tilted his head and didn't speak. Of course, he wanted to use it on Kylie. But 20 seconds was enough for the female assassin to turn him into a beehive. "Let's go. We still have time to talk." "Ivily, throw away your things. Why are you still carrying so many bags at a time like this?" The three didn't run far before the beast's angry roar came from behind. As Kelly ran, she turned around and fired a few shots at the pursuing behemoth with the dual guns in her hands. Although the beast slowed down slightly, it still caught up. Kylie tossed another grenade. The beast opened its mouth and bit. However, the effect wasn't as good as before. The grenade exploded in the beast's mouth. The beast spat out a few mouthfuls of flames, but it wasn't fatally injured. "You can't kill it with that?" Kylie gasped. The grenade didn't hurt the beast. Instead, it became more violent. The gigantic beast swung its claws at Kylie. Kylie pounced like a hungry dog and dodged the beast's attack with great difficulty. However, she couldn't get up in time. The behemoth's second sweep was already within reach. At this moment, the gigantic beast's movements suddenly froze in place and stopped. Kylie looked at the beast in shock. If the beast's claws landed, she would lose her life. However, its claws seemed to be caught by something. Then, the beast's flesh started pulling backwards. More accurately, it was shrinking toward a single point. When the beast was completely shrunk into a single point, Kylie finally saw it clearly. There were two people standing behind the beast. One was a sage-like old man, and the other was a sloppy middle-aged man. Chapter 2240. The giant beast seemed to have landed in the palm of the sloppy middle-aged man when it finally shrunk to the end. Kelly looked at the two people. She didn't know if she should thank them. She didn't even know if the two people who had suddenly appeared were enemies. If they were enemies, then she would be in a more hopeless situation than she had ever been in the past. Such a terrifying, huge beast was like a kitten in front of these two people. It was instantly killed. No matter how arrogant and ignorant Kelly was, she didn't think she could defeat them. As for Ivily, she was so scared that her face had turned pale. As for Zoma Dennis, his eyes were fixed on the two men. Kelly could even hear Zoma Dennis' hurried breathing. Two commoners. Zhang Tianyi immediately realized that Kelly and Ivily were commoners. When he walked towards the two female assassins, Ivily was so scared that she raised her gun. Kelly couldn't stop her in time. Ivily instinctively pulled the trigger. Zhang Tianyi tilted his head slightly and looked at the two women in surprise. "So it's two female assassins." Zhang Tianyi turned his gaze to Zoma Dennis. He held his chin and thought for about 30 seconds. "Oh, I see." Zhang Tianyi roughly guessed their relationship. He pointed at Zoma Dennis. "Whose subordinate are you?" Zoma Dennis's legs turned to jelly when Zhang Tianyi pointed at him. He knelt on the ground. "Great sage, I am an external member of the Red Man Society. My name is Zoma Dennis. I work directly for President Kinkira. I am under orders to hunt for the blood of assassins for the president." Zhang Tianyi had only asked casually, but Zoma Dennis had already spilled everything out. Kelly found it unbelievable. Previously, when Zoma Dennis was threatened by her, she had tried her best to make him confess some things intermittently. There were many things that he wasn't willing to say. For example, who ordered him to do it? No matter how Kelly threatened him, he had remained tight-lipped. But this old man had only asked that question. He hadn't even asked that many questions. He actually spat out all of his secrets. Who was this old man? How could he scare Zoma Dennis like this? Kelly was also very nervous at this moment. The old man only needed to tilt his head slightly to avoid Evelyn's bullets. And he was able to scare Zoma Dennis to this extent. Even if he used all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. It wasn't a good feeling, putting his fate in someone else's hands. His life and death were all in the hands of others. But there was nothing Kelly could do. Right now, she was just a piece of meat on someone else's chopping board. Zhang Tianyi strolled over with a smile on his face. He could tell how nervous Kelly was, So he deliberately said in a teasing tone, "Are you nervous now that your fate is in someone else's hands?" Kylie almost pulled out the gun hidden behind her back. "All right, relax. I don't plan on killing you." When Zhang Tianyi said those words, Kelly felt like she was about to collapse. It was as if all the pressure had been released in an instant. "Do you feel like you've just survived a disaster?" "Actually, I was just joking. I'm going to kill all of you." Zhang Tianyi suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. Kelly pulled out her gun and pointed it at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha! You're still joking." Kelly's chest heaved up and down. She was really scared. Even though Zhang Tianyi was only joking, which she couldn't tell if it was real or not, she still felt great pressure. It was as if 10 mountains were pressing down on her heart. "Let's go. Follow me," Zhang Tianyi said. Where are you taking us?" "To protect you, of course. I'll send you back to the outside world safely." Kelly wasn't naive enough to think that Zhang Tianyi was really that kind. You can refuse, but there are more than 20 monsters wandering around this area. Their activity areas are intersecting. Even if you know where they are, you won't be able to find any gaps to avoid them. If you act alone, your chance of survival is less than 0.1%, Zhang Tianyi said. And if you follow us, you have a 50% chance of being killed or not. The terrible chance chilled Kelly's heart. But just as Zhang Tianyi said, her only 2 choices now were so bloody. The difference was that one was almost certain death, and the other depended on Zhang Tianyi's mood. Wise choice. Zhang Tianyi laughed out loud. "Let's go. Let's talk about interesting things in the world of assassins." Kelly took a deep breath and gathered her courage. "Why should I tell you? Your life is in my hands now. Shouldn't you please me?" "No. From a psychological perspective, blindly pleasing me will only lose value. You know psychology very well. Do all assassins know psychology?" "Because I know psychology, I'm better than most assassins." "Smart answer. Your answer increases your bargaining power. It makes me feel that you're a valuable person and increases your chance of survival." "So, did it work?" "Just SOSO. Your answer made me even more curious about you, so your chance of survival has indeed increased." Kelly did know psychology. She even had a degree in psychology. She knew how to talk to people without making them feel repulsed. "How many people have you killed? Or rather, how many missions have you accepted?" "More than 30. "How long have you been in the profession?" 15. "You seem to be only 25. "Yes, I started when I was 10, Kelly replied. "How do you know my age?" "I'm a Taoist. All Taoists can tell fortunes." "Then tell me about it. Do you know what price people have to pay to have their fortunes told by me?" "I have money." "I have more money than you," Zhang Tianyi said rather arrogantly. "Then what price?" "For now, I haven't found any value in you. Of course, if your story is good enough, it's possible." "Can an assassin's story attract you?" "The world you're in contact with is far more mysterious than the world of assassins. My position has made me lose interest in most things. In my eyes, most people in the spiritual world are no different from ordinary people. So, your so-called mystery is just daily life to me. Then, can you guarantee my safety if I tell you a good story?" "Of course. A good story can prove your value, even if it's fake. If you can make it so that I can't find any flaws, it doesn't matter even if it's made up." Chapter 2241. Do you know what the most difficult assassination mission I've ever encountered was? "I don't." Zhang Tianyi looked at Kelly with great interest. "Do you know the Kyle Army?" Kelly asked again. "Never heard of it." "Mercenaries?" "No. It's a private army formed by the super-rich Kyle. The number of members is maintained at around 1,000, and they also have a fixed military base." As Kelly spoke, she secretly observed Zhang Tianyi's expression. Zhang Tianyi didn't look expectant. In fact, when he heard this, Zhang Tianyi already guessed that Kelly would tell him how she killed everyone. This kind of story wasn't attractive to Zhang Tianyi at all. If Zhang Tianyi wanted to hear this kind of story, there were plenty of spiritualists in the spiritual world who would be willing to tell him all day long. The military base is located in Antarctica, close to the central area, and it's almost impossible to get there with most transportation, Kelly said. "Do you know how I got to the military base?" Zhang Tianyi thought about it. All he could think of was using magic to get there. For Zhang Tianyi, this wasn't difficult at all. But on second thought, Kelly was just an ordinary person. For this, I rented a space shuttle, and when I flew to an altitude of 50,000 meters above the military base, I performed a high-altitude jump. At the same time, to avoid detection, I couldn't land at all, Kelly continued. A 50,000-meter jump? You didn't use a parachute? Are you sure you're not talking about a story from the spiritual world? Kelly ignored Zhang Tiany's doubt and continued. Of course, this requires a certain amount of technical support, as well as certain external conditions. When I jumped from the space shuttle, I brought an inner inflatable balloon with me. This inflatable balloon can automatically inflate in 10 seconds. The inner inflatable balloon you're talking about is the kind in amusement parks that have a sphere outside and a small space inside for people to play in? That's right. But that kind of sphere shouldn't be able to withstand the impact of a 50,000-meter vertical fall, right? You shouldn't be able to withstand it either. Of course, it's impossible under normal circumstances, but what if it's not vertical? On the day of the jump, I calculated the weather in that area, and it just so happened that there was an extreme cold storm. The location I chose to land on was a slope of about 75 degrees. Zhang Tiany finally revealed a look of surprise. In other words, you calculated where you would be blown by the wind, and then used a slope as a buffer? Safely land through the inner inflatable balloon? In theory, of course, it was possible, but in reality, it was very risky. A miscalculation or an incorrect assessment of the storm could cost Kelly her life. Kelly's whole story wasn't about how she killed everyone, but about how unbelievable the process was. Kelly's story did attract Zhang Tiany. In fact, as you said, although I did the calculations and asked professional mathematical engineers to verify the calculations, in the process of execution, I was still blown away from the predetermined landing position, completely deviating from the predetermined slope. Then what did you do? No, I should say, how did you survive? When I was in the sky, I was falling at a speed of 100 meters per second, so I didn't have much time to think, so I could only change my strategy. I opened the inner inflatable balloon and changed the original height from 300 meters to 150 meters. In other words, if I didn't handle it well, I would be smashed into meat paste in less than 2 seconds. At this moment, even Ively and Zomadenis looked surprised and curious. They all wanted to know how Kelly managed to save the day. The moment the inner inflatable balloon was filled with air, I pierced the outer membrane and let the ball's air burst out instantly, forming a propulsion effect. I kept moving forward with the storm, and, at the same time, it reduced the impact of my fall. Did you succeed? Kelly was standing in front of Zhang Tiany now. He couldn't help but ask Kelly this question. On the surface, I succeeded. At least I didn't fall to my death. Kelly smiled bitterly and said, but both of my legs and one of my arms were completely broken. I lost the most basic ability to move. I lay in a world of ice and snow, as well as the world's most terrifying extreme cold storm, for 6 days. Although it was unfortunate, it could also be said that I was lucky. I fell in the habitat of a group of penguins. These penguins weren't afraid of humans, and they were even curious about humans. They were really a group of magical animals. On the second day, I came into contact with them. They actually treated me as one of their kind and started catching fish for me to eat. In 6 days, I recovered the most basic ability to move. Coincidentally, that Mr. Kyle was out hunting, and his target was this group of penguins. I lay in the group of penguins, surrounded by many penguins, and gave my target a fatal blow. That was my most difficult mission. Everything deviated from the initial plan, but at that moment, everything returned to the right track. Zhang Tiany felt that it was unbelievable that Kelly had completed the mission in such an unimaginable way. Everything deviated from the original plan, but everything returned to the right track inexplicably. It was hard to imagine how Kelly had survived 6 days. Not a bad story. Zhang Tiany hadn't heard any flaws yet, so he felt that the story was quite good. Kelly's handling of the details was also very good. It was thrilling, exciting, and unbelievable. Right, I was 14 that year. Zhang Tiany sucked in a cold breath. Even Wendy, who had been expressionless, couldn't help but look askance. After that, every 2 years I would return to that group of penguins and spend a few days with them. It was also that experience that made me become an animal protector. Kelly paused and continued. That was my most difficult mission. Next, I'm going to talk about the strangest assassination target. Of course, he wasn't the mission target, but he got in my way. As an assassin, Kelly didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Her tone even made Zhang Tianyi feel that it was only natural. After a few encounters, I found out that he was just a normal person, an illegal doctor. Then, one hazy morning, I shot his head with a sniper rifle. I could clearly see the blood splattering on the wall and the image of flesh and blood flying everywhere. When I calmly packed up my things and left, he appeared in my sight again. But this time, he appeared directly before me, and accompanying him was a monster. Zhang Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Let me guess, that illegal doctor, is he a Chinese? Chapter 2242. Kelly suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Tianyi. Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi asked. When Kelly mentioned the illegal doctor, Zhang Tianyi immediately thought of Chun Zhao. You actually survived his attack. That's really surprising. Zhang Tianyi didn't know that Chun Zhao had been a normal person in the past. He naturally thought that Chun Zhao had been this strong in the past. That was why he was astonished that Kelly had managed to survive Chun Zhao's attack. He's very strong, right? All the monsters here together aren't enough for him, Zhang Tianyi said. Wendy couldn't help but glance at Zhang Tianyi. As the manager here, he was also the person in charge. He'd created all the monsters here. Of course, he knew clearly how many monsters there were and how strong they were. But Zhang Tianyi said that all the monsters here together weren't enough for one person. In Wendy's eyes, other than himself, only Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary could break the rules he'd set up. They were the least likely to break the rules. But now, he heard that there was someone here who could easily break the rules he'd set up. Wendy was especially concerned about this. In his plans and designs, he couldn't tolerate the existence of people outside of his plans. Suddenly, Wendy thought of something and looked at Zhang Tianyi. He'd said it for him to hear. Wendy was not a fool. Although he usually looked sloppy, he was not a fool. In fact, the most basic requirement to become an alchemist was to be quick-witted. Plus, Wendy was the world's top alchemist. Is he really that strong? Kelly asked, surprised. She'd thought that Chun Zhao was about the same level as Zoma Dennis or a little stronger. But from Zhang Tianyi's words, Chun Zhao was much stronger than she'd imagined. At least, Zoma Dennis couldn't even beat the monsters from before. But from Zhang Tianyi's words, Chun Zhao seemed to be unbelievably strong. All the monsters here together couldn't beat Chun Zhao. How's he compared to you? He's not as strong as me. Zhang Tianyi's answer wasn't out of Wendy's expectations. In fact, it was natural. But Zhang Tianyi's next words made Wendy incredulous. But I can't do anything to him, just like he can't do anything to me. When did such an expert appear in the otherworldly realm? I didn't know that, Wendy asked in surprise. However, he didn't think that person could really be compared to Zhang Tianyi. Although Zhang Tianyi was publicly recognized as the #1 expert in the spirit world, there were still many opponents in the spirit world that he was helpless against. Most of the time, it was because the other party had some kind of special magic. How many people like you are there in the spirit world? On the surface, I am the strongest among the humans, Zhang Tianyi said with a smile. Then he and you are tied for first place. He's not ranked. Then why? Ranking doesn't represent strength, and fame doesn't represent strength either. I've said it before, I'm the strongest on the surface, but I'm not the real strongest. There are many monsters in this world that you can't understand, and he's one of them. Even in existence, like you calls him a monster? To a certain extent, he is indeed a monstrous existence. At this moment, when he suddenly stopped. Celestial Master Zhang, there are a large number of people gathered in Ividen Square. They seem to be attracted by something. I don't remember arranging any important props there. Should we go and take a look? Then let's go and take a look. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Kelly followed Zhang Tianyi, chatting and laughing along the way. However, Kelly had always paid attention to her tone. At the very least, she had to make sure that she wouldn't arouse Zhang Tianyi's displeasure. Kelly also noticed at the same time. Although Wendy didn't say more than 3 sentences the whole time, he wasn't Zhang Tiany's follower. The two of them should be of the same status or generation. So when Kelly talked, she tried to avoid the topic of Wendy. Kelly vaguely heard that Zhang Tiany and Wendy were the people in charge here. And now that they were heading to the scene of the incident, they didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. They walked at a steady pace along the way. After about half an hour, they finally saw Evidence Square. There were many people standing in the square. These people were dressed differently, and they didn't look like ordinary people. However, they all seemed to be standing there in a daze. There was no sound, no fighting, and they all faced the same direction. There were hundreds of people in the huge square, but there was no sound at all. This strange scene made Kelly's hair stand on end. This was not a good sign. Kelly swallowed and asked, "They're not all dead, are they?" Wendy frowned. "Celestial Master Zhang, what do you think?" "They're not dead, but their consciousness seems to have disappeared. There should be a boundary in front. As long as you step into the boundary, your consciousness will enter a space of consciousness. Right now, the consciousness of these children should be fighting in a certain space of consciousness. Don't you know there's a boundary here?" "I don't know." Wendy's expression was very ugly. Zhang Tiany's tone sounded more like he was blaming him. Everything here was set up by him. But now there was such a huge boundary here, and he didn't know anything about it. This was a serious dereliction of duty. What do we do now? There are 2 ways. One is to enter the space of consciousness and defeat him inside. The other is to find the host of the space outside. He should be hiding in the crowd, Zhang Tiany said. There were hundreds of spiritualists in front of them, and everyone's aura was mixed together. And in a situation where the target was not clear, if they couldn't distinguish the difference, it would be very difficult to find the target they were looking for. "Can you tell me what's the situation now?" Kelly asked. "There's someone here. Through a magic array, he's pulling everyone's consciousness into his sea of consciousness. That means if we find that person, we can save everyone's consciousness. Is that so?" "Yes." Zhang Tiany nodded. "But this is also the problem. That person is undoubtedly hiding in the crowd. How do we find him? Don't you have any magic to find him? Even if it's directional magic, there needs to be characteristics. There's no way to find him without knowing any characteristics." Kelly also fell into thought. If she could help here, there was no doubt that her life would be safer. Chapter 2243. Kelly looked at the hundreds of people in front of her. These people were people she couldn't reach in the past. But now, they stood rooted to the ground like wooden statues. Kelly opened her legs and was about to walk forward. Zhang Tiany suddenly stopped her. "If you go in, your consciousness will be sucked into the space." "I can't go in?" Kelly said with some disappointment. "Why are you going in?" Kelly thought for a moment and said, "Among the hundreds of people here, only one person is conscious, right?" "That's right." Zhang Tiany nodded. "I've studied the breathing rates of people who are really asleep and those who are pretending to be asleep. They are different," Kelly said. Kelly said, "Although they are not sleeping, their bodies should have similar reactions." Zhang Tiany smiled. "Wendy, do you have a solution?" "Yes, a simple shielding matrix can isolate her from the magic matrix." Kelly thought it would be a complicated process, but when he just gestured in front of her, then a small circle of light entered his forehead. "Is it okay now?" "Yes, you can go in without worry," Wendy said. Kelly carefully took the first step. She didn't feel anything strange. Of course, she didn't know what would happen if something happened. But now, she was just taking a stroll. Zhang Tiany was also next to Kelly. Kelly looked a little doubtful, but she quickly understood Zhang Tiany's intention. "Distinguish carefully. Take your time. There's no rush," Zhang Tiany said calmly. Kelly would stop for a few seconds every time she walked past someone. Her pace was very steady. Zhang Tiany kept talking. Suddenly, Kelly and Zhang Tiany stopped at the same time. Kelly and Zhang Tiany both had victorious smiles on their faces. In an instant, everyone woke up. At the same time, the person standing in front of Kelly and Zhang Tiany suddenly entered the crowd. But the next moment, Zhang Tiany waved one arm, and the crowd was violently pushed away. With another pull, the person was directly pulled back in front of Zhang Tiany. Kelly knew Zhang Tiany was very powerful. but she still found it unbelievable that he was using such a trick in front of her. Zhang Tianyi was able to catch him from a distance of more than 10 meters. No matter how one looked at it, this method seemed magical. The spiritualists who had just woken up had yet to see Zhang Tianyi clearly, or rather, they did not know him. But they all recognized the person in Zhang Tianyi's hand. Everyone's faces were filled with righteous indignation, and they rushed forward, wanting to snatch or attack. "Get lost," Zhang Tianyi said in a low voice. In an instant, Kelly felt a wave of qi spreading from Zhang Tianyi's body. Then, the people around him all fell over. "Damn old man, who are you?" Someone got up and pointed at Zhang Tianyi while cursing. As soon as the man finished speaking, the person beside him covered his mouth and forcefully pulled him away from Zhang Tianyi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhang Tianyi was supreme in the spirit world. Celestial Master. At this moment, a spiritualist cupped his fists and bowed to Zhang Tianyi. Celestial Master. The sound quickly spread throughout the square. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to provoke Zhang Tianyi. Arrogance depended on who you were dealing with. Those who were arrogant in front of Zhang Tianyi, even if Zhang Tianyi didn't cause trouble for them, their elders would. "Step down." Zhang Tianyi still had that arrogant attitude. "Yes, Celestial Master." Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Even though these people were still angry because their consciousness had been imprisoned. But Zhang Tianyi's orders had to be obeyed. Right now, Zhang Tianyi was more or less the leader of the martial arts circle in the spirit world. Before long, all the spiritualists had left. Not a single one was left. Zhang Tianyi directly threw that person to the ground. That person lay on the ground, looking left and right, as if he still hadn't given up. When he walked over, "You can't run. You should know who you're facing." That person's gaze finally fell on Zhang Tianyi, and he took a deep breath. "Celestial Master, ask whatever you want to ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Kelly revealed a surprised expression once again, but then felt that it was only natural. "What's your name?" "Lippard. Of course, you can also call me Nightmare." "Nightmare?" "The seventh of the 10 villains, Nightmare." When he looked at Lippard in surprise. "I feel extremely honored to have Mr. Wendy remember my name. I also know your name. Shouldn't you feel even more honored?" Zhang Tianyi asked with a smile. Lippard laughed bitterly. "But I can't feel happy right now." No matter who it was, being Zhang Tianyi's enemy and being caught red-handed by him wouldn't feel happy. Although Leopard was a famous figure in the spirit world, and he had stirred up quite a storm, he was not a small figure. But facing Zhang Tianyi, he still couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance. Just like what happened to Zomadenis. He wanted nothing more than to pull out all his trump cards for Zhang Tianyi to see. Actually, they were all smart people. Zhang Tianyi wasn't just famous. He had methods that were even more terrifying than his reputation. There was no point in hiding in front of him. Sooner or later, he would find out. Why make himself suffer a bit more? Don't tell me that you came here on your own to kill time. Tell me your goal and the organization behind you. I was hired this time. The person who hired me is also one of the 10 villains, Quicksilver. What does he want you to do? Create chaos, Lippard said. I understand now. His goal isn't for me to create chaos, but for me to attract your attention, Celestial Master. At this point, Lippard felt dejected. After all, being used as a chess piece wasn't something that anyone would feel happy about. Moreover, he was a one-time use chess piece. After using it, he would be thrown away. That Quicksilver is also in the Wasteland market. I don't know, Lippard replied helplessly. How do you communicate with him? I can't tell you. I've never seen Quicksilver, and I don't know what he looks like. I don't even know his gender. Zhang Tianyi didn't doubt Lippard's answer. It was very likely that what he said was true. If a spiritualist wanted to hide their identity, there were too many ways to do so. I don't know what Quicksilver wants either, Lippard said. Then what else can you tell me? Not long ago, I saw the leader of the 10 villains, Sickle, in a hotel in Istanbul. I don't know if his appearance here has anything to do with Quicksilver. Chapter 2244. The 10 villains weren't directly related to each other. It was more like a ranking. Of course, the 10 villains weren't just a ranking. More often than not, they represented the darkest part of an era. The so-called cults, thugs, and villains couldn't be compared to them at all. Between the 1980s and the millennium of the last century, because of the conflicts between spiritualists from different countries, the situation in the spiritual world was somewhat unstable. Because of the unstable situation, the 10 evil and powerful spiritualists took advantage of the chaos to create terror and disasters one after another. They didn't have any obvious religious leanings, goals, or grudges. It was as if the 10 villains were born to do evil. Of course, not everyone in this world was a human. For example, Chui Xian was a dragon. She was ranked 4th among the 10 villains. Her code name was Calamity. She was a racist among the dragons. She firmly believed that dragons were supreme. To her, humans were all ants. The dragon clan was supposed to be supreme. She enjoyed slaughtering humans. If she was judged according to human law, even her long lifespan wouldn't be enough. Then she met 2 humans who changed her dragon life. One was Chun Zhao, a man who pressed her against the ground and rubbed her. The other was Zhang Tianyi. She was also pressed against the ground and rubbed against by Zhang Tianyi. Perhaps her beliefs hadn't changed, but her habits had. Among the 10 evildoers, the Scythe was the most terrifying. The name obviously represented the Grim Reaper's scythe. He was the last to receive the title, but the crimes he'd committed were incomparable to the other 9. He was also active in the 1980s, but he couldn't compare to the other villains. Until 1994, when a shocking massacre took place in Africa. Millions of people were killed. The massacre of more than 1 million people in modern times was unparalleled in terms of bloodshed and terror. At first, other countries thought that it was caused by the conflict between the colonists and the 2 tribes involved. But in an accident, someone suddenly realized that it was Sickle's doing. Perhaps Sickle hadn't personally killed more than 1 million people, but he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Then someone realized that he wasn't just the mastermind. He was also involved in many old cases in the 1980s. There were at least dozens of tragic cases, and at most hundreds and thousands of people massacred, all of which were inextricably linked to the Sickle. In an era where the entire society of every country was developing towards the direction of modern civilization, let alone a massacre of hundreds or thousands of people, even a massacre of a few dozen people would cause a global shock. No one knew his purpose. It seemed that he was just killing for the sake of killing. He was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping lives in a frenzy. Moreover, he had always been hiding behind the scenes, hidden in the shadows. Even among the 10 evildoers, only a handful of people recognized the scythe. Ripard was one of them. When he heard that scythe was coming to Istanbul, even Zhang Tianyi frowned. This was the first time he had shown such worry in this battle of holy glory. Previously, he had heard that the Hidden Cultivators sect was causing trouble in this battle of the Holy Glorious Ones. Zhang Tianyi didn't think there was any problem. Every time the Battle of Holy Glory was held, there would always be people causing trouble. The Hermit Order causing trouble was a daily occurrence in the Battle of the Holy Glorious Ones. He was in charge of such matters. If there was a time when nothing happened, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't be able to get used to it. But Scythe was different. No matter how much trouble the Hermit Order caused, they always had a very clear goal in mind. But Scythe's goal was very simple, which was a bloody massacre. Perhaps there was an even deeper conspiracy behind the massacre. But everyone would only see a massacre. What does he look like? Zhang Tianyi asked. It's useless, looks mean nothing to someone like him. If he wanted to change his appearance, he could easily change into the appearance of 3 people in a single day. Furthermore, when I saw him the other day, he was wearing a human skin mask. I only remembered his aura. Is there any other useful information? Ripard lowered his head and thought for a while, then replied, There is, but I want to use this information to exchange for my freedom. That depends on whether or not the information you provide is worth it. Sir Wendy's assistant, Nancy, is with Quicksilver, and I have a way to find her this time. It was Wendy's turn to lose his cool. No one likes to be betrayed, and Wendy liked it even less. Not to mention that he had been deceived by Nancy for several years. The more he trusted Nancy in the past, the more furious he was right now. Is this information enough to exchange for my freedom? Zhang Tianyi took a step back. Wendy's attitude would decide whether or not Ripard's freedom would be granted. even though both of them had the right to punish Rippard. However, Zhang Tianyi still decided to respect Wendy's decision. How did you find Nancy? Wendy's tone was a bit doubtful. Even though he was furious at Nancy's betrayal, he understood Nancy very well. But he knew Anand. Anand had been by his side for so many years, and he couldn't even find a single clue about her. In the end, before she left, she even destroyed Wendy's laboratory. She destroyed all traces of her past. The meticulousness of this woman's thoughts was terrifying. Because of this, he couldn't help but suspect that Rippard had purposely said this in order to free himself. Yesterday, I met her once. At the time, she was wearing a stained white robe, and as luck would have it, I picked up the white robe that she threw away. Wendy immediately understood why Rippard was so confident. A white robe that Nancy had worn was like a navigator for spiritualists. From the smell of the robe to the dandruff on it, and even the karmic connection attached to the robe, they could all find Nancy. As long as the robe really belonged to Nancy, and as long as she had worn it, then whether it was Wendy or Zhang Tianyi, they would both have a way to find Nancy through this robe. If you really help me find Nancy, then I'll let you go, Wendy said. Thank you, Mr. Wendy. Rippard looked at Zhang Tianyi again. Zhang Tianyi said indifferently, Wendy's decision is my decision. Rippard took out a white robe. The moment when he saw it, he recognized it. It was the robe that Nancy had worn. Because he had given it to Nancy, there were still many stains left on it from the experiments that Nancy had been in charge of over the years. When he grabbed the white robe and held it tightly in his hand, one could imagine how angry Wendy was right now. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2245. What's the relationship between Mr. Wendy and AI Nancy? Kelly asked in a low voice. Although her voice was very low, Wendy still heard it. Wendy said with a livid face, enemies. Kelly didn't dare to ask anymore. Obviously, Wendy's hatred for AI Nancy had reached its peak. Suddenly, a green beam of light appeared in the distance. The green beam of light shot up into the sky. Everyone in the Barren Land Bazaar saw the beam of light. Zhang Tianyi looked at Wendy. Do you know what's going on over there? I don't know. I didn't set it up, Wendy said with a frown. I feel the spiritual energy in the Barren Land Bazaar is rising again, Zhang Tianyi said. It seems to be the same as that mausoleum. Maybe AI Nancy is over there. Then let's go and take a look. It was the first time Kelly and Evelyn had seen such a supernatural scene. Naturally, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. In fact, even for people in the spiritual world, such a shocking scene was rare. That's nothing's sevenfold door? Someone broke into the core area of the array, and activated the final checkpoint. AI Nancy looked surprised. Who is it? Is it teacher? Wendy? It's not Wendy. According to the latest information I received, Wendy and Celestial Master Zhang just appeared in Yveton Square not long ago. They've already captured the chess piece we placed there. Chess piece? If Lipper had heard you call him a chess piece, he'll probably go crazy. If it's not Wendy, it only means that the participants of this year's battle of Holy Glory are unexpectedly strong. That's right. Initially, I thought that we would have to do our best to lure Wen to the 7 Stacks door. Only he would be able to pass the trial of the 7 Stacks door. I never thought that someone would be able to pass the trial of the 6 Stacks door without anyone noticing. But I'm afraid Wendy has to be the one at Sevenfold door, AI Nancy said. AI Nancy had been Wendy's assistant for so many years. She knew Wendy's strength too well, especially his understanding of alchemy and arrays. He deserved to be the best in the world. There were many excellent alchemists in the world, but there was only one genius alchemist, and only Wendy could be called a genius. Over the years, AI Nancy had witnessed how Wendy had created miracles in the field of alchemy. Back then, in order to secretly learn Wender's alchemy, Nancy had stayed by his side. But the longer she stayed with Wind, the more she realized her ignorance and stupidity. The difference between the two was too great, or it could be said that their way of thinking was different, especially when she understood that what she wanted to learn was not something she could learn. Only then did she truly realize how big the gap between her and Wenda was. In terms of alchemy and magic circles, she would always be a primary school student in front of Wenda. Wind, on the other hand, was always making progress. It seemed that all complex technologies would become simple in front of him. Must it be Winder? The black soul hovered around AI Nancy. He did not know alchemy, so of course, he could not understand AI Nancy's tone of certainty and conviction. Because the seventh layer is the Earth test. In the seventh layer, there will be an endless stream of clay armies. They will never end. To stop this process, the only way is to solve a super complicated alchemy formula in the shortest time possible. When this alchemy formula is solved, it will automatically release the ultimate Earth magic, Earth's Forbidden, which will disintegrate the endless clay armies. At the same time, it will also disintegrate the seal hidden behind the seventh layer. As long as more people go to help the alchemists resist the clay armies, and then give the alchemists enough time, they should be able to solve the alchemy formula you mentioned. In theory, yes, but you have ignored two problems. First, that super complicated alchemy formula. There are no more than 3 people in the world who can solve it, and one of them is Wendy. Second, how long do you think you can help the alchemists resist? And you know nothing about the clay armies. Are you looking down on our strength? The Black Soul said with dissatisfaction. Don't overestimate your strength. AI Nancy did not give the Black Soul face. That's one of the ancient seals. If it's really as simple as you say, I'm afraid we don't need to worry about it now. I'm not looking down on it, but I don't think it's that difficult. The Black Soul still proudly said. Then we'll wait and see. The Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team had been here for 2 days. In these 2 days, the 2 teams of 20 people fully understood their powerlessness. In addition to being able to superimpose their magical power and then greatly improve the strength of one of them, they had no other use. Most of the troubles still needed to be solved by Ruik Des. In 2 days, they had broken through 6 gates. And when they came to the 7th gate, what they saw was a square obelisk standing in the middle of the square. A ray of light shot out from the top of the obelisk, which went straight through the sky. Between the 7th door and the obelisk was an invisible wall of air, but everyone could still perceive the existence of the air wall. It was similar to the buggy terrain in a game. There was obviously nothing, but they just couldn't get through. Everyone carefully approached the obelisk. Just then, a line of magic text suddenly appeared on the surface of the obelisk. For people who did not know alchemy, these magic texts were obscure and difficult to understand. But for people who knew alchemy, these magic texts were very, very complicated formulas. Apacy formula. When Ruik Des saw this line of text, he frowned directly. What is Apacy formula? For you laymen, there's no need to know what Apacy formula is. Mr. Ruik, we need to cooperate sincerely, not with this condescending attitude. Exquisite said indignantly. Cooperation? Have you made a move along the way? How many times have you sold it? You have a nerve to say that you have a cooperative relationship with us? Ruik Des's words directly made the 2 teams of 20 people lose face. Although everyone was filled with righteous indignation, they did not contribute much in the first 6 gates. Although they had the heart to contribute to the 7th gate, the situation was the same as before. They could not even understand the magic formula given by this gate, let alone contribute. Ruik Des ignored the crowd and began to turn his head to look at the Apacy formula. There seems to be no real difficulty in this permutation of the Apacy formula. Will this gate be easier than before?